Carrick Business Campus have the perfect office space for you. For more details, visit carrickbusinesscampus.ie.
Well, hello and a very good morning to you, and welcome along to our local election coverage here on Ocean FM. We will be broadcasting live here from the Landmark Hotel in Carrick-on-Shannon between now and whenever the last seat is filled the new Leitrim County Council for 2024. My name is John Lynch, and as I mentioned, we're here live in the Landmark Hotel in Carrick-on-Shannon this morning. We are live on the Ocean FM website, where you can listen, where you can watch as well on YouTube. There's also going to be FM coverage a little bit later in the morning, and indeed we are giving you the tally figures on our website as soon as they become available, so you can stay up to date on all the latest tally and indeed count figures a little bit later on. We hope it's going to be the most comprehensive ever coverage of local elections here, and indeed we're offering similar services from the count centres in Sligo and Donegal. Our election promise to you on this Saturday morning is very simple, that we will cover all proceedings from now until the final seat is filled on the local authority. Well, let's talk about some numbers for a moment to get us underway. There are 3 municipal districts in Leitrim: Manorhamilton, Ballinamore and Carrick-on-Shannon. Each local electoral area is a 6-seater, so we have 18 seats to fill. There are 12 candidates running in the Manorhamilton Municipal District, 12 in the Carrick-on-Shannon local electoral area, and 11 in the Ballinamore area. Already, we know that there will be significant change on the council. At least 6 new faces will be in the council chamber when the next meet. 6 outgoing councillors have decided not to seek re-election. 4 are from the Fine Gael party. They are the Manorhamilton-based Frank Dolan and Sean McDermott, who indeed will be part of our panel a little bit later on today. 2 more Fine Gael councillors have opted out in Carrick-on-Shannon: Mohill's Thomas Mulligan and Finola Armstrong Maguire, who I'm delighted to say is also part of our team for election 24. In Ballinamore, Jerry Dolan, who was first elected as an independent councillor back in 1991, has decided not to run and is also opting out, as is Keelan Ellis, the Fianna Fáil councillor, who was also elected back in 1999. His brother John, a former TD senator and county councillor, is part of our coverage here today. We have 4 sitting councillors in Manorhamilton looking to be re-elected. 12 are looking to secure a seat in that particular district. The same number in Carrick-on-Shannon, while in Ballinamore, the 4 outgoing councillors will face competition from the other new candidates there. A breakdown on party numbers for this election: Fianna Fáil are running 7 candidates in Leitrim, Fine Gael 5 and Sinn Féin 7. There are 10 independents. There are 3 from the Green Party. Labour are running 1 candidate, and also single candidates are going to be representing People Before Profit and Independent Ireland. Throughout the day, we will be joined here by Deputy Martin Kenny from Sinn Féin. As I mentioned, 2 of our panellists already, and joining them this morning will be Miriam Kevlahan, an experienced political advisor with links to the Sinn Féin party as well, and indeed a former parliamentary administrative service operator as well. Pat Feely, who's the campaign manager for independent councillor Phelan Gurn, will join us a little bit later on. We'll be hearing from Damien Brennan throughout the day, a former Fine Gael councillor in the Clune area, while Pádraig McGorty will be our main number cruncher and will be looking to coordinate the input of the tally figures and counts on the Ocean FM website, and indeed will be analysing numbers and where the transfers may go, which will ultimately decide those final seats. We have Kevin Blessing here on sound with us today, who's responsible for our output on audio. Mark Halton is looking after our social media and cameras, and indeed PJ Leddy will be constantly linking up with us from the count centre inside. He'll be bringing various candidates and telling us the stories as they break, which we will be discussing with our panellists here. All our coverage, as you heard at the very beginning of the programme, is brought to you by Leitrim County Council. We'll be hearing hopefully from all candidates throughout the course of the coverage, those who are successful and maybe those who have missed out on securing a council seat for 2024 as well. It promises, ladies and gentlemen, to be an absolutely marathon session. I'm delighted to say we are joined by the outgoing councillor in the Carrick-on-Shannon Municipal District, Finola Armstrong Maguire, Miriam Kevlahan and John Ellis, to get our proceedings underway. And Finola, maybe it's a great opportunity to start with you on this point, in the sense that there is going to be significant change in the council regardless of what takes place today. 6 councillors outgoing. And if we look at it maybe from a Fine Gael perspective here, first and foremost, 2 in Manorhamilton, 2 in Carrick-on-Shannon, including yourself, 4 councillors from the party not running this time round. So that's very much signals the winds of change blowing through Fine Gael corridors.
I think it more signals people's personal decisions now, John, because it wouldn't be the winds of change in the corridors of Dáil Éireann that would have affected me nor my colleagues. We all had felt that we had done our time and that it was time to give back to family and our other lives. And I commend everyone for that. I'm happy I've done it for myself. I've given the 10 years where I had energy and commitment, and I do feel now the next 10 years of my life, if I get them, and hopefully I will, are precious. And I think my energy has to be given to personal life and to the next generation in my own house as well as myself. So it's nothing to do with Dáil Éireann, and I will continue my interest in local activities and in all things political and Dáil Éireann as I go forward. But I just won't be in the seat. And I think I speak for others too. It's nothing to do with national.
With anything from national or party headquarters, tell me a little bit about the demands that are on councillors nowadays, because we hear it time and time again, as well as the workload. Many people would say politics and local politics has almost become toxic at this stage.
Well, at these times and these days, the toxicity, I think, becomes evident, but it will, with the help of God, calm down again after this. It's a 24/7 job. That is the most part of it. You are on call, and if you're not on call, you're very aware yourself every time you go out the door that you may meet people who are asking you very serious questions, or to give them something of your time, and you have to be ever ready for that. And that is a drawing. It's a drawing on yourself, and it is a drawing on those with you, maybe at social functions or elsewhere. So I just feel it is a 24/7. It's not a 9 to 5. I have to say I enjoyed it, and I thoroughly enjoyed it, but I know that I'm not going to go forward with that type of a lifestyle. Mm-hmm. The toxicity is it's new. It's because we have the media we have today. No editor would have put in the paper what's been put on some comments, and rightly so. And if somebody at home were saying things like that, they would be told by their family very quickly, don't be heard saying things like that outside this house. And that was the way we talked years ago, and it needs to go back in.
Yeah, it has changed significantly. And as a result of what you've just outlined there, is it difficult to attract candidates? And maybe when we look at it again from a Fine Gael perspective here, I think it was widely regarded that it was difficult to get candidates to replace the likes of yourself and Thomas Mulligan in the Carrick-on-Shannon area, for instance, and that's reflected in the fact that there's only one candidate running for Fine Gael in the municipal district this time round.
Yeah, I would think people's lives are very busy already. I think everyone is running to stay still, and a lot of our youth are gone. A lot of the young people are in Dubai, including my own. They're in Australia, they're in New Zealand, they're in Canada, and I'm sure that's reflected in the figures of the voting, because in our own house everyone isn't home and it isn't able to come home just for a vote. So I think we have to look, and I want to look at the 40-somethings and 50-somethings to take on this role, because then they can grow with it. At my stage in life, I'm never going to be in the Senate or any further than that. So you need to be thinking of it in your early 40s. Then it needs to go along with your lifestyle. Not everyone can commit to the hours. That's even in the official part of being a councillor. So, but I would encourage anybody and their families to look seriously at it, and to be in the position in 5 years' time to give it a go. People are very good on the doors, and people are very warm on the doors, and the negativity is too strong out there. I have had people put their arms around me and wish me well. Mm-hmm. You don't have it in anything else anymore, but they really are good.
And would you be saying finally, for the moment, that maybe it's probably a vocal minority that are very much driving the more controversial views that we see sometimes in social media?
Absolutely and totally, John. Yes.
Okay. It's an interesting take. We'll hear plenty more from you throughout the course of the day. And indeed, the Council's loss is our gain here. We're delighted to have you on board for our coverage for 2024. Miriam, good morning to you. Thank you indeed for being part of our panel for these local elections. We were speaking at the very outset, maybe some parties finding it difficult to secure candidates to run. Not the case for Sinn Féin. Maybe this time round more candidates than ever. And we have to look at it now and maybe try and predict where the seats are going to go and the strategy of deciding how many candidates to run, what areas you're going to run them in. A lot of thought, a lot of planning goes into that. And in areas maybe where you would have been guaranteed, for instance, like it's in the Manorhamilton area where Carrick-on-Shannon has always been traditionally strong over the last number of elections. 10 years ago, he was elected for the first time, retained his seat the last time round, running a second candidate this time now in the Manorhamilton Municipal District in Michelle Brennan de Chambaud. So is that deemed to be a risk, or in order for the party to make gains, this was the only course of action, I presume, available to them?
Well, I think the decision to run a second candidate, in fact, it's a very analytical decision as opposed to necessarily saying we want to get more candidates. And it's almost like an actuarial decision. There's geeks that are very specialize. They specialize in crunching the numbers, and they look at past form. They're looking at counts from previous elections, the likelihood, the possibility. You're looking at population growth in certain areas and things like that. So really, it's a very much a desk-based decision initially. To see if there might be evidence that you sustain. And then you're looking to see, yes, certainly there was a sense the last time that Sinn Féin didn't run enough candidates the last time, that they had been conservative in the number that they ran. That doesn't mean to say that if you were conservative the last time that it makes sense to run loads of candidates this time, because actually, if you went one too many, then you can cannibalize yourself and maybe risk losing all seats. So there's a lot of fine balancing to be done. And I say I'm sure it's the same in other parties. There are actually usually individuals that just specialize in that. They're the number crunchers.
Yeah.
So certainly that would have been the first part of that strategizing in the Manorhamilton LEA, was to look and see, was there an evidence base that suggested there was a possibility? And then after that, you go through the normal sort of processes of selection conventions and looking at candidates and going to selection and selecting a candidate. And then, of course, there is vote management, which, I think
will come very much into play, I would say, in the Ballinamore Municipal District, where there are 3 candidates running.
Yes, yeah.
Now, many would look back maybe at the last time, if we go back perhaps, say, 5 years ago, and Clara Mulvey and the late Pat Gillooly ultimately lost out on seats. Brendan Barry retained his seat in the municipal district. And the general consensus back then was perhaps that the party were better maybe to have just ran with 2 candidates.
It can be. And look, there's a certain amount of trying to predict unknowns. And so, yeah, that is a risk. There is a risk in running 3. That you could end up with none as a result of it. So it's a fine balancing strategic decision and analysis that goes on. But certainly across the country, not just in this area, Sinn Féin certainly didn't have any difficulty in getting candidates. That's not to say, in fact, the concerns that Finola raised, are kind of universal to all of the parties. And there certainly is a lot of challenges in getting people to come forward and preparing them. It's not even necessarily coming forward, but preparing them for the consequence of that, because I think sometimes people can be very enthusiastic and ideological, and they don't necessarily realise, even younger people don't realise that they could find themselves the other side of that toxic culture where people are targeted. I think the boundaries between public life and personal life have been collapsed through, digital technology and social media, and there's a sort of a sense of entitlement amongst citizens that they should have access to every part of a public representative's life, and commentary on anything. So I think that's a challenge, and it's a concern, and it certainly I think will have a chilling effect on generating candidates across all the parties, particularly within certain age groups.
Yeah.
So I think you could lose a young demographic, actually. You might use. So you'll find yourselves maybe going back to, the older, the pale stale, the pales of the stale, not so much the male. We certainly have.
Yeah, well, that's an interesting point. And again, it's something that we're going to pick up on a little bit later on. I want to maybe move to the Ballinamore Municipal District for a moment. And as I mentioned, John Ellis is part of our election coverage here. Great to have you on board again, John. I mentioned in the very introduction, probably, would I say, a sad day in the Ellis household, in the sense that, at least for now, the Ellis political dynasty is coming to an end here with Keelan's decision not to run for the council again. So is it an emotional day, or have you been round the block that many times now, John, that nothing like that would bother you? There's no room for sentiment in politics.
There never was room for sentiment in politics, John. I think that's the first thing you realise. I put in 50 years. I did directly or indirectly involved in it. It's 50 years since I stood in my first local election. And
I didn't want to bring up that, but I was reading that up when I was going through the profile last night. Those 50 years, obviously, you were very young when you became a councillor. You ultimately went on and became a TD, a senator as well. And there's been that Ellis connection with politics in Leitrim for so many years now. I presume it was a difficult decision maybe for your brother, for Keelan, to take as well to win that.
No. Keelan made the decision, I think, a long time ago. Only didn't announce it till came to time for convention. No, he had done his time. He's been there since 1999. The toll it takes on family life, I think, is something that people don't realise, especially in modern times. In my early days, you had a bit more respect, and maybe it's a funny way of putting it, but people didn't intrude into your private life at the same way as they feel they can now. Social media now has damned politics and damned many decent people, because some of the stuff that's been put up on social media is absolutely unreal. And the thing about it is people can't take any action because X or any of these other groupings will not give you the information of who's put up what about John Lynch or John Ellis or Fionnuala Armstrong. It doesn't matter. And this is where the thing is going wrong. And that's why people are getting it hard to get candidates, because some parties got it very hard to get candidates. And I would say that going forward, you're going to have a very unusual mix of people that will be able, first of all, to afford to be in politics. Because remember that being a county councillor now is the nearest thing to a full-time job, paid at half the salary of an industrial worker. And you're expected to be available 24/7. You're expected to be able to get a reply to a query within 24 hours. And your emails will hop out at you so fast that you'd need to have a hair to follow up with them. So you're in a position now where it's professionally paid politicians are all that's there. And that's the one advantage that Sinn Féin has. They seem to have endless resources where they can finance candidates to become full-time county councillors and remain as full-time county councillors. And I'm told that after the last election in certain constituencies, members were told that they either gave up their job or they wouldn't be candidates again. Now, that is not the sort of politics that we want to see.
Right.
And I'm not saying that Sinn Féin are wrong in doing that, because if they can afford to do it, they should do it.
Well, many would say perhaps that they're part-time farmers, and maybe some of them that I know here in Leitrim would be working as, say, administrator assistants to the Deputy Martin Kinney and so on and so forth. So, but I take on board what you're saying about combining those roles. Now, we believe the way the boxes are going to be opened here this morning is that it will be starting in the Ballinamore area, moving on to Carrick-on-Shannon and then Manorhamilton. So maybe it'll be a little bit later before we get figures in from the Manorhamilton area, but maybe it's a good place to start with, kind of looking to preview and maybe in some ways analyse what's going to happen over the next day or so here in the Landmark Hotel. Fionnuala, if I can come back to you and maybe look at it from a Fine Gael perspective, there's no doubt about it, losing two very experienced councillors in Frank Dolan and Sean McDermott, two very popular councillors who their vote was always maintained at a fairly solid level right throughout their political careers. And the general word on the ground here from anybody I spoke to in the lead up to polling day is that Fine Gael are going to struggle desperately to retain both of those seats, and as a result are maybe more likely to come back with one. Is that what you've been hearing? Or I know there's two excellent candidates running there in Katrina Bergen and Kevin Comiskey, but is it a big ask for them to go in two new candidates and retain those two seats?
It sure is a big ask, of course. The years of experience of the two men who are leaving would reckon highly for them. But everything is open and everything, it's a game. And even looking back on the previous years, you know, what the leaders at the beginning of the tallies changed towards the end. And I haven't heard much on the ground, to be honest with you. We've been very, I suppose, looking in our own little area here in this municipal area and haven't worried about anybody else in the last 6 or 8 weeks. But they're great people that have come forward and put their names in that hat, and I hope the people get behind them and give them a chance on the council. We'll see how it pans out, but I'm no one to speculate.
All right. Not until we see some tally figures and maybe make a call from there. Miriam, you've been trying to predict the forum and predict maybe the odds in Manorhamilton as well. Obviously, the fact Carrick-on-Shannon is there as a sitting councillor for Sinn Féin, and we mentioned that the party are running the second candidate this time round. Again, a lot of the predictions, and again, this comes with a major health warning because we haven't even seen a tally figure yet, but Mary Bohan, a long-serving councillor, Justin Warnock, Fianna Fáil, both expected to be returned. Perhaps Carrick-on-Shannon. Phelim Gurn is an independent councillor who's been there from 10 years as well. Can you see, maybe to look at it from a Fine Gael perspective, can you see Fine Gael holding on to 2 seats in Manorhamilton?
Oh, I think it'll be very difficult to hold on to 2 seats in the area, and then you also have Eddie Mitchell as well running, which you would say would be maybe Fine Gael light to a certain extent.
Correct.
But certainly there would be, you're looking at nearly like a third candidate. So, and they have the challenges as well, no more than ourselves running new candidates. So that's always difficult because they may or may not be well known. And I think again, going back to sort of maybe often the gender thing, I think sometimes men tend to be sort of, we say, better known because they might be involved in things like sporting networks and things like that. And the women actually have a different job of work to do to become known in terms of a household name. So I think, there's that. So certainly retaining 2 seats, I think, will be very, very difficult. And it's a big field. There's 12. There's 12 candidates in that in running. So I'd be like yourself. I'd be very reluctant now to be making too many predictions.
Predictions at this stage.
And as well as that, I think whilst we're all kind of like to have a certain eye to things like opinion polls. I mean, the opinion polls nationally on everything have been so notoriously off the mark.
Yeah.
None more recently than we'll say the recent referendums.
And for these local elections, and I know I'm going to ask some very basic questions because there will be people that will be watching and listening to election coverage for the very first time ever. Some will be more veterans, but we want to incorporate the entire audience here and try and explain what's going on the best way we can throughout the course of our coverage. Do parties conduct any polls themselves, internal polls, in relation to maybe how candidates are going?
I think no. I mean, you're literally on the doorstep best you can, sort of
that's
tabulating as you're going along, whether or not you think you have a strong yes, a maybe, or a definite no. I mean, it's very crude in many ways, because, it's as Fionnuala was saying earlier on, people when they meet you on the doorstep are extremely gracious, even if they're not voting for your candidate. So out on a canvas, people have, that there is that old sort of sense of people, for the most part, being mannerly, gracious, wishing people well, telling you sometimes, look, you're not my party, I won't be giving you the number one, but, we're fair player, we saw your candidate or whatever. So you will get some feedback, but really it's not, you couldn't call it a poll.
All right, okay. From the outset, it would be, I presume, seen as a major shock if Carrick-on-Shannon wasn't to retain a seat. The big question from a Sinn Féin perspective now is, can you be in the mix maybe for that second seat?
Yeah, and I think, in fairness, Michelle has run a fantastic campaign, actually. I would say maybe some people mightn't have given her great odds at the beginning, but she's conducted a fantastic campaign. It's quite a populous area in Kinloch over there. She is a young candidate. I mean, she's managed to get around 2,100 houses on her canvas, and her average engagement time on the doorsteps would be 15 minutes. So that's a lot of man hours, when you look at that, that has been input. So certainly she's run the best campaign she could possibly run for a first-time candidate, I think. And I imagine she'll give it a good shot. So, we'd be hoping that she'd certainly be able to take and maybe bring in another different demographic as well. But Porrick had some vote over there, so there was a vote to be collected in Kinloch, and so whether we take a little bit off everybody.
And the vote that Porrick would lose, obviously, in Kinloch, you wouldn't deem that to be significant enough that could put put him in any jeopardy.
No, because
No.
his surplus. He came in so strong. If you look at the numbers, there's plenty to spare.
back up fairly well from previous times. John Ellis, if I can travel or come up back to you next in relation to this from a Fianna Fáil perspective, on the situation with the two candidates that you have here, in Mary Bohan, the longest serving councillor, not alone in Leitrim, but maybe even in the country at this stage, and she's seeking re-election. Justin Warnock, again, all the smart money is on both of those being extremely safe. Is that a dangerous way to be going into an election, being deemed to be that safe, almost untouchable, going by previous figures?
Well, it's often not a great place to be, but I think that in the case of both Justin and Mary, they have a serious advantage over others. One are at each end of the constituency. So basically, you then have large areas that are available to them without crossing each other, looking to take votes from the other person's area. So I would see the two of them as being safe. If anything happens that they don't get elected, I would be totally shocked.
Yeah.
But I do see the rest of it being a bear pit, to put it mildly, because I think Phelim Gordon will be elected. I would see him. He has a long-standing record. He's been there. Carrick-on-Shannon is a dead cert.
And just on the Phelim Gordon situation, though, because that's one of the big talking points about Manorhamilton this time round, is the fact that there are three independents there, all pulling out of those votes now. That's going to make it before independents, you could nearly argue, pulling out of those votes now. But primarily to Phelim Gordon, you would see James Gilmartin being very strong on his doorstep, and Eddie Mitchell as well, who would have those Fine Gael links been very strong. That's going to be interesting to see. Mary Bohan, by the way, the last time we went back to 2019, first preference vote of 937, Pádraig Fallon 915, Justin Warnock 837, Frank Dolan 705, Phelim Gordon 693, and Sean McDermott 661. And they always say maybe a good place to start for a current election would maybe be the last one. And in 2014, Pádraig Fallon topped the poll there. I think he came in with 940 first preference votes back in 2014. Then you had Mary Bohan in 812, Phelim Gordon 782, Frank Dolan 612, Sean McDermott 612. That was some vote strategy management for Fine Gael. Both candidates came back with the same votes, and Justin Warnock took the final seat on 440. He was the first time candidate back in 2024, really consolidated his position the last time round. And again, the fact that he was Carrick-on now going into this election, the Carrick of the local authority, does that impact a campaign, John, in any shape or form, being Carrick going into a local election campaign?
It has to be a bonus to you, because you're getting much more exposure than you would if you were an ordinary councillor. Your photo will be appearing in the local papers. You will get more airtime with the various radio stations. But I would see Justin Warnock as having taken on the mantle of the late Tony Ferguson. He's the exact same type of councillor, looking after his local area and looking after issues that are, as he sees it, important to the people he represents. And that's what a county councillor's job is. And Mary Bohan is exactly the same. She looks after her area, she looks after the people, and she does have the advantage that she has a big bonus vote-wise with the increase in population in Dromahair, which would be more orientated towards her than it would be towards Justin. So that is a big help to her. And there again, she's only not that far out the road from Manorhamilton.
Absolutely.
But when you look at the others, when you look at the Fine Gael strategy, they could well end up in a dogfight to even hold one seat, in my opinion.
Yeah.
I wouldn't underestimate Eddie Mitchell, and I would see James Gilmartin as being more as the front runner. His association with Marion Harkin, despite the fact that Marion had always been associated with Phelim Gordon, his location is absolutely first class. He's the manor side of Manorhamilton, and that brings him back into Dromahair, as well as being able to, at his back, be just out the road from the town of Manorhamilton. So it does give him a location advantage. And on the other side is Glenfarden, in my time, always elected a councillor. Glenfarden, Kilty, that area always elected somebody. And that's why I said that Eddie Mitchell could well become the dark horse of this. It just depends on what way the first preference falls.
Mm-hmm.
If, for instance, the second Fine Gael candidate, if she were to be behind Eddie Mitchell,
Or he.
yes, either of them, to be behind Eddie Mitchell, then the whole game will change. And it's the same, it will actually change depending on who is behind.
And those are very interesting predictions that will be coming in there in relation to the various possibilities that we could be looking at here. I believe you've been handed, what is it, John? Is it some of the tally figures are already becoming available?
Carnegie.
Oh, Carnegie had its social centre. By the way, these are available as well on the Ocean FM website, and you'll be able to watch those as they go along. On the Carnegie School Centre, this, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, is in the Ballinamore Municipal District. This is the first of the municipal districts that the votes are going to be counted. So the tally people are in there, obviously getting a sample of these. So in the Carnegie Social Centre, Brendan Barry from Sinn Féin picking up 5. Karina Charles Lynch from Independent Ireland picking up 1. Joanne Kernan 0. Heslin 0. Kenny 15. Enda McGloin 6. O'Kelly from the Green Party 3. Paddy O'Rourke 36. Gary Pryor 8. And Ita Reynolds Flynn 52. Sean Wynn 0. So obviously we have to take in, John, and this is very much your part of the country as well here, you have to take in the geographic location, and obviously it would have been expected that Ita Reynolds Flynn would have been expected to have polled fairly strongly there, coming in with 52 votes. And again, in neighbouring Carrick-on, Paddy O'Rourke, who is widely regarded in the Ballinamore Municipal District, will probably end up topping the poll again. So are you seeing anything strange or anything out of the ordinary from those figures, John?
I do. I'm looking at the figures for Roisin Kenny got 15 votes in it, which is 1 vote more than Caroline Mulvey got last time out. Now, and the last time Brendan Barry got 2, he's got 5 this time.
5
so that's
this time.
obviously where the few votes move. Yes. But what I do see happening in this is Paddy O'Rourke is 21. Paddy O'Rourke got 36. So Keelan would have last time out had 20. Yeah, the Fianna Fáil vote is sticking together.
Paddy O'Rourke, and you would be happy with what Gary Pryor is picking up in comparison to what Keelan had the last time round.
Because Keelan basically had a big connection there, because as the school bus driver, he would have been bringing pupils from that area to school, so it would have had a bearing on it. But the one thing I do see happening here, and I think we'd need to see 1 or 2 more boxes, I'd be very interested to see the Ahavas box. That's the one that will really decide for me what's going to happen in the whole showdown here.
All right, okay. Let's bring in some more of our guests on that. Again, it's just the first set of tally figures that nearly have come to have become available to us here in the morning. Miriam, anything standing out there from you in that perspective?
Well, I've got nothing to add that John hasn't covered already, I suppose, even with our own candidates there. But sorry, this is the 2019.
Yeah, what I can tell you is, let's see if we can bring
I
it
was
here.
comparing
Yes,
one
you were,
against the other, Mary.
On that, just from looking at it from a Sinn Féin, I suppose, perspective on it, the Kenny vote would be interesting. 15. John made the comparison, comparing it to Mulvey the last time round. Claire Mulvey, who would have been one of the Sinn Féin candidates, along with Pat Killooley and Brendan Barry, to run in the Ballinamore Municipal District last time round.
Sure, yeah.
We'll just bring you in a little bit closer to the microphone as well, Miriam. My apologies.
Yeah, so I see, and Barry 5 compared to the 2 last year. So, but yeah, Roisin Kenny. So I suppose you are looking there at a new candidate. So it would be interesting to see as the other boxes are opened.
Would you be in agreement with John? The Ahavas boxes are going to be very interesting in this side.
Ahavas and Carrick-on.
Yeah, and Carrick-on. If we can bring you in on this as well, Finola, and the figures have just been passed around to you there as they become available. Obviously, we would have been probably expecting Ita Reynolds Flynn to do well in this area, along with yourself and Mary Bohan. the female representation on the council the last time round. The 52 votes she's obviously taken from that area. What would you make from that?
I'd say that's a good reflection. I haven't the previous years. John,
She had 76.
76. So
Yeah.
they're down on the first year. That's disappointing.
But the vote in the box seems to be down.
That's the other thing that has to be taken into account. And Enda McLean's at 6. How does that compare, John?
Into McLean
Exactly
is
the
6
same.
this time round.
It's the same apostles.
Oh, he's obviously got that very loyal vote that hasn't fluctuated in any shape or form there.
Yeah, and
But-
it is
but-
a distance from him.
Yeah, but geographically, John, who should be really pulling well out of there? Just from
Well,
the local.
that would be close to Ita Reynolds.
Yeah.
But it's also close to Roisin Kinney. And Roisin Kinney has got the same vote as Caroline Mulvey. So that's
Okay.
what I say. That the interesting one on this is going to be Ahavas and Carrigallen.
All right, there's some more figures,
that's
John. I'm just seeing that are becoming available to us there. They have the Carnegie Social Centre.
That's the one we've done.
That's the one we've done. We've got the Jumalee National School. We've got that available too at the minute. We've also got, I'll tell you what we'll do, John. We might look at FINA for a moment because we have some tally figures coming in from FINA. This would traditionally would have been Keelan Ellis Heartland in the past. But on the FINA votes, and again, Brendan Barry going well here, 85 votes. FINA National School, this is booth 1 on the tally figures. Karina Charles Lynch not picking up any votes in FINA. 18 votes for Joanne Kernan, Sinn Féin. Heslin, non-party 2. Kenny picking up 6 votes. 30 votes for Enda McGloin and FINA. 6 for O'Cally. 25 for Paddy O'Rourke. Pryor, Gary Pryor, this is what we'll be looking now to see what type of vote from Keelan he could consolidate. 39. 15 for Rita Reynolds Flynn. And Sean Wynne, the independent candidate, picking up 25 seats or 25 votes there. So those are FINA National School booth 1. Jumalee National School is in as well. Some of the tally figures from there. There are Brendan Barry 2, Karina Charles Lynch picking up 6, Kernan 4, Heslin 1, 23 votes for Kenny, 5 votes for Enda McGloin. Paddy O'Rourke picking up 100 votes here on the tally figures. Pryor 1 vote, Ita Reynolds Flynn 6, and Sean Wynne 1 vote, and that again is coming in there from the Drumalee National School. John, you're digesting the FINA numbers and having a look at those.
I am.
Brendan Barry pulling 85 votes out of FINA. Would that be?
Well, there's 2 things in that now. Brendan Barry actually has a farm in FINA.
Okay.
His wife comes from FINA, so I could understand that. I don't know what Brendan Barry had the last time in FINA. Let me just have a look. He had 46 or 55, or we both, yeah. He had 46. Yeah. He would have picked up some of Keelan's vote.
Okay, so that's so you're seeing a trend developing there where some of Keelan's Ellis's Fianna Fáil vote seems to be making its way towards the Drumshanbo-based Sinn Féin candidate, Brendan Barry.
Yeah. The trend I see happening here is that Brendan Barry is going to be very strong
Throughout the region, throughout this municipal district.
Because if Joanne Cornyn and Roisin Kenny, like they have 8 votes between them.
Yeah.
Or no, sorry, 18, 24. Joanne Cornyn is 18, Roisin Kenny is 6.
Okay.
Now, if Sinn Féin were trying to manage their vote, they would be trying to make sure that Brendan Barry was much lower than 85, because remember, Fianna is a long way from Drumshanbo.
It is, yeah, absolutely. What the other thing that would interest me here, and we're getting these figures very much in real time, just trying to make some sense of them. I'm looking at obviously Ochna Sheelan. I'm looking at the fact that Gary Pryor is a Fianna Fáil candidate, and you would be expecting him and hoping from a Fianna Fáil perspective that he would be able to consolidate a lot of that vote. 39 for him as opposed to 85 for Brendan Barry that we just mentioned. So 25 Paddy O'Rourke, 39 Gary Pryor. So what would you make of that, John Ellis?
I would be disappointed, to be honest with you, with Gary Pryor's vote at 39. But you see, local elections are local.
Yes.
I could get people to vote for me in a local election when I was on the council, and in a general election they wouldn't give me number 92, and vice versa, because local loyalties come into it. And no, the interest ones I'm waiting to see that'll have a big bearing on it is Avas, Auckland. They're the ones that are going to start to give you the trend.
Okay, all right. Now, we'll keep those updated. Miriam, again, and I completely appreciate this is happening at real time here, but those figures becoming available to us. But if we look at, say, Brendan Barry, we've already spoken to John Ellis about it. The fact that he has picked up 85 votes there in Fina, in the National School, in Booth 1 in Fina. That, to me, at least from the outset, looks very, very impressive.
It's very strong because it's almost double what he would have had.
I just bring in a little bit closer to the microphone again, Miriam. My apologies.
That's all right. Yeah, no, it's about double what he would have had the last time, I think, which was about 45, 48.
46.
So, I mean, it's 46, was it? So it's quite a strong first showing on the first tally. And again, Joanne Kernan, the same, a good vote there for first time out. So as to the vote management, well, it will be interesting to see how, particularly transfers are going to go from as the day progresses. But we better not be talking about transfers yet.
The really interesting one in that is Sean Wynne getting 25 votes.
In Fina.
That's interesting. Because if that trend continues, he becomes a real player.
And maybe in the instance of Sean Wynne, and it's a very interesting one, and I'm going to bring Finola in here in a couple of moments on this as well. But we are probably basing, or are we putting too much of an emphasis on Sean Wynne's last performance in the council elections as opposed to his performance in the general election? Because if you look at it the last time round, he ran in Carrick-on-Shannon as well, just running in Ballinamore this time round. He's been contesting elections a long time, all the way back to 1991 when he contested his first election as a Fine Gael candidate. But in the general election the last time round, he had 1,310 first preference votes. So that may be what we should be looking at, maybe as something along those lines, John. Now, more figures coming into play. Indeed, we can go to Drumshanbo here at the moment as well. By the way, the figures are on the screen just behind us as well for any of the candidates. But I can call for our panelists, I should say. But let's look at Drumshanbo. This will be interesting because remember, in Drumshanbo, we have really 4 candidates running in around the town there. So that's going to be interesting. And Inda McGloin, Brendan Barry, Sean Wynne, and O'Kelly from the Green Party. But let's look at the figures that we have here. Brendan Barry, as you would expect, this is Drumshanbo National School, Booth 3, 93 votes for Barry. Karina Charles Lynch, who's only really based down the road in Bandaglera, picking up 4 according to the tally figures there. Joanne Kernan 1, Heslin 1, elsewhere Roisin Kelly, no votes in Drumshanbo. Enda McGloin, again somebody who would be hoping to do very well in Drumshanbo, picking up 102 votes there. O'Kelly 16, and that's a Drumshanbo-based Green Party candidate. Paddy O'Rourke 3, Gary Pryor 3, Ita Reynolds Flynn 1, and Sean Wynne 66. So those votes in Drumshanbo, in Booth 3 of Drumshanbo National School, just to look at the big winners there who we would be expecting to go along these lines. Enda McGloin 102, Brendan Barry 93, and Sean Wynne 66. Finola Armstrong Maguire, you were just up the road in Carrick-on-Shannon. Indeed, the Carrick-on-Shannon Municipal District almost goes right into Drumshanbo, down as far as almost the swimming pool and the Carrick Road as you're heading out of Drumshanbo. Those figures coming out of Drumshanbo, Enda McGloin, first of all, your colleague in Fine Gael, somebody who has done Trojan work around Drumshanbo and development and bringing business in and tourism infrastructure, so on and so forth. Coming in there with an impressive 102, followed closely enough by Brendan Barry on 93.
Yes, it's their home territory for both of them. Both of them live within walking distance of the town centre, so that would reflect here greatly. And in the other boxes too, in the national school, I'd expect. It's Enda's strongest box, or among the strongest boxes, I'd expect, and I hope it continues for him. Brendan Barry too has worked hard for his area, and it's reflected in that. And Sean Wynne is showing his face very much so there too.
Yeah, with 66 votes in that. The other area that I just want to look at this maybe from a Drumshanbo perspective, John Ellison, we were talking about Drumshanbo during the week. You made the comment to me that the vote for Drumshanbo tends very much to stay in the town, and as a result of that, John, when we're looking at some of the votes there from a Drumshanbo perspective, we're looking ahead maybe from a Fianna Fáil perspective here as well. No Fianna Fáil-based candidate running in the Drumshanbo area. The nearest candidate would be Gary Pryor, that you would be maybe hoping might be taking some votes out of there. What's your reading of it?
My reading of it is that both Enda and Brendan Barry have dropped votes in it from the last election. Okay, it's only marginal, 10 or 15 votes. But Sean Wynne has gained from 54 to 65. Now, that means that if that trend continues, okay, it might seem small, but it's going to mean that he's going to be well above the 400 votes he had last time out, and he could really become a player. Now, the other thing that I see happening here is that the votes are staying in Drumshanbo. They never left it. In the last local election, it was the same. I think, what did Keelan get? He got damn all, and he got one, I think. But he could tell you that once canvassed in Drumshanbo, the votes stay in Drumshanbo.
Yeah,
they don't leave it.
Six votes out of that box between the two Fianna Fáil candidates, 3 each.
You can look at it. You can draw a line at Kiltubret, and anything from there to Dowra Bridge stays there in the early counts, and it's only as you get down the line that they will start to move. But no, I would see it as being basically. I think that the big question mark here is now, how big is Brendan Barry's vote going to be?
And what could happen with the surplus?
Well, you see, remember the surpluses are fickle, and you will take great party management to take 40% of it, which in modern times, especially in a local election.
Yeah.
You are going to be, when you get another few boxes in, like if you take it, there's none of the Ballinamore boxes in, the Carrick-on ones, which will be massive Paddy O'Rourke ones.
Yeah, there's some more of them in there. I think we can look at Ahawillan GAA ground, again, very close to Ballinamore.
Yeah.
Brendan Barry picking up 6, Karina Charles Lynch 6, Kernan, again, Joanne Kernan, this would be an area where she'd be expected to do well, 148, Heslin 2, Roisin Kenny 5, Enda McGloin 5, O'Cally 10, O'Rourke 21, Gary Pryor 21, that's Ahawillan, also Ita Reynolds Flynn 19, and Sean Wynne 4. So looking at that Ahawillan perspective there, I suppose as we were kind of more or less expecting, Joanne Kernan doing well in that particular area, coming in at 148 votes according to the tally figures there of the 247. So she has done reasonably well there. Miriam, if I can come to you on that, that obviously will be a boost for her when we're looking to see whether other first preferences in that area, maybe staying with Sinn Féin for the time being, Brendan Barry on 6 and elsewhere, Roisin Kinney picking up on that 5 votes. Just give me a reading on that.
Yeah, well, again, say 2 new candidates there and 2 female candidates, and Kernan actually has done a very good campaign as well for first time out. So it will be, she'd be expected to do well in that particular locality. But I have to agree with Sean is that, where there are surplus and where there are transfers, it's very hard to call because, they don't, as we know in local elections, they don't necessarily transfer globally across they tend
to stay local maybe more so than going with the parties.
Exactly.
All right. So more of these, and I'll keep giving them. By the way, these figures are available on the Ocean FM website as well. Go into the Leitrim section and you can follow tally figures. But we have some coming in now from Aughnanshanan. This will be interesting because obviously he's close to Brendan Barry, but this is where we'll be expecting Gary Pryor very much to make hay in this particular area. So in Aughnanshanan, Brendan Barry 25, Karina Charles Lynch 4, Joanne Kernan 45, Heslin 2, Roisin Kinney 4, Enda McGloin 21, O'Cally 15, Paddy O'Rourke 5, Gary Pryor 91, Ita Reynolds Flynn 20, and Sean Wynn 11. Interesting to see Sean Wynn picking up 11 votes there from the Aucknasheelan area. We have some figures coming in from Bandaglera. There'll be a bit of interest here in Bandaglera to see Karina Charles Lynch, who's a local candidate there, to see whether she can take some of the votes off the Drumshanbo-based candidate. So if we're looking at her in Bandaglera, she is returning 11 votes there in the Bandaglera Community Centre in the tally figures. Brendan Barry picking up 64. Remember, no Jerry Dolan vote this time round, so we're going to try and establish a pattern where the Jerry Dolan vote might go to. Kernan 2 votes, Heslin 3, Roisin Kenny 1, Enda McGloin, again based in Drumshanbo, well known in the Bandaglera area, 156. Kelly from the Green Party, again based in Drumshanbo, 6 votes. Paddy O'Rourke 4, Gary Pryor 6, Eva Reynolds Flynn 2, and Sean Wynn, Drumshanbo based, will be very familiar to a lot of people there from his involvement in the vocational school, picking up 34 votes in Bandaglera. So no Jerry Dolan, Finola Armstrong Maguire in running this time round. And in Bandaglera, we'd have been looking maybe to see where those votes are going. It would have been widely predicted maybe Brendan Barry would have picked up a fair percentage, 64, but Enda McGloin is coming in there with 156. Now, I don't know if you've had a chance to maybe tally that and compare it with the figures the last time round. That's something we can look at a little bit later on. But the Bandaglera vote, very much as we would expect it, tending to move towards Drumshanbo.
Yes, tending to move towards McLone, who's a proven track record of being a good worker. So I'd imagine that is where they're going to there. It's a great vote for him to have picked up. It's major, I would think, in his results at the end of the day.
Yeah, it's a big one for him. Miriam, let's look at it from that's Brendan Barry perspective there in Bandaglera again, which is very much in our heartland here. 64 votes in Bandaglera, so again he's picking up these votes all over the place. Would he have been maybe looking at a slightly larger vote from there with Jerry Dolan not being around? John, if you want, you can pass that to Kevin there for a moment. Would he maybe expect to take more of a Jerry Dolan vote there?
Well, he's doubled. I'm just looking at the figures here as I'm looking across Sean's shoulder here. So he's doubled that votes from the last time. John. It was 33.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry, John's vote. So he's doubled. He's still sorry. There's more figures coming in. So that's a good strong showing. And where else are we now with? And Kernan and Kenny just picking up a couple. So Barry is obviously going to. I suppose there's going to be benefits to a certain extent as well, from that individual.
Yeah. John, you are looking at Bandaglera and the figures from there. Any patterns developing for you? Again, Sean Wynn, who you've identified here to keep an eye out for already, is picking up 34 votes in that area. I'm going to be going back to Drumshanbo in just a couple of moments, so I see some fresh figures coming in from there. 14. But on Bandaglera, give me your take from that, John.
Well, Sean Wynn is plus 14. Okay, Jerry Dolan isn't in the race. But the one thing that's emerging is that, as I said, the votes in that area are staying in that area. They're not leaving it. And they don't leave it.
Well, they're not leaving Drumshanbo, but if you look at the locally based candidate there is Independent Ireland, Karina Charles Lynch, 11 votes. But really, I suppose first-time candidate, they're going maybe more towards the candidates with a higher exposure and profile.
Well, but remember that somebody like Charles Lynch, she was an uphill battle from day one, so she was never going to get into it. The interesting one that I'm seeing here is Joanne Kernan, 60 votes in Ballinamore.
Okay.
Takes her to 335 on what's tallied so far.
All right. Okay. Yeah. Just on Ballinamore, we have Ballinamore National School Booth 3. I can give some of those figures as well. Brendan Barry picking up 17. Karina Charles Lynch picking up 5. John Kernan, as you would expect, doing relatively well here. 60 votes in Ballinamore. Heslin 1. Roisin Kenny 17. Enda McGloin 8. O'Cally 20. 44 votes for Paddy O'Rourke. Gary Pryor 26 in Ballinamore National School Booth 3. Eva Reynolds Flynn 66 and Sean Wynn picking up 10. Just when you mentioned Ballinamore and the proximity of Aucknasheelan and Ballinamore, how would you rate that from Gary Pryor's perspective, John?
I'm just going to look now to see which Ballinamore booth is it. 3.
It's 3.
If you go back to the last one in Ballinamore booth 3, Brendan Barry had 9, Jerry Dolan had 16, Keelan had 63.
Mm-hmm.
So Pat Gillooly had 50.
63 as opposed to 26, and we look at Gary Pryor's figure this time round. From a Fianna Fáil perspective, is that disappointing, John? Is that alarming? Because that would be seen as Gary Reynolds' heartland.
It would, but you always have to remember that Paddy O'Rourke would have been taken out of that, because I think that's the booth out as you go towards Drumreilly.
Paddy O'Rourke, 44.
Yeah,
and that's an interesting stat to make in it. Now, I think we've already looked at Carnegie and we've given those numbers.
Paddy O'Rourke was only up 11 in it.
Right. Okay.
But Paddy O'Rourke was going to end up with a massive vote, and his surplus is going to determine an awful lot of where this finishes.
All right. And again, that's going back to the point that we made earlier. Will the surplus stay within party lines, or will it go to maybe local candidates? We can go back to Drumshanbo for the time being, because there's some figures coming in from another one of the boxes in Drumshanbo National School, Booth 1. So Brendan Barry, again here, as we would expect, doing well, 67. Carina Charles Lynch picking up 4. Kernan 3. Heslin 2, Kenny 0, 166 votes for Enda McGloin. Again, we would expect him to do very well in Drumshanbo. O'Cally, 20 votes. And there was a school of thought as well, maybe, that although he's a Green Party candidate, that some of that Fianna Fáil vote in Drumshanbo could have gone to him with his McManus family connection, who would have been traditionally Fianna Fáil. Paddy O'Rourke picking up 3 votes. Gary Pryor picking up 8 votes there in that booth in Drumshanbo. And Sean Wynne, again in his hometown, picking up 36 votes, and that's Drumshanbo. That's the National School in Drumshanbo in Booth 1. And by the way, these tally figures are available, and we'll be bringing in Martin Kinney in a few minutes' time to get an overall assumption and an overall summary of what's been happening here as well. Miriam, if I just get a view from you before you head off there on it. Those figures so far for what you've seen in Ballinamore, and from a Sinn Féin perspective, give me your thoughts on it here, what you're seeing so far.
Well, let's say it's a very strong showing from Barry. So, I mean, and holding a very strong position there. There's not a lot between themselves and McGlone at the moment, and Kernan. So, you know, it'll be interesting to see, as I say, we're collapsing a little bit here.
Yeah, okay.
How the it will, some of it will be as well O'Rourke surpluses, and it will be interesting just to see how they go. But I think it's Brendan Barry's vote is very strong there at the moment now, and what we can see, and a big gains from the last time round across all of the different boxes.
All right. Okay. All right. If we can, maybe we might just ask Deputy Martin Kinney if he can join us for a moment as well, and we'll get his take on what we've been seeing so far. Thank you, Miriam, and we'll be hearing plenty more from you a little bit later on as well. By the way, just as Deputy Kinney is settling in here, just to bring you some more on FINA, I think we had the national, was it box 2 we had in FINA? We've now got box 1 as well. FINA National School, Booth 1 and Booth 2, both available. Brendan Barry picking up 85 and 53 in those particular booths at the minute. Carina Charles Lynch 0 and 3. John Kernan 18 and 38 from those. And as we go right across the line, just looking to see where other votes, Gary Pryor 39 and 53 coming in there as well. Eva Reynolds Flynn 15 and 25 from some of those. So all those figures are in, and John is just having a look at FINA. While he's doing that, Martin Kinney, you've been obviously looking at what's taking place in the Ballinamore Municipal District, and you've had an idea of what's going on there at the minute. What's standing out to you here? Obviously, the performance of Brendan Barry would be one of the things that's going fairly well.
Obviously, Brendan Barry is doing exceptional. Look at the strong sitting councillors are doing very well. Paddy O'Rourke, while they're not up on the board yet, is doing extremely well in Carrick-on. We see Brendan Barry and Enda McGloin doing very well both in Drumshanbo and that area. And after that, it's difficult to say, because it's a kind of a mixed bag. But in general, I think, certainly those three that you'd expect to be strong and that everyone expects to be strong are going to be very strong. I think Gary Pryor has done very well. I'd have expected him to be a little stronger in some, in Ballinamore and Shannon and places. I'd have thought he put in a great campaign, and if effort should yield a result, he certainly should get it. But it's very difficult to say. Like, while I think nearly half of the boxes are at this stage tallied, we're still a long way from having an accurate picture. Yeah. And as you know, it'll come down to transfers, particularly when we have so many strong candidates, which there may be a couple of them over the quota. and we'll be looking at where that goes back to then. And depending on geography, everything is local in local politics, and we see that across the whole area. It's people vote for people rather than for parties almost.
All right.
And you're going to see that when you see them transferred out after the people that's over the quota.
Can I just update you as well on some figures from Drumcong National School? And again, an area situated almost between Drumshanbo and Ballinamore. Brendan Barry again, 132. Karina Charles Lynch, 7. Joanne Kernan, 5. Heslin, 1. Roisin Kinney, 5. 64 votes for Enda McGloin and Drumcong. O'Kelly picking up 33 from the Green Party. 5 from Paddy O'Rourke. 13 for Gary Pryor. 6 for Eva Reynolds Flynn, and Sean Wynne picking up 23 votes there in the Drumcong area. With John Ellis, if I can just talk to you about FINA now, because we've got that second box open from FINA National School, and obviously it's your heartland, your own area there. You're going to be looking at maybe where the Keelan vote is going to go to. What's the latest John Ellis take now on what we're seeing coming out of FINA?
I think it hasn't changed from what I said earlier. Remember that votes stay local, and as I said, Brendan Barry has a connection to FINA, and that's reflecting in the figures that's coming out of it. But the one thing that I see happening here is that Paddy, as I said earlier on, Paddy O'Rourke's surplus, and if the surplus is with Brendan Barry and Enda McGloin, they're going to determine it. And remember that if Brendan Barry and Enda McGloin have surpluses, they're going to, as I said, stay in Drumshanbo. They're not going to travel. The votes don't travel in a local election till you get down to the 6s and the 7s. And my opinion is that Sean Wynne, I still maintain, could be a big player in the end of this.
All right.
At the end of it.
Okay, Martin. Let's.
Now, the only thing I will say is that the Fine Gael vote is more likely to transfer at a stronger pace than because it normally does.
Mm-hmm. Yes, but Martin,
Brendan Barry with a big surplus here.
Yes,
would definitely, I think, be putting you under pressure, Martin, to get a second seat.
Yeah.
I was just going to ask that. That's taken the words out of my mouth, because obviously with Brendan Barry attracting such an impressive vote so far, people will be looking at the party strategy of running 3 candidates in the Ballinamore municipal district. Let's talk about that now. The fact that Barry's surplus, or could be looking at a surplus by the early
certainly looks that way. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. How is that going to impact that decision now to run 3 candidates?
Well, look, I mean, in previous elections, we didn't run enough candidates. In the election before that, you run too many.
Everybody's an expert, Martin.
Everybody's an expert. Hindsight is a wonderful thing, as we all know. Look, I mean, we always felt that we would take 2 seats, I think, and that was what we were targeting to do. And as John has said, votes stay very local. And it's that strategy of trying to keep the local votes local and build a vote in an area, and that's what we've been trying to do. And certainly, I think we wouldn't regret running 3 candidates, but we could be caught out, and we can see that now, of course. But I mean, it's 2020 hindsight, as you say. We never know in advance. I think Sean Wynne has done better than a lot of people had expected, and he has done quite well in many areas, because he's getting a little scatter of votes extra everywhere.
Yeah,
and that's what adds up.
Yeah, I was making the point, and I know John said here already that you can never compare general elections and local elections.
Two different animals altogether.
2 different animals, but at the same time, what we're seeing in the early doors here from Sean Wynne is reflecting more in his campaign, maybe in the last general election, than local elections.
Yeah, it could well be. It's hard to know, because the other question is, how well will you do on transfers when it comes to that?
That's it.
And that's going to be the key question for everybody. Is where the transfers are going to go and how that's going to work out. If you were talking to me yesterday, I'd have said, look, Paddy O'Rourke is going to top the poll and fly it. Mm-hmm. I'd have said that Gary Pryor is going to be strong. I'd have said that the 2 sitting councillors in Drumshanbo are both going to be very strong, possibly on or over the quota. And after that, it was hard to tell. But I think, there's clear trends coming out now. I think that the 2 sitting councillors from Drumshanbo are going to be even stronger than I thought.
Stronger than what was anticipated. Let's look at it from a Fine Gael perspective for a moment.
Even at this stage, Enda McGloin is over the quota.
Yeah.
He's on 950 on the tally. Brendan Barry is on 792. Now, Brendan Barry has a couple of to come that will be of help to him. Not that much. He will probably make the quota.
And going well on it. I just want to bring in Finola back, and this as well from the Fine Gael perspective at the moment. We're very much concentrating on the Ballinamore municipal district, and figures are breaking here all the time. And indeed, the majority of the boxes now at this stage we're nearly getting tally figures from. We'll look at some more of them in a minute or two. But talk to me from a Fine Gael perspective here, Finola. What's the early figures telling you in relation to Ethan Reynolds Flynn and to Enda McGloin? First and foremost, Enda McGloin, going by the figures that we have so far here, polling very well.
Yes, Enda polling is saying very, very well. Looking at Isa, she's coming behind there with 11%, which is a good percentage, and there in the reckoning, and it will be the next Ballinamore box, I suppose, that makes a difference to her, and the surplus of Enda. If Enda gets a surplus, they may go party.
All right. Ballinamore National School Booth 1, by the way, those figures have come in as well. Brendan Barry 10, Karina Charles Lynch 6, Kernan 67, Heslin 1, Kenny 26, McGloin 11, O'Cally from the Green Party 31. So that's over 50 votes picked up there for the Greens in Ballinamore. 22 votes going the way of Paddy O'Rourke in this box in Ballinamore. 57 to Gary Pryor, 26 in the earlier one. 126 to Ethan Reynolds Flynn, and 16 to Sean Wynn on those that latest box that we have in Ballinamore. So again, Martin, Ballinamore, an area that you'll be very familiar with. Are you seeing any trends developing here?
Well, look, it's very clear that again, the votes are staying local by and large, a lot of them. Brendan Barry also gets a few votes in Ballinamore every time, and that's to be seen there again. I think Gary Pryor also, I would have expected him to do a little better in Ballinamore, to be honest. And, I think everyone would have expected that. But Eda Flynn is also doing very well. She's local to the town, and, I heard stories some time ago, that she could be under pressure and all that. I don't think that's going to be the case, and I never really figured it was. I think she had about 700 votes 5 years ago, and it's probably going to be there or thereabouts, or maybe a little over that this time again.
Okay, yeah, you'll be looking at that maintaining again. Let's go back to the Field of Fall perspective again here in Ballinamore, John, and there's no doubt about it. There's also an interesting take there. Obviously, Keelan's old vote from there in the past as well. But from the Ballinamore end of it, and again, the fact that Gary Pryor is a first-time candidate there, how are you reading it there from Fianna Fáil perspective at the minute?
I still see Fianna Fáil being able to hold on to 2. But as I said, there'll be an awful dependence by an awful lot of candidates on what they can take from Paddy O'Rourke's surplus. Paddy O'Rourke's surplus is going to be critical, because if Roisin Kinney is now 200 votes behind Joanne Cornian, and that would mean that she would need to get a massive take from both Ahavas and Carrick-on to catch Joanne. She'd get a very hard mark. And what do you think? Well, that's my opinion of it.
We're waiting, I think, for figures to come in from there. Let's look at Drumshanbo. Let's go back to Drumshanbo for the time being. We've got booth 3 in Drumshanbo now here available to us as well. Brendan Barry, 93. Karina Charles Lynch, again based in Ballinaglara, 4. 1 vote for Joanne Kernan here. 1 vote for Heslin in this booth, this particular box. No votes for Roisin Kenny. 102 for Enda McGloin, again in his own area. 16 for O'Cally from the Green Party. 3 for Paddy O'Rourke. 3 for Gary Pryor. 1 for Ethan Reynolds Flynn, and Sean Wynn now has picked up 66 votes there. We haven't got anybody here from the Green Party at the moment. We will be getting representation from them a little bit later on. Just on the Green Party candidate there, one of the youngest to run in this election in O'Cally, and obviously had Fianna Fáil connections in Drumshanbo from the McManus family. We spoke about that a little bit earlier on as well there. Interesting to see the vote that he's pulling out of Ballinamore, though.
Absolutely, and what I've heard people say, that he's very well got on the doorstep. Very, very nice lad, with young people. And, we need to recognise, the green movement and the whole concern about the environment is something that's very much a concern for a lot of younger people. And this quality of the candidate as well, like he's very nice lad, very well got. And with people across all age groups, I've had people from, I know he was out with the active age group in Drumreilly and even danced with them all around the dance hall and everything. So, he's somebody who really obviously has a good personality and a good way with them. Yeah, and that's reflected reflected, I think, in the votes he's getting scattered across the entire area.
Across, but if we're to look at it maybe in Drumshanbo and going back to what we said there, 20, 29 and 16 is figures coming in from the 3 boxes in Drumshanbo. Again, the fact that he's based there, would you have expected him to be a little bit stronger in Drumshanbo?
Well, I would have, but at the same time, and this is rural Ireland, and the Green Party, as we know, get an awful knock-on, but deserve it or not, they do get an awful knock-on, and it's difficult for anybody, with the Green label going out there on the doorstep. And I know my sister met him and said to him, I hope you're not getting too many Aitons on the doorstep, because a lot of people have this, and some of it is quite unfair, have a tendency to be very vocal toward Green Party policies and difficulties they're having, particularly around farming and rural Ireland and that. But I think his personality and his way with them and his ability to I think meet with people and greet them and he's just a nice lad. He's the kind of one woman said he's the kind of lad you'd like to see your daughter coming home with.
Yeah. All right. Okay. Finola, let's get your take here again on Ballinamore, and you're digesting those figures as and when they're breaking here. They're coming into us at real time. Any major surprises here so far, given that we've got the vast, I suppose, majority of the figures here, but the tally figures nearly received from the booths now at this stage. We're waiting for Ahavas at the moment. We're waiting for Carrick-on and those and Newtown Gore, so they will be interesting. But we've had a good look at Drumshanbo, we've had a good look at Ballinamore, Drumcong, Bandaglair, areas like that. And again, give me what you're hearing on it so far.
I'm reading the percentages at the bottom, actually, the percentages that show who's doing well, and I can see there Brendan Barry is doing very well, and 18% of what has come in so far. But Enda McLean has come in with 21% of the vote so far, which is excellent, and I would think leaves him safe. Carrick-on is going to make a huge difference to Paddy O'Rourke. While he has 11% there, I'm sure that will go way up, and it will affect everybody else as percentages too.
Yeah, those percentages are very interesting indeed to see where the various candidates are coming in at that. John, let's look at it again, I suppose, from this Fianna Fáil perspective here on it, and again from the votes that we've looked at. We spoke in depth about Fianna. Some of those other areas now, I know what you said about Ahavas and Carrick-on. We're going to be looking at those, but in any ways, we're probably going to be very much, I think they're becoming available to us now, those figures as we speak. Indeed, we have Ballinamore, National School Booth 3 has come in there. And we also have, Ballinamore National School Booth 3. So Barry 17, Charles Lynch 5, 60 votes for Joanne Kernan in there as well. I'm just looking for some of the big movers here. Paddy O'Rourke picking up 44 votes. Again, no major surprises there on that one. So, John, from those latest set of figures.
Paddy O'Rourke has picked up 286 votes in the first booth. In Carrick-on, Boot 2 in Carrick-on. He's now on 890. So Enda McLean is on 964 and Brendan Barry is 807. There's going to be a massive gap between the top 3 and the rest. Massive.
Paddy O'Rourke 200 votes, as we would expect.
286.
Yeah, 286.
Would
sorry.
you expect that?
Yeah, and 200 on the one previous to that.
Yeah.
Which is big vote gathering again there from Paddy.
And Paddy still has Carrick-on number 1, and he has Ahavas to come, and he has Newtown Gore to come, which are all beside him.
Yeah. But Martin Kenny mentioned to us there from the tally figures, and this is confirmation of it, that he was seeing inside that very much we're expecting Paddy O'Rourke to come in with this major impressive vote again. And we keep going back to it in this area, as indeed we've done many times before, John. The surplus vote here from Paddy O'Rourke is going to be absolutely vital in the makeup of how many seats further down the line, do you think?
It's going to go right down the line. Because if you look at it at the minute,
87% of the boxes have been tallied now at this stage.
Yeah.
And there really is some interesting figures coming in on that. Finola, would you be in agreement with that in relation to the figures there? Paddy O'Rourke surplus is going to be absolutely massive in relation to what we're going to, in deciding maybe the whereabouts of those seats when we get into the latter counts.
Absolutely, because if it stays local, it'll be one figure for others, and if it stays party, it will be another. And then if it stays with sitting councillors, it will be a third. So they're going to go as Carrick-on people vote. I don't know what the history of it is. I haven't it here.
vote local.
I suppose they'll vote locals. John's strong on that.
Yeah, so they would normally tend to stay local on that. John, just looking at some of the most party percentages that you're looking at, and I know an awful lot of these elections are very much, I suppose, dominated by the local candidate, maybe more so than the percentages itself. But what are you reading there in relation to how the respective party vote is holding up? And we'll look at this from a Fine Gael perspective as well in a moment.
Well, if you look at the percentages, Fianna Fáil have almost 30%. Fine Gael have 18 and they have 28. Sinn Féin has... Sinn Féin has 29 and others have 15. So that means that others have a quota.
Okay, so it's interesting to see those figures. Miriam rejoins us here at this stage. I've had an opportunity to get in round the tally figures and have a look at what's going on inside there in the main hall. It always gives you a great indication, Mary, of the stories and the potential stories that could develop when you speak to tally people. As we mentioned, by the way, in case you're just logging on or just listening to us at this stage now, we're very much basing our election coverage at the moment on the tally figures of the Ballinamore area, and I think on the last count, 87% of the tally boxes have been tallied now at this stage, and that's constantly been updated here as we speak. What's the word on the ground inside? What stories are you hearing from the general, I suppose, summary of what's going on?
Would you believe it? What I spent most of my time when I was in there doing was showing them how to get the tally figures up on the app. They weren't aware that they could monitor it, so we had more information than they had in there.
Okay.
So as I was going around, that's what I ended up spending most of my time doing. So they're now able to see what you can see here, which is good for them,
Okay.
And as I say, a lot of the other candidates just waiting expectantly for the other boxes to be open later on. So,
Except Newtown Gore.
Okay, Newtown Gore.
Yeah, that's all that's left.
Okay, so that's what we'll be looking for, to try and get a some figures up there, because again, it will be interesting, Newtown Gore, in relation to where some of those votes go. We've looked at, again, if we can bring it back maybe geographically for a moment or two, and the two sitting councillors. I want to bring it back to Drumshanbo and Bandaglara and that area further down. From what we're seeing at this stage here, and again, we're just making early predictions, but in the McGloin going very well, Brendan Barry going very well. Those two sitting councillors in that Ballinamore municipal district based in Drumshanbo doing what we would describe as very safe so far.
Sorry. Oh yeah, you're asking me. Yeah, sorry. Yes, yeah. I mean, very strong, and only one more box left to open there. So it'll be interesting to see where, say, the transfers go. I mean, you've O'Rourke, McGlone, and Barry certainly doing very well, and then good turnouts even from the Sinn Féin. From Kernan has done well for a first time out.
John Ellis made an interesting prediction. I know he has so much more experience than any of us here in these figures, but from the figures that John was looking at there, it seems that Joanne Kernan would be you'll be in agreement with this, John. Joanne Kernan would be well ahead of Roisin Kinney. Will need to pull a lot of votes out of those latter boxes.
There's only 20 between them now.
Only 20 between them.
20 at this stage. All right. Okay. So you've got those latest boxes in there. So again, that gap is significantly closed with the opening of the boxes again that we would expect Roisin Kinney to do well in.
Yeah. And the other thing that's happening there is Roisin Kinney will be closer to Paddy O'Rourke than John Kearney.
Okay, and again, that's where you'd be expecting some of the Paddy O'Rourke surplus to move from Fianna Fáil to Sinn Féin.
Well, look at it's local. It's a local election.
It's local election.
Well, yeah, and it's so close there.
Gary Pryor's on 540. Gary Pryor will get elected.
Okay, so that's 96%, I think, at this stage now of the boxes have been tallied here in the Ballinamore municipal district. So there's some very, very interesting figures coming in on the various figures at it. As we mentioned, there's one of the highlights so far. Brendan Barry, total of the vote 14%, 16% also in the McGloin coming in there with a decent figure as well, and those percentage figures. And obviously Paddy O'Rourke, as we were very much anticipating, with more of the votes about to be counted there. Paddy O'Rourke, I think, coming in somewhere is at 21% there at the minute. So those three predictions from the very outset, very much staying very much solid and proving to be accurate. Let's look at maybe if we can, and again, I'm going to just find out, is there a big story of somebody doing better here maybe than we anticipated? Sean Wynne, for instance, is a name, John, that you have mentioned a couple of times here.
Yeah, I think that Sean Wynne has done much better than we would have expected. I don't know what he's actually finished on.
We'll just get to the...
we still haven't got Youth on board.
No,
they're an outlier. Sean Wynne is on 438. He's not that much higher than the last time. He's only 40 votes. But even at 438, O'Kelly has 314. Enda has a surplus. Brendan Barry may have a surplus. I don't think he will actually, believe it or not.
Okay, and that would even be he would be very much depending on getting a lot of the transfers from Brendan Barry and Enda McGloin, wouldn't he, to make a serious impact?
Yeah, well, he's not going to have any transfer, it looks like, to get from Brendan Barry.
Yeah.
Brendan Barry will be close to the quota, but he still won't have a quota.
Okay.
Now, the unity is Charles Lynch has 99 votes. Now,
they're out of based.
They're out of everywhere.
They are out of everywhere.
But he could get a significant player then. Like when you look, O'Kelly is 314.
I'm just looking at that Karina Charles Lynch vote and that you mentioned. And I just see, I think I touched on it already, 11 from Ballinamore, and then the 3 Drumshanbo boxes, 4, 4, and 4. So that's 12. That's only kind of 22 votes that you're really looking at, just over 20 votes in between Ballinamore and Drumshanbo. So nothing major significant there already. At this stage, we're probably looking at some of the candidates who will be down towards the lower end of the count and maybe looking to see would their figures make any type of a serious implications or have serious repercussions on what the overall aspect would be on it. Let me tell you, at this stage, we're still at 96% of the tallies. Boxes have been tallied, we're hearing now, at this stage. And on the evidence that has been presented to you so far, John, I know you're never afraid to put your neck on the line. What can you say with certainty now at this stage in the Ballinamore area? And then what are you going to give a health warning on?
There's a health warning for everybody, bar the top 3. I think we have to be
so the top 3 at this stage, we're pretty much in agreement. Obviously, you're going to have Paddy O'Rourke, Brendan Barry, and Enda McGloin.
Well, Enda McGloin and Paddy O'Rourke are both over the quota.
Yeah.
Well over it.
And Brendan Barry we're expecting to be...
Brendan Barry, I don't think he'll be close to it, but I don't think he'll be able to get it.
But ultimately, long term, will be safe in
he's 100%.
Yeah. So that's 3. Let's see everybody else in full agreement with that. Okay. So already now from those figures, we're in a position here where we're going to be looking at 3 guarantees. John Ellis, what's going to happen next?
I will make no comment until such time as I see Paddy O'Rourke surplus distributed.
All right.
That's the crucial one.
That's going to be absolutely crucial.
And then after that, Enda McGloin is going to be crucial as well.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's the next big hope for Sean Wynne.
All right. Okay.
Paddy O'Rourke is not going to be any major help, I would see, to Sean Wynne. He will get some.
All right. Okay. I want to look at it from a party perspective with you at the moment. So we're looking at it from a Fianna Fáil perspective in your instance, John. Paddy O'Rourke doing as we expected. We're talking about where surpluses are going to go. Will they go at the party or will they go local? At this stage now, how confident would you be that Fianna Fáil can retain 2 seats?
I see Fianna Fáil will still retain 2.
Okay. You'll be relatively confident of that.
Yeah.
All right, okay. That's good news for a potential candidate or a potential councillor that's just standing over your left shoulder there, watching on anxiously on proceedings at the minute. Miriam, what would your gut feeling be telling you at present here now? And again, we're just going off tally figures, and there's a major health warning to be covered here with these.
Yeah, because the distance between, once you take out the top 3, you're looking at big distance then before you get down to the next ones, and there's not an awful lot between them when you're looking at 6%, 7%, 9%. So where all of those transfers are going to go will be interesting. But and we're still waiting on one more box there, Newtown Gore. Isn't that it? Yeah, that's the only one due in. So I don't know if that will make a huge amount of difference. So yeah, I mean, John called it in terms of the top three, and that's really from the evidence here. That's the only thing you could be fairly confident on, really, to be honest.
Okay.
At this point.
Well, I want to begin maybe some of the candidates in just a couple of moments' time and get some views on those. But Fionnuala, if I can talk to you first of all, maybe from a Fine Gael perspective on this. Into McGloin, obviously, you'd be happy in that sense. Where do you see Eva Reynolds Flynn coming in now at this stage?
I see her depending on the twos, and I just see her depending either on the party loyalties of the McGloin vote or Paddy expressing some of them over towards her as well. I think that's where she's depending on them. And it does depend on the way Sean Wynne goes as well, being ex-Fine Gael, that she may pick some up there. It's all to be called at this stage too, absolutely.
All right. Adam O'Callaghan, I see him here fairly close to us, and I wouldn't mind grabbing a word with you at this stage. And thank you indeed for coming in and joining us in the studio. Delighted to meet you. Well done on your campaign. First and foremost, I have to say I've heard very impressive things. I believe that you have been received very well on the doorstep. You've now had an opportunity to look at the tally figures that have come in so far. How you were received on the doorstep, has that been reflected in what you're seeing on the tally figures?
Well, yeah, I think we put in a fantastic campaign, especially for our first time young candidate as well. It's what we're seeing come through in the votes now. I'm absolutely delighted, and I think I'd just like to take the opportunity to thank everybody that did put their faith in me. And what I will say is I'm not going away. I will continue working for the people of South Leitrim now and Leitrim, and I look forward to the future and the next campaigns.
Okay, I hate to ask this, but even at this early stage, from what you're seeing in the tally figures, you're probably accepting that you're not going to get a seat?
Well, look, we'll have to see how the transfers go, but it's looking that way.
Okay, all right. Okay, now let's look at the wider end of things, and a couple of things that I want to ask you about. One is the fact that Deputy Martin Kenny mentioned it here, that it's always going to be difficult for anybody running in Leitrim, running in predominantly rural areas for the Green Party. Was that your experience?
Not at all. There was people want, fundamentally at a local level, people want someone that's going to work for them, someone that has the energy and the ideas to provide a future for our rural communities. And I think I showed that to people on the door, and that's reflective in the vote that we received.
Okay. The fact as well that you're based in Drumshanbo, I know there's a family connection to Fianna Fáil. I remember your late grandmother canvassing even out in our own area for Fianna Fáil in the past as well. Would you have been hoping maybe from the outset, and then looking at that Fianna Fáil vote in Drumshanbo, that you might have almost got a temporary loan of it?
No, I don't think that's ever fair to expect. But again, at a local level, I would hope that people look beyond party allegiances and see who is going to put in the work and who is the best person to take us forward. And that's why I was hoping to get the vote, really.
You very much had a number of key issues about your campaign, about your manifesto. The fact that, 22 years of age, youngest candidate running into it. The engagement from young people that you met at the door, so people your own age, your own peers, what was that like?
Very, very positive again. But the unfortunate thing is that young people don't typically turn out to vote, and potentially we saw that again. We'll have to see how the results pan out over the next few days when those figures are released. But what I'd be looking to do over the next couple of years is see how we can work to engage young people and continue to build that base of young people that engage in politics and can actually have a say over their future, because it's so vital that, again, you register to vote and you engage in the political process.
Mm-hmm. You want it very much to be inclusive for everybody, Leitrim as a county to be inclusive, the local political scene to be inclusive for people of all ages, but getting that uptake from young people sometimes can be difficult.
Yeah, well, certainly, I suppose, with regard to inclusivity, when you look at the council, it's important that the council actually represents the people that are on the ground, and we have a diverse set of voices that I suppose can speak for everybody at the end of the day, and that's what we're aiming for. And I suppose young people being engaged in politics and engaging by voting and campaigning, that's part of it.
obviously for all parties after this, when the dust settles, the attention will be turning towards what happens in local and Europe, but there's a general election just around the corner as well. I was just reading a little piece online last night. Ivan Yates was making some predictions already towards the general elections that he wasn't too optimistic for the Green Party. He reckoned they could face a complete wipeout come the next elections. But again, from what you've experienced here on the campaign trail, from what you're seeing in your own tally figures so far that we have available to us, I presume you'd be very much at odds with with that type of prediction.
Completely. I suppose, look, I don't think Ivan was in a position to make a prediction last night, especially ahead of a vote coming out today. But what we'll see is what we have seen today is probably one of the strongest results for the Greens in Leitrim ever.
Okay.
And looking forward to that. We'd hope to build on that.
And finally on the just stay with me for a moment because I want to come back to you on that. We have some of the figures coming in from Newtown Gore as well. Brendan Barry, the tally figure selling us 6 votes, Charles Lynch 4, Joanne Kernan 73 in that particular area, Heslin 2, Roisin Kenny 10, Enda McGloin picking up again in Newtown Gore, picking up 29, 16 votes for Adam O'Galley in that area, 89 for Paddy O'Rourke. Remember, this will be very much in Paddy O'Rourke territory. 37 for Gary Pryor coming in there from the Newtown Gore area, and 34 for Ita Reynolds Flynn. Just stay with me, Adam, for the time being. Indeed, we're getting printed versions of all these figures now, which probably might even make things a little bit easier. Newtown Gore, John Ellis, I'll come to you first and foremost on Newtown Gore. And again, if we're maybe looking for anything major or anything surprising to come out of that, not surprising that Paddy O'Rourke, again, in that area, was going to be fairly strong.
Yeah, Paddy O'Rourke got 89 votes. He got 80 the last time in it. Paddy has 1435. He's up 80 votes.
So he's roughly more than consolidating his position.
Yeah, well, you see, it's easier for Paddy because Keelan would be taking the odd ones here and there through that.
Mm-hmm.
And Paddy would have probably pulled them back, some of what Keelan would have been getting. But the interesting thing here is that Paddy O'Rourke's going to have what's the quota going to be? 695, so divide that by 7. It'll be 943. So if you take it, Enda McGloin as a quota, and he has 80 votes roughly to part. Paddy O'Rourke has 9. He has almost 500 votes to be distributed. 500 votes is an awful lot of
which is a major significance. Just going back again, Adam, to your own performance here, right across the area. We spoke about Drumshanbo, and you quite rightly mentioned maybe that it was unfair to expect that you'd be pulling that Fianna Fáil vote out of Drumshanbo. But I'm just looking at areas like in Ballinamore. You've picked up votes in a number of locations here, maybe that if you're looking at it geographically, you'd say it would have been difficult maybe for a Drumshanbo-based candidate. So obviously that's the appeal of you as a candidate, but will you also argue that the appeal is an appeal of the Green Party to a degree?
Fundamentally, what I would say, I don't think geographical positioning of the candidate should ever come into account. We're seeing in Newtown Gore numbers there. I'm coming in 6th place, and that's because I put in the effort to make sure that the people on the far side of the LEA knew that I was there to represent them as well, and I wasn't just going to be picking the area that I'm from.
So obviously you've concentrated in depth in a lot of those areas, and that's probably been reflected here right across the figures. Miriam, you're looking as well here, probably from the Sinn Féin perspective here on what we're taking out of Newtown Gore. Let's look at it from a Sinn Féin perspective for a moment. Brendan Barry again wouldn't be his strongest area geographically. Again, 6 votes from there. Joanne Kernan 73, and also you'll be looking at the fact Roisin Kenny 10.
Yeah, Brendan lost maybe a few from the last time. Actually, there he had a few more the last time round. I think maybe 11, and a good showing then that for Kernan there. So there's not going to be a lot between, well, not at this stage between Roisin Kenny and Kernan, but a lot will change. I think certainly that is a huge surplus. What are we looking at? 450, maybe more. What do you think the quota might be, John? 940. So yeah, so actually you're looking at 500, of a surplus there, and 60, 70 maybe from McGlone. So all to play for, I think, once they're redistributed. But the three Sinn Féin candidates, actually, it's a good showing, and it's a good showing from the new candidates.
Yep.
First time out.
And indeed, one of those new candidates still with us here in Adam O'Kelly. You've already alluded to it here in this interview that you're not going to be going away. You've got the taste now of elections. Sometimes it's like the old saying of sport, you have to lose one to win one. It takes a couple of elections maybe to establish yourself, to get yourself up and running, to get your profile out there. Is that very much what, a part of this has been about? It's establishing that personal profile out there and enhancing the profile of the Green Party in Leitrim.
Well, look, I suppose that's what comes with when working for people. But fundamentally, I think why all candidates are getting involved is because they feel like they can bring our communities forward and support the communities in the best way possible. And that's what I've learned on the campaign. It's fantastic that even as a candidate and holding no official position yet, the work you can do for people and the change that you can have in people's lives. And that's what I have the taste for. Not elections, it's the taste for helping people. And I look forward to continuing that.
All right, so thank you so much indeed for joining us. We'll talk to you after the counts take place. Thanks for all your help throughout the campaign as well. You've always been very courteous when we've contacted you for interviews and stuff. Good luck to you in the future. Adam O'Kelly, thank you so much indeed for joining us, the Green Party candidate running there in the Ballinamore Municipal District. If you are just joining us here, we have 100% of the tally figures from the Ballinamore Municipal District in and to hand. Martin Kenny has come back into us here in our studio. Martin, let's start by looking at the figures there in general. What's logic telling you? What's the gut feeling telling you now at this stage?
No, look at. First of all, we from what I can see, there's a number of people obviously safe. Paddy O'Rourke is well over the quota, and his distribution is going to determine an awful lot of this. He's 1,435 votes. You're talking about, almost 500 votes over the quota. So that's going to make a big difference. Where they go, how they fall, I think they will help Gary Pryor, his Fianna Fáil colleague, naturally, who's on 576 according to the tally. Now, I thought he would have been higher, to be honest, and I would have placed him higher. But
he'd be glad to hear that obviously you would expect a certain amount of votes, large maybe an amount of votes, to stay within the party, but yet we're hearing it here time and time again.
It's local, yeah.
No guarantees.
Well, he's not 1,000 mile away. He's not in Sheelan and Ballinamore. He's someone who works in the building trade, plastering locally. So he's well enough known.
Well known in the
so I'd say well known in different circles. So he should be able to pick up a decent transfer from Paddy. My sister Roshan will also pick up a decent transfer from Paddy. Ita Flynn will also pick up a decent transfer. So I think that'll help all of those. Now, what we have after that is, Adam O'Kelly's 330 votes is again going to come down to where they're going to go. Obviously, you have who else? You have Heslin's, you have Charles Lynch's. There's they're small, but it's the small bits that makes a significance. And there's when you add them all together, 500 votes, and most of those are based in and around the Drumshanbo area. So, we also, of course, have Sean Wynne there in the background as well, on 440 at the moment. I don't think he'd get enough from that to bring him into contention, but we don't know.
So what we're saying here, and you're in agreement with our other panellists, Paddy O'Rourke, Enda McGloin, Brendan Barry.
Yeah, it sounds safe as houses.
Safe as houses. Yeah. Okay, that's three.
Ita Flynn, Gary Pryor, almost certain, I think, when Paddy's transfers happen, to get near the quota and be safe as well.
Okay, that's five.
That's five. The last one I can't call.
Okay, too difficult at this stage.
Too difficult to call. It could be Joanne Cornan, it could be Roshan Kenny, or it could be Sean Wynne. But I'd say Sean Wynne with the steepest hill to climb.
So you could see the two almost similar. I know it was Jerry Dolan the last time around with the late Pat Gillooly.
That's right.
But you could see the two Sinn Féin candidates going here.
It could be a close tie at the end. Yeah, close tie at the end. I mean, it all depends on where the transfer. But they should certainly use it, because sometimes in these late counts, you can see a 6 and a 7 and an 8. coming into play. And I think that's why it's important for people to, it's called, you know, a preference vote.
Yeah.
Make a preference. Vote, give your 4th, 5th and 6th preference, and it will be as good as a number 1 to somebody down the line.
Proportional representation and preference vote, but yet that's a very interesting point that Martin made, and it could be played out here, because when we go looking at the likes of, say, the surplus vote from Paddy O'Rourke here, the number of people that maybe go 1, 2, 3 and decide to stop at that, that's something, again, I suppose, that we have to be conscious of here.
Yeah, and it was actually something I hadn't considered till Martin said that. So he obviously has had eyes inside at the count centre looking across from the tally, so you'd be able to see how far down the list some people went. And again, I think that's a fairly recent thing. You know, there was a time people used to always, but again, I suppose there's a lot of caution as well, that people are kind of saying, well, I definitely won't put a preference beside somebody I definitely don't want elected. So whether people are now being more elegant in, reducing the number of choices, and whilst we sit here talking about transfers and looking at eliminations, there'll be some that will be eliminations, and there won't be any transfers to be, there won't be any vote to be distributed. So I think it does become quite important at local level, because ultimately it's that balance. People say, oh well, I want somebody local, I don't care what party they are. Well, if you didn't put a preference down at number 6, 7 or 8, you could be influencing that, but
Yeah, just before we leave Ballinamore for the time being, and we'll be getting some Carrick-on-Shannon figures very, very shortly indeed as well. John Ellis, just give me your take on it here and what you've seen in Ballinamore so far.
I'm still not changing my opinion.
Okay.
The last one is going to be a toss-up between Sinn Féin and the Independents.
All right. Okay, we are getting some votes, some tally figures coming in from the voting in the Carrick-on-Shannon Municipal District. Where we are at the minute is we are looking at Carrick-on-Shannon booth 4. So these are the first tally figures now that we're getting from Carrick-on-Shannon. So what we have in Carrick-on-Shannon booth 4, Paddy Farrell, based in Bandawing in Leitrim, very close to Leitrim Village, 19 votes. Cormac Flynn, Sinn Féin, again very close to Carrick-on-Shannon, 43 votes. Garland, Independent, 17 votes. Gonzalez, Social Democrats, 5. Guckeen, Des Guckeen, non-party, outgoing councillor, 26. King, 56. Again, one of the Carrick-on-Shannon-based candidates here. Sean McGowan, based in Drummond, 5. McManus, non-party, based in the Greater Carrick-on-Shannon area as well, 8. Lisa Mulligan, the second Sinn Féin candidate, 2. Leslie O'Hora, Green Party, 3. Reynolds, Maeve Reynolds, the only Fine Gael candidate here in the field in Carrick-on-Shannon, 23. Enda Stenson, independent, Estlin based, but again doing very well on the Carrick-on-Shannon area, which he traditionally does, going by the figures here, 34. So those are the first tally figures that we've got in here from Carrick-on-Shannon. And immediately, I suppose, Martin Kenny, if I can maybe just come to you on that for a moment. And these figures, as you appreciate, are very much coming in. We're just digesting them almost in real time here. Yeah. Cormac Flynn, immediately would say Carrick-on-Shannon. Many people would deem him to be the Carrick-on-Shannon candidate this time round.
That's right. He's doing very strong, and we'd expect that he'll get a very strong vote in Carrick-on-Shannon, particularly in the town and in the outlying areas as well. Well-known family, very competent candidate. Where it's all to be done. I don't know what his target was in each booth, to be honest with you, in Carrick-on-Shannon, but I expect he'll perform strong in it. I don't know where he was or where the other candidates would expect it to be either. But look, we've only got, I think, Anna Duff and Carrick-on-Shannon booth 4 is that we've got in at the moment. So we're it's only a toe in the water. Yes, we have a long way to go before we get any kind of a picture on it.
It's a long way to go. The other candidates that you would be expecting probably to do well there would be obviously King, the Fianna Fáil candidate here. Yes. Again, Carrick-on-Shannon base. So you'd be expecting maybe that Stephen King would be doing fairly well there too.
Yeah, he's on 56 votes. 56 votes. He's doing quite well there also. Again, and of course you have Paddy Farrell out the road, not very far away either. And yeah, I think if I was suggesting, where it's going to go in the overall, when we're looking at the end of it, I would say that a lot of the sitting councillors are going to be safe. But as we know, there's a little bit of space been made in that Fine Gael is only running one candidate where they had 2 sitting councillors before, and that will create a bit of space there. What will happen with that, we don't know. But I'd say now it's going to be a dogfight at the end as to where end ends up in Carrick-on-Shannon, because it is going to be a very, very tight constituency to call the last 2 seats.
We've got another booth open there in Carrick-on-Shannon as well. It's the Anaduff National School is coming into us as well at this stage. So Paddy Farrell, Fianna Fáil 7, Cormac Flynn, Sinn Féin 6, Garland non-party 4, Gonzalez, Social Democrats 5, Des Gucking, this would be very much Des's backyard, 101 votes. Stephen King 2 votes. Sean McGowan just up the road in Drummett 51. McManus 1. Lisa Mulligan, the Sinn Féin candidate 9. Leslie O'Hora 0. And again, a candidate that you would expect to do well here, Maeve Reynolds, Fine Gael, more or less based in Jamestown and enough that part of the country, 113. Enda Stinson 17. So let's bring John Ellis in and see what we're reading here on those early figures, John. Looking at Anaduff, I suppose when you look at Anaduff, again, an outgoing councillor, somebody maybe who not afraid to rock the establishment in any shape or form is Des Gucking, and we're always going to be watching out to see how Des is going to be performing.
Yeah, what did Des get this time?
Des 101 in Anaduff.
He's improved by 5.
96 last time,
yeah.
If he picks up 5 extra in every polling booth, he'll survive.
Well, he has 26 in Carrick-on-Shannon in booth 4, and again, he was one of those candidates, I suppose.
In booth 4, the last time all he had was 16.
Yeah. So there you go. Interesting figures coming in that sense.
You don't know what's going to happen in this one, because you need to get at least 4
Miriam,
or 5.
just before, I want to bring Finola back in as well. Let's see the fact that it's Carrick-on-Shannon. Just before, Miriam, if I can get it from you there in a second, any early indications there that you're seeing? What about the 2 Sinn Féin candidates? Cormac Flynn going fairly well.
Yeah, nothing to add that Martin hasn't said already. He's done a good campaign and he has a good vote coming out already. So we'll wait and see how the next 10 rounds go. I'll step out here and let Finola hop in here. Yeah.
We'll bring in Finola here on it, because she, as we mentioned from at the very beginning of our broadcast today, she's an outgoing councillor in the Carrick-on-Shannon area, was elected in the last 2 elections in Carrick-on-Shannon, so knows what it's like to take some seats. I can give you some of these figures here off the laptop live. We've got in Anaduff National School and Carrick-on-Shannon booth 4 so far. Just looking at it from an Anaduff perspective there, Sean McGowan obviously doing well at 51. Des Gucking pulling in 101 votes, and in many ways, maybe your successor, if we can call her that, on the paper, Maeve Reynolds 113. Those are the votes in the Carrick-on-Shannon area. Sorry, in Anaduff, and in Carrick-on-Shannon, you can see Paddy Farrell 19, Cormac Flynn 43, Garland 17, Gonzalez 5, Gucking 26, King 56, a Carrick-based candidate, McGowan 5, McManus 8, Mulligan 2, O'Hora 3, Reynolds, Fine Gael 23 for Maeve Reynolds there, and in the Stinson 34. If it was maybe to look at the Carrick-on-Shannon fact, and 23 votes for Maeve Reynolds. I know it's only 1 booth there, 1 box, the Carrick-on-Shannon booth number 4. It was widely regarded that Maeve Reynolds would be almost a kind of like a Carrick-on-Shannon based candidate, or would that have been a wrong assumption to have made?
Well, being the only Fine Gael candidate, we'd have to say that she's the Carrick candidate, but this is her home territory in Anaduff, and that's where she grew up. That would be her primary school, and that would be her neighbourhood as a child growing up and a teenager. Since then, she has moved to the Jamestown area of Carrick-on-Shannon, and her working life has been from there. But as others have said beforehand, this is very local in that you can see in the Anaduff box, she has gotten a great vote. It's local to Des Gucking, the councillor currently too, and it's also local for Sean McGowan, so it's showing its strength there in the locality. And when you move to the Carrick, Stephen King is living in Carrick-on-Shannon, and he is very local and has been seen to be local in the area, so he's pulled strongly there, as has Cormac Flynn. He is Carrick-on-Shannon based, and that's where you'd expect to see a good strength with him too.
Martin Kinney, if I could just ask you one thing there, maybe on the Des Gucking vote, and we talked about him. Obviously Anaduff would be an area where he'd need to be doing well, and it was always going to be interesting to see how Maeve Reynolds was going to impact him there. Would you feel that the fact that she has taken 113 votes in Anaduff, Des is 101, would that in any ways put alarm bells ringing if you're in the Des Gucking camp?
Well, no, I think Des has held his vote. you know, and a lot of people were saying, you know, that he would be squeezed a little bit because of course Maeve is right in the same and from the same parish as him and local to him, but Des has pretty much held his vote and is up a little bit, in fact, and I think in the other one in Carrick-on-Shannon he's up slightly as well. So, you know, it's only a toe in the water. We're only 2 yet. You know, there's an awful long way to go. So I think if we look, probably when we have 7 or 8 boxes in, you'd see a little bit of a trend depending on where they are. But it's the old story. People vote for local people, you know. Yeah. Like I think both Finola and Thomas Mulligan the last time wouldn't have got half of what Maeve has got this time in that box. So, you know, that tells you that it was the local persons getting the vote there. And similarly in Carrick-on-Shannon, you know, that vote is well down from what Fine Gael would have got the last time around, because you had Finola in the town with it, you know. So yeah, it's really down to that. It's votes staying locally in their own local areas. It'll be about transfers then later on.
Just when we're waiting for some more figures to come in, Finola, one of the big challenges, I think it was widely known and widely accepted, that it was difficult for Fine Gael to get candidates to run this time round. Maeve, actually, you could say Maeve Reynolds probably came late to the party, in the sense that when her decision to run was announced, and obviously no second candidate being selected. Is that a disappointment, considering the infrastructure and the spending that has been done and the improvements that have been made in Carrick-on-Shannon? You would have felt maybe that somebody would have been almost very eager to go to try and replace you, to align yourself to the Fine Gael brand, considering the investment in infrastructure and tourism that we've seen here in the area over the last 5-10 years.
Absolutely, but there were people who were willing to go, but when they were given time to think about it, they stood back. And that might well be the case. You know, things have been done. Money certainly has come into the county in general and to our area. But when they saw the work and the way it would impede on their present work and situation, they probably stood back. But certainly there were good names having conversations with, and they just said no at the end. And that's the pity, and that's what has to change, that people are given the freedom to be work well with the people and represent them, and ignore the
yeah. There's been a lot of issues there over most of the course. When you were a councillor, maybe when Martin was a councillor, I was just thinking of coming in here yesterday evening. We travelled up from Killooney and for the setup, and the traffic from the whole Cartobber Road coming in, absolutely a bottleneck. The whole issue of a bypass around Carrick-on-Shannon, was that one that came up much in the election canvassing?
It came up in looking at where it's located, and certainly people who are living near to the track, as it's been shown, aren't happy because it's going very near their estate. But it has to go somewhere. It has to happen, and it's a very, very big undertaking.
All right, okay. We'll obviously talk more about that a little bit later on, but I think we can go now to Gorva, that part of the Carrick-on-Shannon municipal district, and see where the votes would be picked up here. 16 votes for Paddy Farrell in the Gorva area, Cormac Flynn 4, Garland 1, Gonzalez 3, Guckeen 13, King 0, McGowan 14, McManus 6, Lisa Mulligan 27, Sinn Féin's second candidate running this time round, along with Cormac Flynn. And this really is most the first box that we're going to really see that will be impacting her in a positive light. And again, from any more of those figures that we've got coming in, it might be interesting. Yes, here we go. So that's Gorva momentarily lost it on screen. We'll have it back there. Yeah, so elsewhere, Mulligan 27, O'Hora 0, Maeve Reynolds 22, and Enda Stinson 31. That's the Gorva Community Centre. Those votes that have come in there from the Gorva Community Centre. So I suppose looking ahead, Enda Stinson, somebody I suppose that we've got to know here in recent years, obviously the county board chairman in Leitrim, a very experienced councillor at this stage as well. What's that telling you about his vote, Martin? I know you're comparing previous figures as well.
He got 35 years ago.
Right, okay.
What is he there?
31.
31.
So they found one more.
Yeah.
So he's holding his vote. That's what it's telling me, and I'd expect that. In fairness, the other one, I suppose, Lisa Mulligan has also done very well there, and I think you know you're looking at the closer you get to Mohill Estlin country, the better she's going to do. I think you know the Thomas Mulligan retiring, and a lot of people in Mohill would see him not as being you know, that there's nobody from Mohill or from that area, and I know Maeve isn't far out the road, is the Fine Gael candidate, but it's still seen as that, and I think Lisa has sort of taken on that mantle as being the person that's closest to Mohill. She lives right at Lough Earl there, and she seems to be doing well out of that on the doorstep, but we'll all know today when the fall out of the ballot box.
Yeah, and just on the way, maybe if we're looking at party strategies here for Sinn Féin in this area, Cormac Flynn would be very much, I suppose, pulling from Masonite back in towards Carrick-on-Shannon,
right, yeah.
and from Masonite out, very much will be seen as the area where Lisa Mulligan would have predominantly concentrated on.
Yeah, that's where she canvassed door to door and got a great reception, and was, you know, she's somebody who is well enough known as well. She also works in Carrick-on-Shannon too. But yeah, look, it's when you see the Mohill boxes opened that will decide what the situation is going to be around that, you know. But there, as I say, there is a space being made, and that space is going to be filled by somebody, and I expect that we will see Cormac Flynn be the one that's most likely to take that seat in Carrick-on-Shannon. I'm not sure how Lisa will do, but look, she's there for a fight at the end. She has to take a seat from somebody if she's going to win a seat, and that's the question as to who that will be and who'll be weak, and we don't know yet.
John Ellis, let's look at it from a Fianna Fáil perspective here. I presume in many ways the big challenge for the new candidate coming in here in King would be to try and maybe make himself very much known outside of the Carrick-on-Shannon area, that he'd be able to pick up votes on a par maybe with his running mates of Paddy Farrell and Sean McGowan.
Yeah, it's tough for a new candidate coming in, but I'm just looking at the figures here. At the minute, from the three, it's only 3 boxes, and they don't give you a realistic run of it.
Too early, yeah.
But if you look at it, Stephen King has output 13 votes more in the polling booth in Carrick-on-Shannon than Cormac Flynn. Now, that to me gives a trend, and if it were to continue, Stephen King could well be ahead of Cormac Flynn. That might sound a brave statement to make at this stage, but it could well happen. And Lisa Mulligan could be ahead of both of them.
If we're supported to you, John, though, that you would expect maybe Cormac Flynn, and again, I'm going to base this maybe more or less on what I'm looking at, say, in Garva outside Carrick-on-Shannon, that he's picked up 4 votes there. He picked up 6, what was it, in Anaduff, 6 in Anaduff as well. It's an interesting one that you're making. I just get the feeling Cormac Flynn could have that little bit of a profile, being a school principal in Mohill as well, a little bit more outside of the Carrick area.
Well, there is that, being a school principal, but sometimes being a school principal can be a drawback. I'm as well be up front, because we saw it happen before with Siobhan McElgunn 10 years ago, where she was a teacher in the school in Leitrim.
In Leitrim Village, yeah.
She suffered from being a teacher in the school because parents take a very unusual view at this. They expect teachers to be in school. Now, it's a very cruel way of putting it, but it's just it's a reflection of how people think. So you don't know. You see the Carrick-on-Shannon boxes open.
Yeah,
you're not going to
have any sort of.
Once you see Carrick and Mohill open, then you'll know.
Yeah,
because the one thing I do see here is that Paddy Farrell is maintaining his vote, so that's a sure sign that Paddy Farrell will down the road be okay.
And he'll have the benefit of being a councillor for the last 5 years. John, can I ask you something about Fianna Fáil here? Just when we are going through all this, the decision to run 3 candidates in the Carrick-on-Shannon municipal district, is it one that you would have agreed with? Is it one that you would have sanctioned if you were director of elections for Fianna Fáil in Leitrim? Because again, and far be it for me, very much been from the outside looking in, I would have said, consolidate 2 candidates and see where you go from there.
Well, you look back to the last time.
Fintan Cox and Paddy Farrell.
Fintan Cox and Paddy Farrell. And Des Gucklin was only a sliver ahead of them, a few votes. So the last time Fianna Fáil actually could have got 3.
So it's a decision you'll say, fair enough, it's worth the gamble.
Well, it's worth the gamble, as long as you're able to keep the preference vote together. That's always the dangers, I said, in local elections, that local elections are local. There's no other way about it. But the interesting ones you'd want to see here come out is the Mohill ones and the other Carrick-on-Shannon.
Okay, well, we're waiting for all those votes to come in, those tally figures to come in, and as Corton as they do, we will be bringing them to you here. I just see Enda McGloin beside us there as well. And we might grab a quick word with Enda because we've had some of the figures in from Ballinamore a little bit earlier on, and again, everything that we've seen in the Ballinamore area, Enda, would be almost suggesting, and I know everything comes at a health warning at this stage, but would probably almost be suggesting that things are looking good for you in the Ballinamore Municipal District at present, going by the tally figures. Is that something that you'd agree with?
Well, I suppose, John Ellis is slagging me here, but no, I suppose looking at it, well, I suppose the tally was done quite accurately, in fairness. So, that seems to be the situation, and if the tallies are never really wrong, I suppose, a past experience. And I think we might have been a bit shuffly at the beginning there getting in, but I think in general it's pretty accurate. So if that's the case, I'm delighted personally with the vote, 16%, which is a great vote. And as I say, particularly, I suppose, there's very strong numbers there in Drumshanbo, which
that's something that we talked about before the election. We're trying to make some sense of this. The fact that there were going to be 4 candidates pulling out of that Drumshanbo vote was always going to make sure that probably no one was going to do like Paddy O'Rourke, who would have maybe less competition in his neck of the woods. So that wasn't going to make it difficult. But it seems that yourself and Brendan Barry very much have consolidated your positions here.
Yeah, I suppose Brendan has served 10 years now as a councillor, so obviously you get more every time. I suppose you hope to be able to help people and do some work, and that consolidates your vote. So in terms of myself, I suppose being in government gives you a bit of assistance to try and get some funding mechanisms for various projects, and we have a very strong community ethos in Drumshanbo, and don't like naming anyone, but we have a community council with people like Fergal McPartland, and just as an example of those sort of people who really put their heart and soul into the community. And I suppose then my job is to try and lobby to try and work to back those people up in terms of their endeavours. And I suppose when you're out of government, effectively you're not able to do any of that kind of stuff, so you have to try and as best you possibly deliver for that, my own town and the surrounding areas that you represent, and do the very best you can. But anyways, I suppose we've obviously benefited from that, and people can feel that, and we keep working as hard as we can I think, over the last couple of years, we've got a huge amount of investment into the county, well over 120 million. And
that's probably been reflected just on a Fine Gael perspective at the minute, and staying in this, your running mate, Ita Reynolds Flynn, from the figures that you've looked at here, and again, you've experienced on these tally figures, how safe do you feel she is?
I believe she's very safe. I suppose, look at it, you don't want to be saying things you shouldn't be, but I believe she's less than 200, about 200 votes less the quota. And I suppose the significant issue that's going to happen next is the Paddy O'Rourke's surplus, which should probably in the region of 500 votes, give or take. And I believe that Ita will benefit well from that, because she's not far from Paddy in terms of location.
Elsewhere, what we're hearing so far would be Paddy, yourself, Brendan Barry. You're saying now possibly Ita. Gary?
Yes.
Gary
yeah, I think Gary Pryor is in with a strong chance, even though I suppose to be more comfortable, from his point of view, if he had 50 or 60 more votes, it'd make all the difference to him. But I suppose, again, I'd imagine a lot of Paddy's vote, a strong part of it is Fianna Fáil vote, and if people vote down the card, as they do in some cases, or, party vote, then I'd expect that he should deliver a significant vote to Gary Pryor, as he will to Ita Reynolds and to Roisin Kenny.
All right, as a $6 million question, seat number 6.
Well, I had an earlier interview there. I'm still calling it 222.
Okay, all right. Sinn Féin to take the second, but which Sinn Féin
as I said, with the caveat that I suppose, again, in terms of Sean Wynn's vote, the elimination of if it happens, I presume it would in terms of the numbers there, but the Green Party candidate, what impact, there was 330 plus whatever he gets in the subsequent counts, what that will have impact on Sean Wynn's vote. I suppose that's going to be the crucial issue here.
All right, and we'll be speaking to you many times between now and the end of our count coverage. Thank you so much indeed for joining us for the moment. Now, let's go back to some more of the figures that we have to hand. We have some more figures coming in from Carrick-on-Shannon. Indeed, we have Carrick-on-Shannon booth 3 now. I think that we have at this stage available to us. So Paddy Farrell has picked up 25 votes here. Cormac Flynn would have picked up 49. Garland, the independent candidate, 22. Gonzalez, 18. Guckin, 19. Stephen King, again, Carrick-on-Shannon based, 69. Sean McGowan not picking up any votes in this particular box. McManus, again, Michael McManus, Carrick-on-Shannon based, non-party, 11. 12 votes for Lisa Mulligan in Carrick-on-Shannon this time round. 4 for Leslie O'Hora, again based here in the town. Maeve Reynolds, 22. Inda Stenson, 15. Those are some of the figures there from another one of the Carrick-on-Shannon boxes. That's Carrick-on-Shannon booth 3. Curry Cramp National School has also returned some tally figures for us. Paddy Farrell has picked up 4, Cormac Flynn 13, Garland 17, Gonzalez 3, Guckin 67, Stephen King 3, 131 for Sean McGowan here, McManus 3, Mulligan 23, O'Hora 2, Reynolds, Maeve Reynolds, Fine Gael 32, Inda Stenson Independent 5. So those are the latest boxes that have been tallied, and those figures are available to us here at present. And Jamestown, there's figures coming in from Jamestown as well. Jamestown Community Centre, 23 votes for Paddy Farrell, 16 votes Cormac Flynn, 6 votes going to the independent candidate Garland, Gonzalez 4, Des Guckin 15, King 32, McGowan 6, McManus 12, 5 Mulligan, 2 O'Hora, 19 Maeve Reynolds, again based, as we mentioned here, at Anna Duff, but picking up 19 votes there on that count, and 35 for Inda Stenson. So that's interesting just to digest and have a look at some of those figures that we have to hand there. Let's maybe see where we can start off this time on that. Interesting figures coming in there, as we mentioned. What are you feeling there, Miriam? Give us start us off with what you're reading there in Carrick-on-Shannon. You've got the laptop open at this stage. You're crunching the numbers here.
It's a lot easier.
It's not
on the phone, but yeah, just tracking, I suppose, the Sinn Féin candidates there, and good to see that again, a good strong start there. Now you're at this stage with 5. What is it? 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 booths open. Tallies done. So Flynn on 11%, which is quite good.
Yeah, 33% of the tallies in at this stage. You're putting a percentage figure on it.
Yeah. So no surprises, I suppose, with Guckin, Reynolds on 16 and 15%. But I think that's a good showing for Flynn. And then we have King also on 6%. So yeah, quite happy just to see.
And from the two Sinn Féin candidates, the majority of the boxes there so far would be very much in Cormac Flynn territory as opposed to Lisa Mulligan. So that has to be taken into consideration as well.
Carrick-on-Shannon, I suppose, and Mohill would be his
area,
ground,
yeah.
So
absolutely, and we'd be expecting the likes of Paddy Farrell and Cormac Flynn and Stephen King maybe to benefit from there as well.
Yeah.
Finola, obviously, this is your stomping ground. This is your heartland here in Carrick-on-Shannon. These votes are probably maybe former votes that you would have picked up in the past. Let's maybe look at Carrick-on-Shannon at that second box for the minute. Anything there in particular stands out for you?
No.
I'll just bring it a bit closer to the microphone again.
Sorry, yeah, a good high vote by the people. The Fianna Fáil vote is good there. The Sinn Féin vote of Cormac Flynn is good. Stephen King is doing very, very well in Carrick-on-Shannon. And so is Maeve Reynolds. Being a new candidate and a young candidate, she had to break ground. No matter who was before her or with her, she is new to the territory. But she's doing well. I'm glad to see her percentage to the bottom at 15%, because she should come up in every box, being a Fine Gael vote all over the municipal area. All right.
Sean Ellis, if we can just bring you in on one interesting point that you made there before I take some more figures. At the minute, 12% there from Stephen King in Carrick-on-Shannon at the moment, as opposed to Cormac Flynn's 11%. So that's an interesting battle that's going on there at the minute. And again, we're looking at picking up on the point that Finola mentioned there, that Stephen King certainly polling well known in Carrick-on-Shannon, and getting a good representation there on the tally figures thus far.
Well, at this stage, Stephen King is on 370 and Cormac Flynn is on 300. Lisa Mulligan's on 104. Maeve Reynolds 314. Sean McGowan 218, but his stamping ground wouldn't have come yet.
All right,
Des
okay.
Buckley is on 307. Which
Okay,
to me is...
There's actually figures available now from Carrick-on-Shannon on booth 1 and 5.
Yeah, well, I have them in front of me.
Yeah, you have them there in front of you. You can see that. Paddy Farrell, let's look at booth 1 for the time being. Paddy Farrell, 25. Flynn, 51. Garland, 24. Gonzalez, 19. Guckin, 27. King, 50. Again, doing well in Carrick-on-Shannon. McGowan, 4. McManus, 15. Mulligan, 19. That's a good vote out of Carrick-on-Shannon from that booth for her, I would argue. O'Hora, 4. 29. Reynolds, 16 Stenson there as well. Just on Lisa Mulligan, I think it's important to add here, to build a little bit of a profile on all the candidates. She'd be well known from her work with Vincent DePaul in round Carrick-on-Shannon, and I think maybe that could be reflecting in some of the votes that she'd be pulling out from the Carrick-on-Shannon area. Booth number 5 has come in there from Carrick-on-Shannon as well. Farrell, 35. Flynn, 64. Garland, 30. Gonzalez, 7. Guckin, 17. King, 61. McGowan, 1. McManus, 17. Mulligan, 4. O'Hora, 8. Leslie O'Hora from the Green Party, 27. Maeve Reynolds, 21 in the Stenson. And just from looking at Finola, maybe with a lot of those Carrick-on-Shannon boxes in there at the minute, come back to me on Maeve Reynolds and her performance so far in your view.
Well, in the overall of the boxes, it's 13%, but I would be disappointed with the Fine Gael vote in Carrick-on-Shannon there.
I was just going to ask you that. That to me would be a disappointing figure that's coming in there.
Yeah. For all the work that has been done in the Carrick-on-Shannon area by a sitting councillor like myself, they've moved their vote all around the place there, as far as I can see. Yeah, I'd be disappointed with that, but Maeve still has a lot of boxes to open, and hopefully others are stronger.
Yeah, but we're looking kind of on a Duff, where an area that she might have been strong. Jamestown, just down the road from there. I just seen some of the boxes and figures coming in, 19 in one of those boxes from Jamestown as well. It's too early to say there'd be any type of alarm bells ringing, because she was nailed down in many people's predictions to win a seat due to the fact that Fine Gael were just putting in the one candidate this time round. So this is a question I'm going to put to all the three of you. And again, I know it's so difficult to answer, but is there a potential story developing there?
I hope not, but I do believe that when the word goes out that you're safe seat, it's the most dangerous thing that can be said about you. And people say she's okay and I'll go here, where I was intending to go to number 2. It's all to play for what percentage you're in at this stage. 43%. Carrick is covered, but Mohill isn't. She went to school in Mohill, and Drumsna isn't either, which is very much part of her.
You'd be hoping, though, that she's picking up a lot of the Thomas Mulligan vote. And again, a lot of people would say that could be a personal vote for Thomas Mulligan. No guarantees there, but let's see what's going to happen. Miriam, is that something that you will be buying into here, in the fact that Finola's former vote seems to have gone on everywhere, and unfortunately, from a Fine Gael perspective, not necessarily in any shape or form staying with the party?
Yeah, and funny, like we've spoken a lot this morning about how both stay local and they stay local, but in actual fact, I suppose as well, very often people can have 2 localities, and you alluded to it earlier when you were talking about Mulligan. Like you can have a network in the area that you're working in, or you could be contributing, and that might be in a different place from where you live. So people are not as localized. It's not as parochial as it used to be, because people's lives can be split now and bilocated quite a distance. So it does offer, so sometimes people would say, well, I know her, even though she's not local. Do you know what I mean? Mm-hmm. So I think the more mobile we've become, and the more distance there is between home and where people work, it opens up new networks. And therefore, I think you can get that shifting voting patterns, that were traditional voting patterns. So, I mean, you have 3 there now on 13%.
I'm just going to see if any
1,
more figures have come in. John Ellis, you've
3
got
on 13%.
Yeah, which is fairly close, and maybe that's an idea. Maybe just to look at where some of the figures are. Farrell on 7%. Let's look at it, John Ellis, from a Fianna Fáil perspective here in the Carrick-on-Shannon area. By the way, no figures yet from Manorhamilton. If you're watching or listening and wondering why we haven't mentioned it, the Ballinamore boxes were open first, second were Carrick-on-Shannon, and third were Manorhamilton. So we're concentrating at the moment in Carrick-on-Shannon. 7% for Farrell, 12% of the vote for Flynn, 6% Garland, 3% Gonzalez, 13% Jez Gucking, 14% Stephen King, 9% Sean McGowan, 3% McManus, 6% Mulligan, 1% O'Hara, Reynolds 13%, Stenson 13%, and that's predominantly we're looking at Carrick-on-Shannon boxes open, Jamestown boxes open, Currycamp National School open as well. Estlin Community Centre is in there, and Estlin obviously will be interesting because we'll be looking at this from an Enda Stenson perspective and a Lisa Mulligan perspective here. Paddy Farrell 8 votes. I see Cormac Flynn 12, Garland 3, Gonzalez 2, Gucking 22, King 1, McGowan 9, McManus 2, Mulligan, as we mentioned, expected to do well here, 49 votes in this box, 21 votes for Reynolds, none for O'Hara, and Enda Stenson 103. John, just give me there on that Estlin one, you're taking that. Enda Stenson 103, Lisa Mulligan, the Sinn Féin candidate running in the Estlin area as well, 49. Just bring you closer to the mic, John.
Yeah, there has been a bit of slippage from Enda Stenson to Mulligan, but it's not serious.
Yeah, but that was to be expected, though, in fairness.
Yeah, that's expected. They're local. But the interesting figures that are starting to come up now are what's going to come out of Leitrim, the 2 polling booths in Leitrim.
And the 3 in Mohill, and where that Thomas Mulligan vote might go.
The 3 in Mohill. If you look at the minute, Cormac Flynn is 317 and Lisa Mulligan is 154. I'll not be surprised to see Lisa Mulligan pass Cormac Flynn.
Due to the fact that we're still waiting for those Mohill boxes to be open.
Yeah.
And that could be...
If that happens, then it becomes a really interesting scenario down the line. Because Carrick nearly has to elect council.
Mm-hmm.
It nearly has to. And if Stephen King manages to stay ahead of Cormac Flynn, he's definitely in with a shout. There's nothing, you see, what's in from Paddy Farrell at the moment is outliers for him. His main ones will come from
Leitrim Village,
Drumsna.
Yeah, Kiltahart.
Yeah, Kiltahart. They're his. Like if you
That's
look
his
at
heartland.
He has 5 or 6 hefty boxes to come for him. So.
And that's represented, I think, in the voting percentage at the minute. 7% Farrell, 12% Flynn. And let's look then at King's percentage.
King is at 14.
14. So that's backing up the point that you're making there in boxes that would be open, which would be deemed to be very important for Cormac Flynn and for King. It's the Fianna Fáil candidate, Stephen King, who is marginally ahead, 2 percentage points at this stage.
He's 60 votes ahead. If he maintains that, as I said, if he outstays...
If he stays ahead of him.
If he stays ahead of him.
Finola, pick up on that. Just being Carrick-on-Shannon based, and I know we're parking the Fine Gael allegiances at this stage. Are you in agreement there with John Ellis on that Stephen King here could be seen perhaps maybe as a dark horse now in this election?
He absolutely could. He while he was third on the ticket, he was welcomed on the ticket, and he's enthusiastic himself. So I can see his work reaping rewards here, and a new face. People are looking for some new and some change. So he is a change.
All right. And John Ellis, could we see 3 Fianna Fáil seats at this stage?
Well, it nearly happened the last time.
Yeah.
Only for a few, what would we call it? A few errors.
Yeah.
On social media cost a seat.
All right. Okay. Yeah. And I know what you're referring to there and how close Fintan Cox was.
There's very little social media, I believe, this time. So, It's all to play for.
Maeve
Rillans.
You're saying inviting spats with the likes of James McLean and people like that.
Remember, you don't fight with anybody
Yeah.
if you can avoid it. And if you're going to have a spat, make sure that you win the spat.
Good advice. Good advice. Miriam, and I'll bring it into McLeod here in just a couple of moments as well, maybe to give us an overall. He's having a look at those figures, and I know he's one of the most experienced people here in tallies from as long as I can remember in elections back in 1999, and we'll be keeping a close eye in Carrick. Miriam, just give me that one there in relation to that we could be looking at if Stephen King stays ahead of Cormac Flynn, with the Carrick-on-Shannon box has been open, and the majority of Lisa Mulligan's boxes in, say, Mohill still to come in here. What's that telling us here now from a Sinn Féin perspective?
Well, from a Sinn Féin perspective, I suppose, again, looking at the areas that are the boxes that are yet to come in, the Leitrim and Mohill areas, it certainly, will be interesting because they would also expect, looking at the 2019 figures, you'd also expect them to be...
I'll just bring you a little bit closer to the microphone, Miriam, as well.
Sorry.
Yeah, you're okay.
I'm just looking back on the 2019 figures for those three Fianna Fáil candidates, and there's still some important boxes to come in for them as well, or tallies to come in for them. So certainly, I mean... that even Flynn has sort of steadied up there now in terms of the percentage, and King has moved ahead. So it will be interesting to see how the next boxes affect the three of those Fianna Fáil seats, and could harm Sinn Féin.
Okay, all right. Enda McLean, we've already spoken to Finola Armstrong Maguire about this. The decision just to run one candidate from a Fine Gael perspective in the area in Maeve Reynolds, and everybody was predicting as a result of that, as safe as houses, guaranteed to take a seat. If you look at Finola's vote and you look at the vote that Thomas Mulligan had, would you be quite confident that it's going to play out that way from the figures that we have now so far?
Well, I suppose I've just put my eye on them now. I suppose there is a number of places to come in yet, because being a sole Fine Gael candidate, I expect that Maeve will be bringing in a certain vote other than a local vote in each of the boxes. So from that perspective...
I'll just bring you ever so closer to the mic.
Sorry, yeah.
Okay.
From that perspective, I think it's too early to call, because unlike a candidate, for example, if there was two Fine Gael candidates and there was another one in a different area, then perhaps, there'd be difficulties. But there's two really close. There's the two Leitrim booths there, and there's also three Mohill booths, which I suppose Maeve is related to the Jim the Hollows, and that was a very strong Fine Gael area. And I suppose we have had a Fine Gael councillor in Mohill there for the last 5 years, and Thomas Mulligan, and I expect that there will be a steady flow of vote coming from all of those various booths that's not quite in yet. So as opposed to a scenario where there's, that if it was an independent candidate, for example, I just think there's a party vote there, and that should shore things up. And now that's just, as I said, my initial glance.
And I know you're only really casting your eyes over these. I presume the big story so far here would be the performance of the first-time candidate for Fianna Fáil, Stephen King.
Yeah, absolutely. Well done to Stephen, 375. And, I suppose it was an expectation from a very early stage when he was contemplating running. The feedback I heard, at least, was that he would be a very well received candidate.
14% of the vote with 52% tallied at this stage.
Yeah. No, it's good. Well done. And of course, his brother, who I know is a Fianna Fáil councillor in Clifton. So there's a good tradition in terms of public representation in the King family. I've known Stephen along. I've relations myself over in Connemara. That's where my mother is from. So I know a lot of his people there. So there will be very good people, and I'm sure that's reflected in the vote that Stephen has got on a personal basis as well as everything else. And he's involved in a number of rugby, and he's also involved his twin sons, I understand, who are again involved in St. Mary. So all of these things count, and he's been involved in business as well. So your interaction, your opportunities to meet and interact with people over the last couple of years, from Stephen's point of view, obviously pays dividends in terms of a local election.
What about your colleague on the council over a long number of years, Des Guckin? There was a lot of speculation in relation to how he was going to fare this time round. What are his figures telling you there at this stage?
Well, again, Lamorden Maeve, he's expected to, there's a certain following for Des, and I'd imagine there will be votes in every box for him. But at the moment, he's on 13%, which is a great start considering that, we still have Drummond, which is quite close to Annaduff to come in, Drumsna, another close area to Annaduff, and then into Mohill. I guess he had a number of issues raised about Mohill in recent past, and Kildare. So, yeah, I think at this stage, it's a bit early to call any seat because we still have only about 52% of the box tallied, so it's a bit early to be calling anything. But given the trend, that we see in front of us, I expect that Des should be in the running.
All right, okay. So now, just again for the benefit of our viewers and listeners, we have boxes to get tally figures from in Drummond, in Drumsna, Gartletcher, which would be Eater Reynolds Flynn country, not Eater Reynolds Flynn, sorry, would be Gartletcher. Would be an interesting one out there. I know the part of it would be kind of Ballinamore, but in the Carrick-on-Shannon area in Gartletcher now, where would you see those votes going to?
Yeah, Sean McGowan, because if Gartletcher, as John will tell you, as a man who ploughed up there for a long time, he always got it's good Fianna Fáil areas. All right, John.
Yeah. Right. Okay, and Paddy Farrell, John, as we mentioned, they're expected to do well around Leitrim. We're still waiting for those boxes. Kindergrass as well. Right, more coming into us here.
Up 233 votes in Leitrim.
Yes, we have some of those. Let's recap and let's bring you up to date on some of those Leitrim. Booth 1. This is where Paddy Farrell should do well. We have Booth 1 and Booth 2 now from Leitrim National School. Paddy Farrell, his respective figures, 108 and 125. Flynn, 27 and 29. Garland, 6 and 12. This is in Leitrim, by the way. The Leitrim National School Booth 1 and 2 tally figures. Gonzalez, 2 and 15. Guckeen, 25 and 11. King, slightly coming out of Carrick-on-Shannon, 34 and 27. McGowan, Sean, 3 in each of those boxes, 6 votes out of Leitrim. He's pulled from there so far. McManus, 2 and 4, again 6. Lisa Mulligan, 8 and 5. O'Hora, Leslie, 7 and 5. And we've also got Reynolds, Maeve Reynolds from Fine Gael, taking out Leitrim Village, 35 and 29 votes from there. Enda Stenson, always strong in this area as well, 36 and 51. So let's look at those Leitrim Village figures in Booth 1 and Booth 2. From a Fianna Fáil perspective, John, a lot would be looking at Paddy Farrell and how he would poll there. No Dennis O'Brien running this time compared to 5 years ago, who would have taken, I think, off memory, 80-something first preference votes from there. So looking ahead from a Fianna Fáil perspective and a Paddy Farrell perspective, 108 and 125.
Well, if you take it, he had 81 and 95 on the last occasion. So if you 80 means that he's 60 or 70 votes up.
And there you go. If you make the Dennis O'Brien comparison of 80 something, I would argue he's probably taken a lot of that Dennis O'Brien vote.
Yeah, and he'd have taken votes as well that might have been going to some of the Fine Gael candidates for all the last time. But the one thing that's coming out here at the minute now is Paddy Farrell's on 429. Cormac Flynn is on 380. Garland 179, Gonzalo 103. Guckeen is on 445.
Okay, and there's some Mohill votes coming into us as well here. Mohill National School Booth 2 has just come into us. And I'll maybe run through these with you as well this time round. So in Mohill, and remember, everybody is going to be watching here where the Thomas Mulligan vote is going to go to. 16 votes to Paddy Farrell, 4 votes to Cormac Flynn, 3 to Garland, 2 to Gonzalez, 28 to Des Guckeen, 0 to Stephen King, 36 to Sean McGowan, who we're always expecting him to pick up a few votes there. McManus 5, 35 votes out of Mulligan, for Lisa Mulligan out of that booth in Mohill. 1 vote for Leslie O'Hora, 35 for Maeve Reynolds. Again, Finola made the point how Maeve Reynolds will be well known there and haven't gone to school. And Enda Stenson, who's on the doorstep of Mohill in Esslin, has taken 45, according to the tally figures from Mohill National School Booth 2. Enda, what's that telling you from a Mohill perspective here? Just 1 booth so far.
Sorry? Okay. Yeah.
I can show them to you here on this laptop as well, and if you want as well.
Yeah, we probably need to refresh that. But yeah, I said as predicted. I suppose at this stage now, I suppose looking at it from my point of view, 497 for Maeve Reynolds, which is strengthening her case, and we still have. Just looking at the numbers here, yeah. It seems in terms of the Sinn Féin,
and if you're looking at percentage numbers there as well, which could be interesting, King I think on 11% of the vote now, because we've some got in from Gartletra there in the last couple of minutes as well. Let's maybe look at Gartletra. I don't think we've brought that one to you yet, so that could be a good place to start, and then this might give us a little bit maybe of a more overall view of it. So Paddy Farrell, again from the Gartletra, and Kiltahart. Kiltahart could be a big one in Carrick-on-Shannon. I'll actually look at Kiltahart first of all. As expected, Paddy Farrell would do well here. 111. 45 for Cormac Flynn. Again, that's close enough to his area. Garland 11. 6 for Gonzalez. 17 for Des Guckin, 18 for Stephen King in Kiltahart, 7 votes for Sean McGowan, 9 votes for McManus, 1 vote for Lisa Mulligan, 1 vote for Leslie O'Hara, 28 votes in Kiltahart for Maeve Reynolds, and 36 for Enda Stenson. So again, Kiltahart I think would be probably Paddy Farrell's home area there, very close to Bandawing where he's living, and that would be right up his alley there. So as expected, he would be expected to take a lot of those votes. And the other votes that I just mentioned there as well, that we've seen coming in, I think there was the Gartletra numbers as well just came in. To go back on those, John Ellis, you're having a look at some of those as well for us. Gartletra, Paddy Farrell 11, Flynn 7, 3 Garland, 5 Gonzalez, 70 Des Guckin, 2 for Stephen King, 142 Sean McGowan, 1 for McManus, 56 Lisa Mulligan, 46 Maeve Reynolds, 37 Enda Stenson. So do you want to pick up maybe on Kiltahart and then go on to Gartletra, John, and Melissa, and we'll take the same on that, Miriam, as well after. John.
If you look at this stage,
and I'll just bring you closer to the mic again, John.
If you look at the figures now, going back to the last election, Paddy Farrell is on 598. Paddy Farrell's total in the first count in the last time was 537. Now you still have Mohill to come, you have Drumsna, and you have Drummond. Now Drummond won't be much help to Paddy Farrell.
No, Sean McGowan will get that, but he's at 14% of the poll, which is a good figure.
So, yeah, and he's going to pick up more votes in Mohill than he'll pick up another. Paddy Farrell will pick up another 50 votes at least.
And he's 3 percentage points ahead of Cormac Flynn, who would be deemed to be very close to him geographically, and was expected to be very close to him in the polls.
I'll tell you where the fun is going to start. When you look at Garland, Gonzalez, McManus, and O'Hara, where the fun will be is where their votes go vis-a-vis Stephen King and Cormac Flynn. That's where
you'll be expecting those votes to remain in the Carrick-on-Shannon area.
They're Carrick votes. They're not going to be flying to Drummond, or they're not going to be flying up Tanaduff. And the other thing is, Maeve Reynolds is on 525. Now she'll probably get herself to about 700s, which should be enough for her to get home. Enda Stenson has also got a number of ones to pick up, so he'll survive. As I said, the big winner in this one to me is Des Guckin, because the last time Des Guckin had 528 votes on the first count. Des Guckin is now on 500, and he still has Drummond to come, he has Drumsna to come, and he has Mohill, 2 Mohill boots to come.
Yeah, and he picked up a big vote there in Gartletra as well. There is some more figures coming into us here at present, and we have now Mohill. Yes, we have Mohill National School. We have those mentioned. Mohill, sorry. Yes, the two. There's another one of those in Mohill now at the minute. 1. Yes, Mohill National School, booth 1. That we want to bring you some of the results from there. Farrell 30. Flynn, Cormac Flynn 1. 3 Gartland, 2 Gonzalez, 40, Des Gucking, backing up that point John just made. 62, Sean McGowan, an area where he's always strong. 4, McManus. 52, Lisa Mulligan, out the road in Estland. 2, Leslie O'Hara. 40, Maeve Reynolds. And Enda Stenson, 46. So that is the booth 1 out of Mohill National School. Enda McGloin.
Yeah, it's interesting. Well, I suppose at this stage, just looking at, just see Lisa Mulligan has picked up a bit there, 320. I'm just looking at in terms of the Sinn Féin, still Cormac Flynn is well ahead, and I don't know that change. So if Sinn Féin are going to end up with 1 seat, it looks at this stage like it will be Cormac Flynn, based on if that trend continues. And I think at this stage, Paddy Farrell should be fairly confident. He's on 628. I think as John pointed out, he has increased it from the last time. Substantially, absolutely, yeah. And the other point that John made as well, 539 for Des Gucking. Can't see him not winning a seat. So there's still Sean McGowan as well. Obviously at 500, he's going to pick up more there. There'll be a couple of small eliminations, but I suppose maybe at this stage this pendulum has swung towards Paddy Farrell as opposed to Stephen King. Stephen was motoring well there for a while, but
Stephen King at 473 is very much in the race.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll tell you why. There's that group, as I said, in Carrick-on-Shannon, of Gartland, Guckley, or
McManus.
Gonzalez and McManus and O'Hara. And while O'Hara might only have 46 votes, they could become very crucial down the line. So I still maintain if Stephen King outstays Cormac Flynn, he'll get elected. And I'll tell you why. It doesn't look as if anybody is going to have a quota.
No, but the only thing, John, is that if we settle our minds and predict that it'll be 1 seat for Sinn Féin, but then Lisa Mulligan at 320 versus Cormac Flynn at 479.
That's if Sinn Féin get a seat.
Yeah, well, fair enough. Fair point.
Remember,
let's talk about Sinn Féin, Miriam, for the time being, and I know you're looking at those numbers there from a Lisa Mulligan perspective. And again, I'll just bring you in ever so closer to the microphone. Would you have expected her to take more votes out of Mohill?
Yeah, you'd be hopeful you would have been hopeful certainly that she would have a stronger vote there, because that's where you'd be expecting to see it. Having said that, even looking at the surges for Guckley and Stenson, McGowan in those last couple of tallies compared to the 2019, so there's been some massive gains made there from their previous outing. So
just elaborate on those gains from Farrell.
I'm just looking from Stenson, Guckian and McGowan since 2019. There's been in
Gartletcher, I know you have them, but I've just seen the Gartletcher figure. That caught my eye immediately when it came out there. Des Gucking's the vote that he pulled out of Gartletcher.
50 the last time, up 20. And McGowan the last time, he was 150 the last time. But it's just interesting to see, and I think Stenson as well. So Stenson is very strong, obviously.
And from a Sinn Féin perspective at this stage, if we're looking at any type of a prediction here, would we be saying perhaps the best you can realistically hope for now is 1 seat?
I would say at this stage now, Mick, trying to ensure that Flynn stays in the game might be the game, because you'd expect to see a stronger at this stage. I mean, on 10%, and as John says, it doesn't look like anyone's going to make a quota.
Okay, let's recap now for the benefit of our viewers and listeners. John Ellis, call me what you think now is going to happen here in Carrick-on-Shannon at this stage, with 86% of the tally figures available to us now. Tell us who you think are going to be in the running order here for seats.
Well, Paddy Farrell will be elected. Sean McGowan will be elected.
2 Fianna Fáil.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, Maeve Rillans will probably get elected, but she needs to get a reasonable. Well, she will get a reasonable run from the next 2. She has Drummond and Dumsna, which should be, and one in Mohill should be enough to keep her
Des
far enough away. Oh, Des, I can't see Des being beaten. No, Des is going to be elected.
Right, okay. So we're looking now at probably 4 seats, we could say, with a certain amount of accuracy.
Yeah.
1 Sinn Féin, would you say? Or too early to say? Cormac Flynn and Stephen King in a battle?
It'll be Cormac Flynn and Stephen Flynn or Stephen King to shoot it out, I think.
Okay.
And, you see...
And Stinson.
Well, then Stinson will be elected.
Okay.
Well, the shootout is between
Cormac and Stephen King.
Yeah.
Enda McLean, would you concur with that? We're saying Paddy Farrell, Sean McGowan, safe for Fianna Fáil. Maeve Reynolds will probably make it for Fine Gael. Des Guckin will be returned, and Stinson will be returned, the 2 independents. And we could have Stephen King seriously challenging Cormac Flynn for a seat.
Yeah, I don't differ from that opinion, but I suppose, if Lisa Mulligan leaves the field in terms of her vote, that could be a determining factor in the outcome at the end.
And that being a Sinn Féin vote, you would expect that's going to go to Cormac Flynn.
John pointed out earlier,
there's a problem here. It depends on if Enda Stinson is still around for picking up
transfers for Lisa Mulligan.
From Lisa Mulligan. That is going to have an effect on Cormac Flynn.
Which of the Sinn Féin candidates stays above each other in the race?
Yeah.
That's an interesting point. Would you expect, it's working the opposite way. I know we spoke about maybe Sinn Féin votes not transferring, but you would expect Lisa Mulligan to take a lot of transfers from Enda Stinson by the fact that the 2 of them are Estlin-based candidates.
Well, the Estlin and Mohill.
Yeah, Estlin and Mohill, Well, Estlin and Estlin, really. I think Lisa Mulligan is Estlin and Estlin.
A couple of miles from each other.
Yeah, no, it's a conundrum, certainly.
But as I still maintain that Gonzalez, Garland and McManus, their and the Horace transfers will have a major bearing on this before it finishes.
Yeah. And then, of course...
they're in Carrick.
Yeah, and I suppose in terms of the Maeve Reynolds situation there, Michael McManus is a former Fine Gael member and activist, so I'd imagine Maeve will benefit a bit from that as well. So, look, there's a lot of accommodations, but John is calling there. I wouldn't disagree in terms of his overall. It's down to that, I think. Yeah.
All right, okay. I'd be interested maybe to get Finola Armstrong-Maguire in again, the fact that she was an outgoing councillor, and maybe Deputy Martin Kenny, who have been here with us on a regular basis. Our panel here changing just every few minutes as people get a different take on what's happening here. We're obviously going to be looking, Finola, at maybe from a Carrick-on-Shannon perspective, and it was just mentioned there the votes of Michael McManus, who would have Fine Gael links in the past, and indeed in many times, I suppose, would have been linked to Yvonne Brown-Holditch, who ran as an independent and was with Fine Gael for a while and went back independent in recent times. Those Carrick-based councillors now that we expect to be going out at a relatively early stage, McManus, Gonzalez, Garland, those that maybe that we expect to be down at the lower end of it. Where can you see those votes going at this stage? It's not an impossible prediction to try and ask anyone to make.
Can you ask me tonight?
Leslie O'Hara is another one there as well.
Possibly staying in Carrick. I'd see McManus is maybe staying in Carrick as well. He's very local to Carrick.
And that's interesting because what we're almost establishing here, and it comes with a major health warning, that we could be looking at maybe Paddy Farrell safe, Sean McGowan safe, Maeve Reynolds Flynn to take a seat, Des Guckin, Enda Stinson to be returned, and that we could be looking at Cormac Flynn and King in a battle for the final seat.
Completed. Fresh page.
And more figures coming in here as we speak. Okay, more figures coming in. John Ellis has been handed the golden tablet, and we're updating them for everybody else here. John.
Well, it's an interesting in tally. Enda Stinson is 758. Sean McGowan was head at the poll on 792. Maeve Reynolds is 747.
In fact,
Cormac Flynn has 534. And Garland has 240, Gonzalez has 140, and Des Guckin is 743. So you can count 4 of them, 5 of them safe. It's back down to 5%.
Okay, we have 100% of the tally figures now from the Carrick-on-Shannon. municipal district. And let me just give you the overall totals, what the candidates have according to tally figures. Paddy Farrell 689, Cormac Flynn 534, Gardland 240, Gonzalez 139, Des Guckin 743, 515 King, 792 McGowan, 129 McManus, 404 Mulligan, 52 O'Hora, and 747 Reynolds. Sorry, Martin. Yeah, I can actually move this.
The screen
as well. Let's see if I can move this ever so.
The one on the wall.
Okay, that's okay. Can I move this ever so closer to you?
Yeah, it's interesting to see Des Guckin has got a very, very high vote, and I think that's going to really put him in. He's certainly going to get elected. You're also looking at, I think most of the sitting councillors. Obviously, Sean McGowan has done very well. Long-term councillor, always does well and has shown that again. And I think it's down to, as has been said, the last seat is going to be clearly at this stage between Cormac Flynn and King. That's the way it's looking, and it's difficult to know exactly, but it seems that way. Enda Stenson also, of course, has got an excellent vote, almost 760 votes. I think that's up on before. So, we're looking at, I think, a dogfight for the last seat, but a lot of them will depend on where the transfers go, and a lot of those transfers are going to come from within Carrick-on-Shannon, from the lower candidates that will be eliminated. And both of the people in contention for the last seat are Carrick-on-Shannon candidates, so it makes it very interesting.
It's going to make it extremely interesting. Finola Armstrong Maguire, outgoing councillor who was there for the last 10 years, very much the final figures that we've got there have in many ways backed up, I suppose, what we were looking at there in recent times. The predictions that we're making.
Yes, and where we see the high numbers here, those five, the first five are excuse me, are predictable enough. Two ladies have to leave the scene from Carrick-on-Shannon, so where their vote goes, whether it goes to other ladies, would be a good thing to keep women on the council. As it's looking there, Maeve Reynolds seems to be the only lady who is going to sit on this municipal area, and hopefully she does. Nothing is there until the final dot is put on it, but we're safe with 5, and 6 and 7 have to fight it out.
All right, okay, and it'll be very interesting to see where those figures are going to be going. John Ellis have been looking at it there as well. John, would your take be on it here? Very much nothing changed in your view after having seen 100% of the figures?
No, nothing changes. It's the fight is going to be between Stephen King and Cormac Flynn. Now, you see, the early eliminations are all in Carrick. Like it's all a Carrick elimination.
Leslie, let's just see Leslie O'Hora there, and we might actually bring Leslie in just for a moment as well to get maybe the views of one of those candidates that is running in this municipal district. And Leslie, thank you so much indeed. Great to catch up with you as always. Thank you indeed for joining us. When we see candidates here, we just like to have a quick word with them. The perspective here as we're digesting those figures in Carrick-on-Shannon, and indeed they're just becoming available to us here at the minute. You've got a hard copy printed there as well. First and foremost, the obvious question that I want to ask you is a little bit your own vote. Give me your reaction here this time round, considering the fact that you've contested previous general elections and local elections here, and you've been very vocal on a lot of issues with the Green Party in recent times. How do you feel that you've done this time round?
Well, obviously, first of all, I'd like to thank, people who voted for me, which is, a great testament to the fact that some people actually believe in the Green agenda in Leitrim. So from that point of view, I'm very grateful. I'm obviously disappointed with the overall result. I'm amazed to some extent that a number of people who are running for big parties for the first time in the Carrick area are doing incredibly well. And yet nobody knows what they stand for in terms of the local issues. And many of us, and I'm not just talking about myself, many of us have been involved in things like, youth volunteer groups, Erasmus Plus programs, environmental issues, biodiversity.
And it's that disappointing because I hate, and I don't want to be rude here in any shape or form, but many will tell you that it's a numbers game. And when you look at, the tally figures suggesting 52 votes and what percentage, 1% of the
vote.
Yeah. And I don't doubt you. I know you put in the work. I know you've raised very important issues, but for some reason, those issues aren't connecting with the electorate.
Well, I'm not sure that, I have to question whether sometimes we go into Tesco and we shop in a haze, and we pick up brands that are very, very familiar to us without really thinking. And I just wonder, is this part of what's at play here? I mean, I feel very disappointed for the youth, of the county, to the extent that I don't think they're fairly represented by the outcome of this as it stands at the moment.
All right, okay. Speaking of youth and a young candidate that you're running in O'Cally in the Ballinamore Municipal District, give me a word on his performance, first-time candidate.
Yeah, I haven't seen his exact figures yet.
Okay.
I know he's done incredibly hard work. He's committed to living and working in Leitrim. In fact, he's...
300, I think 330 votes by the tally figures.
Okay, so
expecting.
That's quite respectable for a first time out, and I think that's about 5% of the vote, which in a general election type situation would be a very interesting scenario to look at. But he's grasped the local issues. I think he's a ray of hope for the young people of Leitrim and indeed the major areas around Drumshanbo, Ballinamore. And I hope that obviously continues.
Okay. Elsewhere, in relation to just some of the of your own campaign here, and I know we'll have other figures coming in to us a little bit later on. Just on your own campaign and the future now for the Green Party, Leslie. These results, no doubt about it, are going to be disappointing. They're, in the Carrick-on-Shannon area. Just tell me a little bit where you go from here politically and what your own future in politics is going to be.
I said to herself that this was my last time out as far as the locals are concerned. So from that point of view, I've done my bit, and I'm proud of having done the bit for environmental issues and anti-fracking. And indeed for young people, over the course of the number of years. And, hopefully I'll have maybe a backroom role or something of that nature. But, I mean, I was the only one who stood on healthcare issues for Carrick-on-Shannon. I was the only one who has a healthcare background. And as I say, I think a lot of people were kind of Tesco shopping mode when they went into the polling booth.
Okay, and you'd be fearful maybe that they could pay the price for that ultimately. Last question that I want to put to you is the local results that we're seeing here, two candidates so far unsuccessful in yourself and Adam O'Galley. Your vote, as you've acknowledged, you're disappointed in Carrick-on-Shannon. Is the writing on the wall for the Green Party in the next general election going by the remarks of, say, Ivan Yates, who's predicting a total wipeout for the Green Party after the next election? Can they be linked to what we're witnessing here in Leitrim and these figures?
No, I don't believe so. And I think the Greens have surprised before. Just look at the results that came from Netherlands the other night, where the Greens ended up as the biggest party in the new, Dutch government, when they were being totally written off before it. I think people will realise, as we continue to endure, lots of floods, particularly in Leitrim, where it's the number one issue in terms of climate, where we will have certainly in Central Europe, a really, really warm summer. And, that's going to have an impact on us as well. And where, we're the ones that brought in Local Link, John, and Local Link has been a fantastic game changer for the whole area. And we were in direct, discussions with Local Link to continue to develop that. And I hope that will continue to be.
And you have to be disappointed that some of those initiatives on transport and others that you brought in just simply haven't worked or translated into votes.
Yeah, I think we're sometimes too polite when we get stamped upon by what I call populist, politicians. Some of whom have just come on the market, so to speak, who are ex-celebs and that. I think we really need to call that out. We're too polite in the Greens. I think we really need to call this out big time when it does happen, because we're the only ones that actually have a focus on succession farming.
All right.
On succession farming for this area in terms of, organic farming and the like, where we're, with the likes of Pippa Hackett putting fantastic monies.
And we'll talk to Europe. I'm sorry to cut across you because I'm getting figures here from Manorhamilton that I just want to look at for the moment. Leslie, thank you very much indeed. And a hard look at the way things have gone today, but thank you as always for your cooperation and help during the course of the campaign. Some of the figures that we are getting coming in from from the Manorhamilton Municipal District now. We're going to maybe start here with Ballymeehan National School. Katrina Bergen, 48. Mary Bohan, 7. Michelle Brennan Shambo, 17. Kevin Comiskey, 7. Padraig Fallon, Sinn Féin, 32. Blocking Gallagher, Green Party, 4. James Gilmartin, Independent, 28. Phelim Gurran, Independent, 6. Bernie Lennon from the Labour Party, 2. And Jemma McConville, non-party, 3. Eddie Mitchell, Independent, but with strong Fine Gael links, 58. And Justin Warnock, the Carrick of Leitrim County Council, 50. Other votes that we have, other tally figures that we have so far. Ballymeehan National School, we've just given you. Askill Community Centre, the votes from there. Bergen and Bohan not picking up any. 13 going to Michelle Brennan Shambo. None to Kevin Comiskey. 1 to Padraig Fallon. 1 to Blocking Gallagher. 14 to James Gilmartin. 0 to Phelim Gurran. 1 to Bernie Lennon. None to McConville, 2 to Eddie Mitchell, and 43 to Justin Warnock. The other set of figures that I'm looking at here is the Hanglisnowen School, 3 for Bergen, 0 for Mary Bohan. Brennan Shambo, 29. Comiskey, 10. Fallon, 9. Gallagher, 0. Gilmartin, 48. Gurran, 1. Bernie Lennon, 1. McConville, 3. Mitchell, 9. And Warnock, 39. So I'm right in saying, gentlemen, 3 boxes so far, 13% of the votes tallied there thus far here in the Manorhamilton area. And John Ellis is with me here on these figures from Manorhamilton. John, give me your take on what you're seeing so far.
Well, if you take it, Ballymeehan, Justin Warnock got 50 votes in it, which I would count a very substantial vote for him in it. Maybe I'm just going to check to see what he had last
What he had the last time round, yeah.
But the other thing I'm looking at here is I see Kevin Comiskey picked up only 10 votes in a Hanlish. Now, he should be picking up more. If you look at a Hanlish the last time, Dowdican got 18, who would be the Fine Gael candidate. Frank Dolan got 3, and Sean McDermott got 6. So then Justin Warnock got 58. He's actually down 20 votes. I don't know where they went, but they seem to be down.
That's Fine Gael down 20. Of course, it's Kevin Comiskey's first time run. What about Katrina Bergen? Maybe she could be seen as a more natural replacement there for Fine Gael.
Well, the one, like, she picked up nothing in Askill. She picked up 3 in a Handish. Ballymeehan is where she lives.
So you would be saying that really the onus is very much on Comiskey there.
Yeah. But the one...
Okay. Fionnuala Armstrong Maguire has rejoined us here as well. John, I just let you have a further chance to look at those. We've looked at a couple.
The other one I'm looking at here is Eddie Mitchell.
Eddie Mitchell, yes.
He picked up 58 votes in Ballymeehan. Now, there was always a seat stuck out there between Kilty Clogher, Ross Inver, Glenfarden, back. Yeah, the Sean McDermott seat. If he continues to poll at that level, he will end up in the scrap. There's no doubt about it. And the other thing I would see is that it appears that James Gilmartin is going well. Like, he's picking up votes away from him.
Uh-huh.
He picked up 14 in Askill. Now, that to me would be a serious pickup. That's in Ballyshannon. Yeah.
Which he's going well out of Manorhamilton at this stage. That will show that he's...
Of course, he teaches in Ballyshannon, doesn't he?
Yeah, he has that teaching connection there.
Yeah, and then in Ballymeehan, he picked up 28, which would be substantial again. So the one that's puzzling me is Kevin Comiskey. I think that he's the best option for Fine Gael to get a seat. I don't think Bergen is going to get it going on what she has there, unless that there's an awful change, because she has to travel to get them.
All right.
And she has no big block that's going to come to her.
There's one other story I'm looking at there as well, Finola, on those figures, and John has touched on it here already. We can maybe get Deputy Martin Kinnigan here as well too on this. I know that it's early days in Manorhamilton, but the Eddie Mitchell Fine Gael link, and how we could possibly maybe even trouble Fine Gael this time round in relation to those votes. Is there any early evidence there from what you're looking at to suggest that?
Right, I'm not good on the north of the county now. I think I'll hand that over to somebody else.
Well, Martin, do you want to pick up on that one?
I don't think so. I think like it's only one.
I can show them here on a laptop in front of you with the microphone.
There's only 3 booths, and we're looking at Ballinamore, and isn't that Rosin? That's Rosinver.
Yeah.
And
My computer skills are
I mean, he is a decent vote there, all right. But again, the sitting candidates, Warnock doing very, very well, you know.
Glenn Farn is in there, a first time.
Okay.
Glenn Farn, I think, is after coming in as well now. So
Yeah,
we're
all right.
we're
Let's see if we can get some figures from there. As Martin mentioned, yes, we have Glenn Farn coming in here, and the figures that we have from Glenn Farn: Katrina Bergen 30. Mary Bohan 15, Brennan Shambo Sinn Féin 12, Comiskey 7, Padraig Fallon Sinn Féin 11, Gallagher, Blocking Gallagher from the Green Party 2, James Gilmartin Independent 19, Phelim Gurran 17, Bernie Lenan 2, McConville 0, 63 votes for Eddie Mitchell and 6 votes for Justin Warnock. So again, very early stages yet. 17% of the boxes tallied there in the Manorhamilton Municipal District at the moment, and Glenfarn, St. Michael's National School in Glenfarn, to be absolutely precise, the location there where we've had those latest figures coming in. Anything else there, Martin, backs up what you see, any type of early trends developing?
Again, it's very early. Eddie Mitchell, again, is doing quite well. 63 votes is a very good vote there. He's doing quite well. I think Gilmartin, I think, is the one to watch. I think he's going to creep up, as we go along. And I always felt it was difficult for Fine Gael to hold on to the 2 sitting councillors where they had 2 retirements. And I expect that Gilmartin will take one of those seats.
Okay.
And then we don't know yet, because we haven't seen Manorhamilton where has the biggest population. Independent Gurran also got a decent vote there, 17 seats for him, so 17 votes for him, sorry. So, you're looking at, I think, as we go through it and we see the larger population bases coming in.
Kinloch again is going to
Kinloch is going to be interesting. Hamilton Town, Dromahair, they're the ones that you'll see a clearer picture of what's likely to happen. But I would have always said, the most of the sitting councillors there are going to hold their seats. I would have imagined. The four will hold their seats, and after that you have 2 people stepping down. I think Fine Gael will take one of those seats, and the other one I can see Gilmartin.
James Gilmartin,
that's the most likely there, but we don't know.
Okay, James Gilmartin, you will
another refresh now.
You will be expecting now. We're doing another refresh, as Martin mentioned, and some more votes coming in to Free National School this time.
Gilmartin got 225 in it.
Okay,
Martin got a very big vote there.
Let's give the full breakdown of it. Bergen 6, Bohan 6, Brennan Shambo 6, Comiskey 40, Fallon 48, Gallagher 1, Gilmartin, as John mentioned, the big winner here, 225, 73 votes, Phelim Gurran, Bernie Lenan 0, McConville 0, Eddie Mitchell 11, Justin Warnock 3. So again, that national school area, the Free National School, very much, I suppose, James Gilmartin country all the way.
Yeah.
That's his home area. That's the area he needs to do well in, and obviously has. Again, we see the independents. We see Gurran still holding a decent vote there also, and Eddie Mitchell getting, So you're seeing it building up. Comiskey, of course, isn't far from there as well. Glenfarn, I think, is in now. So.
Okay, let's move to Glenfarn and see exactly what's coming in from there. So Glenfarn, Bergen 30, Bohan 19, Brennan Shambo 10, Comiskey 6, Fallon 11, Gallagher 1, 21 Gilmartin, 16 Gurran, Bernie Lenan, Labour 2, McConville 0, Eddie Mitchell 54, Justin Warnock 10. So those are the votes that we've got in there from that particular box. John, can I come back to you on this as well? Glenfarne, we have actually a couple of Glenfarne, St. Michael's National School, Glenfarne, and the Rainbow Hall. Very much this would have been Sean McDermott territory in the past. 30 for Katrina Bergen, 19 for Mary Bohan, 10 for Brennan Shambo, 6 for Comiskey, 11 for Fallon, 1 for Gallagher, 21 Gilmartin, 16 Gurran, 2 Lenan, McConville 0, Mitchell 54, and Warnock 10. Just maybe on a kind of a Fine Gael perspective there, the Rainbow, you would always have associated Sean McDermott territory around there, Martin.
Sean's, yeah, I mean, Sean always got a great vote there. I would expect that they would. Again, new candidates coming into the field, local area. That's what happens. It changes, and I think Eddie Mitchell has been obviously the winner there. He'd be from traditionally a Fine Gael base himself, so that would probably be helping him a little bit. But going sort of all over the place, and I think we see both Mary Bohan and Justin Warnock, low enough votes. I'd have thought that they'd have done a little better there, but of course it's a little distance from both. It's a little
distance from both of them. John, we're seeing a lot of trends here that the established councillors, the sitting councillors, the benefit of being a sitting councillor, it's very much reflecting here on a lot of the polls that we've seen so far, a lot of the tally figures.
Well, you see, it's bound to, because any councillor that did their bit of work, it's going to be reflected. It's a personal vote, is more so than a general election. Totally personal vote. Yeah. But this is going to get very funny, this Manorhamilton one.
Go on, elaborate on that a little bit, John.
I'll tell you, I'd love to see what Kevin Comiskey gets in the Manor. That's going to be the crucial one for him. Because at the minute, if you look at it, Eddie Mitchell and Gilmartin are polling quite well. Yep. Eddie Mitchell is on 200 votes. Gilmartin is on 355. Now, Eddie Mitchell has votes to come, I would say, out of Manorhamilton. He has Kilty Clogher to come. The Kinloch ones are still there for him. They'd be ones that would be helpful to him. And Largy, not so much. Tarman, no addition. Tullahan may be helpful to him. But the man with the biggest bonus to come so far is Justin Warnock.
Right. Would you be saying, John, and I know this is very, very early to predict this yet, or make even such a...
He can predict it now. With
26% of the vote tallied, are you saying that Fine Gael could be in danger of losing both seats?
There'll be what you call it? There'll be 3 seats to be divided, or 2 seats to be divided between the 2 independents and Fine Gael.
Yeah.
Martin?
Yeah, that's it. Exactly. I think the last 2 seats are up for grabs. Very difficult to know.
Right.
I think Gilmartin is going to take a seat.
Yes.
I think Eddie Mitchell could be in for a shout. At the end of it all, and if he is, it will be the expense of Fine Gael as well. So I mean, we're another refresh. I think there's another one up there.
Okay. Yeah. I'm going to bring in Finola Armstrong Maguire in just a couple of moments as well on this, just from a kind of a Fine Gael perspective, not maybe more so than vocal, but what it could mean for the party in general. Now, where are we going for this time?
Largy National.
Sorry, Martin?
Largy is very small one.
Very small.
Yeah, Fallon got 14. Gilmartin gets 13 again. Gordon gets 7. Mitchell 3. Warnock 3. Nothing basically for the rest of them.
Yes.
Yeah.
So this would be Largy National School. As mentioned, Brennan Shambo 5. Comiskey 1. 14 Fallon. 0 for Gallagher. 13 Gilmartin, 7 for Gurran, 1 for Lenan, none for McConville, 3 for Mitchell, and 3 for Justin Warnock. Again, relatively small figures.
But Drumkieran is interesting.
Drumkieran, talk to me a little bit what you're seeing there. This will be Mary Bohan,
Heartland. Gets 166 and Parrick Fallon gets 138. Comiskey is only getting 19.
Yeah, very low.
Very low.
Gilmartin could be in trouble.
Gilmartin got 16. Gordon got 4. The rest of them are 1-1-1. But that's interesting because that's where Comiskey has to start to pick up his vote.
That's his end.
That's his end of it.
Yeah.
Right. Well, that was from Kieran National School, Booth 1, wasn't it?
Yeah.
That we were looking at it. That is significant, again, from Comiskey, from the Fine Gael perspective on that end of it. We're both, of the boxes that we have so far now, I think we've updated. Have we updated most of them at this stage? I think we have. Just from the figures, we're at 35% of the tally figures now coming in from the Manorhamilton Municipal District. Let me pick up on that one from Drumkieran for the time being. 166 Mary Bohan, both herself and Pádraig Fallon. That's their home patch, John.
Yeah.
So you'd always expect them to do well there. Doing well enough, 166 and 138.
Yeah, doing very well. I think both of them, they're two long-term sitting councillors. They're absolutely safe. And will pick up votes in every booth across the area because, as to say long ago, they've done turnings for people. And that's what it's down to, in local elections. People come with issues, with problems they're having, and they're there to assist them and to try and help them out. And that does gives a return. And when we look at new candidates running, one of the things you look at is whose seat are they going to take. If there's retirements, it creates space, and there is a little bit of space created here, and I think Fine Gael are suffering for that in this particular election. And they're both seats, by the look of it's only 30%, they're both seats are in jeopardy in North Leitrim.
Finola, if I can just bring you in on that for a moment, just on the Fine Gael perspective already, the tally figures here clearly pointing towards an indication that Fine Gael, where it was widely regarded, would lose one, but could be in real danger of losing both seats now in the Manorhamilton Municipal District. This will be a big story, a disastrous story for Fine Gael.
It will, yeah. It's in the percentages that I'm looking at on the end and that I just don't know the locality on the boxes. I'm seeing that it's just 12% for Fine Gael, and that is very, very low. With 33% in at this stage, it is very, very low. They're struggling. They are really struggling.
Yeah, and it was interesting in the fact as well that if you looked back, maybe Martin, to put some context on this, and John as well, the Fine Gael vote here in the past, Frank Dolan, for instance, if you go back to 2019, 705 first preference votes, Sean McDermott 661. If you go then maybe to 2014, Frank Dolan 612 and Sean McDermott 612. Like, their votes were so steady over a period of time. There's been a huge fluctuation on that.
Yeah, a huge drop in that vote, and I think it's down to the issue of two new candidates now. In fairness, Kevin Comiskey will be very well known in the constituency, and I'd expected that he would be polling better, but we are probably not have looked at his core area yet. But we're in a situation where you could be looking at Fine Gael possibly losing both of those seats in that situation. Similar again in almost in the Ballinamore electoral area where Keelan Ellis stood down, and we have Gary Pryor coming in. We'd all have expected him, because Keelan got almost the quota the last time, over 900 votes, and I think over the quota. So you're looking at a situation where he's getting less than 2/3 of that, and could put him into a situation, if he doesn't get transfers, that he could be fighting for a seat at the end. So it is a funny situation, but in reality, and I always say it, people vote for people locally.
Yeah,
and they look at the local thing, and it's who's there to help them, who they feel will be someone that will step up to the mark if they're in trouble and be able to assist them, and that's the main thing they look to, and that's somebody that's available in their locality.
It's candidate over party here in many ways, and that seems to be what's happening here at present. John, you're continuing to digest those figures there that are coming in from the Manorhamilton Municipal District. And again, just for the benefit of people here at home, they're the third set of figures that have been tallied here by council staff in the Landmark Hotel. 35% of the boxes are in now at this stage, John, and a clear trend very much developing.
Well, it's still not going to, my opinion isn't going to change. The last two seats are going to, the last seat, in my opinion, will be between Mitchell and Comiskey.
There's an interesting stat here as well. An early figure for the Manorhamilton turnout is 66.12%. That's going to be the turnout that was in Manorhamilton. Again, with so many independents there in that field, it's going to be extremely interesting to see where votes will go, and ultimately then we'll be going down to where maybe transfers will go. But even taking that aside, we seem to be in very much in agreement here that there is a very very firm pattern developing here, that we can more or less take a good call at maybe the top 4 seats, or maybe even the top 5 seats.
You can call the top 5, I think.
Okay, so for the record, we're expecting, again, for the benefit of people who have just joined us, and I know there'll be various people coming in here at various stages to our broadcast. At this stage in Manorhamilton, from the tally figures, we're expecting Mary Bohan, we're expecting Justin Warnock, we're expecting Pádraig Fallon, 3 to be returned. We're expecting Phelim Gurran.
I think
Phelim
so.
Gurran.
We haven't seen much of his
figures yet.
Okay. And he could be damaged by the other independents, you know, because he's fishing out of the same pool.
Yeah.
So he could be back. So I wouldn't, you know, I think Phelim, like, he's again a long-term strong sitting councillor, you know, difficult to dislodge, but at the same time we haven't seen it yet, and he is up against, you know,
James Gilmartin
in particular,
very well.
Absolutely, yeah.
So we'd be expecting more or less there 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then that final seat, Eddie Mitchell is probably one of the big stories here that will be challenging.
Eddie Mitchell will be challenging for that with Comiskey.
With Kevin Comiskey.
Yeah, I think.
Kevin Comiskey, I think, again, what we're saying here is probably, and I think Finola, you'd agree with this, is probably of the 2 Fine Gael candidates, looks to be in the strongest position at the minute.
If we have his mere home boxes to cover yet, have we? He's quite low at the moment, right? That's the strength. His strength is.
We have to see the Manor. The Manor is the one to transfer.
That's right.
Yes, that's 1, 2, and 3 in Manorhamilton when they're counted. Yeah, if he gets the strength there.
Okay, I think we have a second one in Drumkeeran, both 1 in Drumkeeran. I think we both 2. Sorry, my apologies. Both 2 in Drumkeeran, and those votes are 8 for Bergen, 103 for Mary Bohan. Remember, she had 166 in both 1, 3 for Brennan Shambo, 2 for Comiskey, Pádraig Fallon 124, Blahin Gallagher 10 in the second booth there in Drumkeeran, 31 for James Gilmartin, a good independent vote there of Drumkeeran, 3 for Phelim Gurran, 2 for Bernie Lennon, 2 for McConville, 7 for Eddie Mitchell, none for Justin Warnock out of that particular booth. And I suppose one thing that I would look at there maybe straight away, and correct me here if I'm wrong, and I'll be totally stand corrected here by our panel, but I would say James Gilmartin pulling 31 votes out of there as an independent. John Ellis.
I'll tell you, James Gilmartin is on 415 votes. You ain't got to Manorhamilton, you haven't got to the Manor, or you haven't got to Drumahare. James Gilmartin, looking on that, is a dead cert. Now, you haven't got Justin Warnock's big boots to come, they haven't come in yet, so he'll be all right.
Which will be Manorhamilton, and Drumahare would be interesting to see as well.
So,
I know he was.
So in Mary Bohan, because she has the Drumahare ones to come, and she has then also Manorhamilton, and she'll get Tarman, which is local to her.
Okay.
Small though.
Talk to me, Martin, for a moment about Pádraig Fallon's performance here. The difference being this time round, there's a second candidate from Sinn Féin in the field compared to previous elections where he was successful 5 and 10 years ago.
Yeah, look, Pádraig always got a very strong vote on the last time he was above the quote as well. And he's looking at a situation where we wanted to grow that and develop a second candidate. Obviously in Kinlough, it's a large population area in North Leitrim. And Michelle has done very well. We haven't seen, again, the areas, you know, where she'd be expected to do well would be Kinlough and would be Manorhamilton and, you know, Tullahan particularly as well, where she's done a lot of work on, and you know, but I mean, the way it's looking at the moment, you know, she's not going to be in the race for a seat by the look of it. But again, we have a long way to go. You can get surprises sometimes, and there's an awful lot of transfers to happen at the end of it. But I don't know who's going to top the poll here, because we haven't seen any of the big beasts come in yet. They're not up yet. But will be shortly. Hopefully.
Yeah, we're waiting for that. We're at 39%, by the way, of the tally figures of the boxes tallied, of the votes tallied. 39% in the Manorhamilton municipal district at present here, and according as more boxes come into us, we will be making them known to you. The ability of independent candidates to pick up votes left, right and centre across the municipal district. What to me is impressive about James Gilmartin so far is that he's picking up votes either side of him, from say Manorhamilton. I know there's the teaching connection there, as we mentioned, going towards Donegal, but coming up towards say the Drumkeeran, almost into the South Leitrim area there at the southern end of the municipal district. That's interesting to see the votes that he's pulling out of Drumkeeran.
Yeah, well, of course, he has the connection of Marion Harkin there as well. Yeah, and that's, I think, one of the big things that's making an impact for him. And that's, I think, the if you like, the golden ticket that he's got that makes a big difference. he's also somebody, again, he's young, he's energetic, he's a new candidate in the field, and he's coming with that brand of Marion that had been a former MEP and now a TD, so that's, I think, one of the big advantages that he has.
Okay.
Any independent candidate running in any area that are credible, they can canvass the entire area without any impediment. There's no problem, and they go everywhere, and there's no rows. There's no one to row up themselves. They can often do that too. But
there's no lines drawn in the sand.
No lines drawn in the sand. No one to fight with, and it does create a difference. And I remember Jerry Dolan, who was, of course, a long-term councillor and is retired now. One of his sayings used to be when he went to a door, "Don't leave me blank."
Yeah.
Don't leave me blank. In other words, give me something.
Yeah.
And most times it did come back in a return, because a lot of people going in to vote, they know who they're going to give the number 1 or 2 to. They haven't thought any further than that. That fellow was on the door and said, "Don't leave me blank," and they get a preference, and that preference, some stage in the count, can come back to help them. And that's, I think, one of the things, and I mention it every time, that people, when they're voting, should do more than 1 and 2. Go down through the page, particularly for local elections, because they're all local in your community. And by not voting for somebody, what you're doing is you're in effect, you're giving your vote to the other person, and you need to give preferences right down the way. And I think that will show the return when we look at the last seats in all of these constituencies. But you're right, James Gilmartin is clearly going to take a seat, and it looks like Eddie Mitchell is going to do very well also, and could be in the running for it too.
It's amazing, and in the sense that from Eddie Mitchell and James Gilmartin, both would have very strong environmental manifestos and campaigns coming into this in relation to coal mining, in relation maybe to fracking in the past as well. That's interesting to see, independent candidates like that with environmental issues doing better than the Green candidates, Martin Kenny.
More credibility.
Yeah, it is. I suppose one of the issues that the Green Party has is that they're the victim of a huge attack from a certain element out there that has the knife in the Greens all the time. Sometimes unfairly and sometimes fair enough, but they've got that pressure on them all the time. Whereas a Green or an independent candidate can, be everything to everyone in a sense, and I think that's why they can do better in a lot of these cases.
Okay.
We have a new one up now.
We have Killargy Community Centre. I think they're coming in there. Bergen 6, Mary Bohan. Close enough to that area, obviously doing well, 57. Brennan Shambo, 7. 29 for Kevin Comiskey, 43 for Pádraig Fallon, 6 for Blahin Gallagher, 64 for James Gilmartin, 54 for Phelim Gurran, 5 for Bernie Linan, 3 for McConville, Eddie Mitchell, 34, 1 for Justin Warnock. And that is the figures that we've just got to hand there from Killargy Community Centre. So more figures just coming to hand as we speak here. This is very much the nature of it, that we will be getting a lot of these coming in. We'll bring them to you in real time. Again, they're going to be available here on our website, and if you're tuned there, log on to Ocean FM and you will be able to see them from there. Now, where else are we? Glenfarn, will we? Killanumry. Want to go to Killanumry next? Killanumry National School. 3 for Bergen, 105 for Bohan. Brennan Shambo, 0, 36. Comiskey, 71. Fallon, 8. Gallagher, 51 to James Gilmartin. 13, Phelim Gurran. 5, Bernie Linan. 5 to McConville. And the last figure I just want to bring in there would be obviously Justin Warnock, the Cahirlock. Eddie Mitchell, 63. Justin Warnock coming in there with 6 as well. John Ellis, a couple of more boxes to digest and tally figures to digest.
Well, it's very simple. James Gilmartin.
Just a bit closer to the mic, John, again.
Sorry, James Gilmartin is hacking home. Mary Bohan is dead safe, as is Pádraig Fallon. We have to wait. Phelim Gurran is on 194. Okay, all the Manorhamilton ones have to come for him. Yeah, so he's okay. But the interesting thing here is...
you got 23 there the last time.
Yeah, 23. And what do you get this time?
Gurran. 13. So he's down there.
He's down 10. Yeah. But remember, Gilmartin wasn't around the last
time. That's right, yeah. That's the point. He's eaten them a little bit.
He's eaten them a bit now. But... if you look at Kevin Comiskey is on 157 votes.
And Eddie Mitchell's vote holding out fairly solid.
Yeah, but he's 157 and 143 for Bergen. There are only 300 votes between them at this stage.
Finola Armstrong Maguire, I have to bring you in here on this. It's the big story that's breaking in the Manorhamilton area. By the way, we'll be joined by Pat Feely a little bit later on as well, Phelim Gurran's campaign manager, and it'll be interesting to get his take as and when he's available. It's the big story here from a Fine Gael perspective is here that so far from the tally figures, Kevin Comiskey and Katrina Bergen, unfortunately, to maybe borrow a phrase from Michael Noonan in the past, just not clicking.
No, and that's coming out in the figures quite clearly. It's very, very disappointing for the party and disappointing for the area and the loyal Fine Gael people. It's disappointing for the two guys who have decided to leave, because you really want to leave the place as strong as you had it while you were there. I'd feel the same in Carrick-on-Shannon. So it's not looking good. It's not looking
Katrina
good at all.
Bergen, 6% of the vote so far. Kevin Comiskey, 6% as well. That's 12%
That's only 12% of the vote, yeah. No, and the New Independent and the Eddie Mitchell history of Fine Gael, I would say, has been marked there very clearly. It's very disappointing. Nothing more that can be said. We'll see how they can catch up, but it doesn't look like an easy race to...
John Ellis, both candidates coming in 6% each of the vote at this stage from the tally figures, 12% in total. In our wildest dreams, we were probably expecting this 48% of the boxes tallied now at this stage. We were probably expecting that Fine Gael, the general word on the ground would retain one of those seats. But this, in many ways, is it too early to start describing it as a collapse of the Fine Gael vote?
I haven't described it yet, because you have a couple of the comes that have a bearing on this. You have the two Dromahair ones, and you have the Manor, and the three Manorhamilton ones. They have a bearing on it, and it just depends. If James Gilmartin continues to do the damage, he's doing the damage to Fine Gael, himself and Eddie Mitchell. If they continue to do that damage across, if he continues to do that, Fine Gael will get no seat.
Okay.
That's the way it looks at the minute. Now, that doesn't say that as you get down, when there'll be surpluses in this before the finish, and there could be big surpluses.
Yeah. Those Manorhamilton votes, I would be expecting, I can't see them really, with all due respect, go that predominantly to Fine Gael, though.
No.
Say that it's going to pull this out.
No.
Gordon is going to be strong on Manorhamilton.
Yeah. Patrick Feely
if you look at Manorhamilton the last time round, Frank Dolan got 44, 33, 44, 43 and 34. So if you take it over 100. Now, Sean McDermott got 60. He got over 100. So basically, there's only, putting their two votes together, there's only 200 votes in it.
Yep. Which is a big story. Let's look at it from the story of independence. As I mentioned to Pat Feely, I'm delighted to say is joining us here in our studios as well in Carrick-on-Shannon. For the record, you were Phelim Gurran's campaign manager, so that's as good a place as any to start. From the early figures that you're getting there, and I know there's still some big boxes to come in there from your camp's perspective, but what's your reaction to the figures thus far?
So far, I would just say James Gilmartin is ramping home there. And I think he's going to top the poll.
Refresh.
Okay, we're getting some more figures, I am being told here. You were mentioning there that very much James Gilmartin, you would expect to be...
Based on what I see at the moment, figures we have in is about 646 votes, and which is very strong. Followed closely by Mary Bowen and Pádraig Fallon pushing in there hard in third place. So the Fine Gael vote seems to be down fairly strongly there between Bergen and Comiskey.
Yeah, that's the pattern that we're establishing here. Was it Killanumbery? Dromahair.
The two Dromahair.
National School Boot 2 is in. Dromahair. This will be interesting because obviously there'll be a lot of interest in these. Dromahair Boot 2, Bergen 13, Bohan 99, Brennan Shambo 6, Comiskey 68, Fallon 52, Gallagher 24, Gilmartin 116 in Dromahair, 18 Phelim Gurran, 14 Bernie Lennon, McConville 3, and Mitchell 13, Warnock 5. Now, the thing about Dromahair is obviously the Abbey Manor was a big one. Mary Bohan was very proactive on that, as indeed, I suppose, on the other side, you could say maybe Bernie Lenan, Blahin Gallagher. Mary Bohan picking up 99 votes in that particular booth, according to the tally figures. Bernie Lenan coming in, I think, with 14 there as well. Blahin Gallagher, 24. You can draw your own conclusions from that. But to go back, Pat, to what we were just talking about there, James Gilmartin, the big, well, I won't say a big surprise to all the indicators were that he was going to do well.
Yes.
How harmful is it now for maybe the other independents in the field that he's doing this well, and maybe looking ahead from your perspective, Phelim Gurran's perspective?
Yes, and I suppose he picked up strongly in Dromahare there, where we would have had a good footprint in the last time out. I do think that with Manorhamilton boots still to come in, that would be our stronghold there. So,
just on Dromahare, Phelim was very proactive on that campaign as well, on a similar side to Mary Bohan. Are you disappointed? And I know it's an early reflection. Are you disappointed that that's not reflecting more in the tally figures?
A little bit disappointed, surely, yeah, because what I see there coming in from the Dromahare booth 2. We ended up with 18 votes versus Gilmartin 116. So yes, definitely disappointed there. But look, we would be quite.
You're not that bad from the last time.
No, not hugely.
No, you're not hurt that much.
Well, if
Gilmartin has hurt everybody. Remember,
he's everywhere. And I suppose what we're basing on the Dromahare, maybe that we're expecting Phelim even to pick up votes there with the amount of work that he would have done, particularly on the Abbey Manor campaign as well. John, James Gilmartin, as Pat has been mentioning, they are very much at this stage establishing a very clear pattern. He just seems to be, I know we put it down to the Harkin factor, we put it down to teaching, we put it down to where he's living. He's at the minute here absolutely flying in votes from all over the county.
You see, James Gilmartin, and you brush sweeps clean very quickly. And he had profile, and he's been profiled for the last 12 or 18 months. And he's also been profiled, let's be straight up about it, as being the successor to Marion Harkin. This is what's been talked about. There's no, that's what the rumour mill is saying. So I think that's a big factor in it, because Marion Harkin, while she launched Phelim Gurran's campaign and would have been supporting Phelim Gurran in previous elections, I don't know how active a role she took this time, Pat, in supporting Phelim, or just basically.
No, she was just there at the launch.
Yeah.
And she would have.
And you see, the bottom line of it is, if she put the wheels in motion among her own people, she was going to be able to pick out a lot of what she was getting.
Definitely. Strongly agree with you there. Yeah.
Refresh Kinlaw in.
This is the interesting one.
Now let's see what we have in there. There's a couple of Tarman and the figures coming in from Tarman as well. But John, just go through there, Pat. You've got those in real time. Pick them up there for us, Pat.
I don't have them. Sorry, I don't have them here.
There's a simple thing coming out here. Mary Bohan is now on 739. Fallon is on 619. Gilmartin is on 814. Phelim Gurran's on 268. Mitchell is on 284. Warnock is on 374. Warnock in Kinlaw picked up 208 in the second booth in Kinlaw. So I'll tell you, you're going to see three, I think, elected in the first count. You'll see Mary Bohan. You'll see James Martin for definite. I think actually you'll see 4.
You could see 4 candidates returned in the first count.
Yeah,
I'd be inclined to agree with you there, John.
Just some more of the figures individually as they've come in there as well. Tarman National School. Again, this will be up in Porrick, Fallon, Mary Bohan's area. 51, Mary Bohan. Brennan Shambo, 0. Comiskey, 1. Again, an area he would have been hoping maybe to pull more votes out of Tarman. 21, Porrick, Fallon. 3, Blahin Gallagher. 8, James Gilmartin. 1, Phelim Gurran. 0, Bernie Lenan. 3, McConville. 1, Eddie Mitchell. And finally, for the moment on this tally, Justin Warnock, 3 votes from there. But again, that would be very much seen as the Mary Bohan Heartland area there in Tarman. Kinlough. We're 2 boxes in Kinlough, we've been told as well. Let's head over to the figures now and see what we can draw out of those 2 boxes from Kinlough. Yes, Kinlough Community Centre returns figures that we have from there. So these are the Kinlough boxes, 1 and 2, Bergen, Fine Gael, 15 and 6, Bohan, Fianna Fáil, 8 and 1, Brennan Shambo, 101 and 63. Again in a row, Nick in the woods there. 5 and 0 for Kevin Comiskey in Kinlough. 10 and 14 for Pádraig Fallon. 2 and 1 for Blahin Gallagher. 60 and 75 for James Gilmartin. 3 and 5 for Phelim Gurran in Kinlough. 3 and 0 for Bernie Lenan, 2 and 1 for McConville. And remember, the Kinlough area very much would be the Justin Warnock area of those votes. And I think 195 and 208 that's coming in there from him, and Eddie Mitchell picking up 10 and 12 votes, I think, respectively, on those figures as well. So we've had Kinlough. We were expecting that Kinlough very much would be Pat returning a healthy vote to Justin Warnock and to Michelle Brennan Shambo.
Yes, and I see there with Shambo got 100 and Michelle got 101 votes. And then when you look across Gilmartin, he got 135 votes. So again, he's following through in all the polling booths very, very strongly there.
Yeah, he's a phenomenal right across the North Leitrim area.
Straight across the North Leitrim area. And as John Ellis said earlier, definitely the Marion Harkin coaching, or whatever you call it, is brushing off there. And he's a first-time candidate as well.
Mm-hmm.
So new brush sweeps clean.
Yeah, undoubtedly the big story. Damien Brennan is part of the media contingent here as well today. We'll see if we can grab a word with him at some stage. He's an experienced figure, a man watching tally figures down throughout the years, and I'd just be interested in bringing Damien in on what's going on there in Manorhamilton. Damien, I know you're very welcome. First of all, I know you're keeping a close eye on all the tally figures here. We've got this big story developing here in the Manorhamilton area. James Gilmartin, everywhere we look, he seems to be picking up votes, and I suppose maybe it's the onset of independence or whatever. It's a lot to do with the personal candidate. That's one of the big stories coming up. But your own party, Fine Gael, you'd be a former Fine Gael councillor. You would have served with the likes of Sean McDermott and the likes of Frank Dolan. It seems the party are going to be struggling to hold on to any seat here.
Yes, it seems like that, John, and it's very surprising and very disappointing. I would have thought the two candidates we had were 2 quite good candidates. It's very difficult to replace the like of Frank and Sean, who were there for years before that. And so I suppose from that point of view, it's a question of starting again, because we do look like we could end up with no Fine Gael seat.
That is obviously going to be a major loss there. When we look at what's been going on elsewhere in the county as well, perhaps in the McLean, I know it looks fairly safe in Drumshanbo, but maybe Ethan Reynolds, Flynn, Maeve Reynolds obviously involved maybe in the battle, but expected to do well in Carrick-on-Shannon. But the lack of that Fine Gael presence now in North Leitrim, when you see the consistent vote that Sean McDermott and Frank Dolan were able to turn out over a period of time, it just shows it's hard to replace long-running councillors, isn't it?
It is, of course. There's no doubt about that. But, having said that, we've been there before. All parties from time to time will reach that moment when things are not going well for them, and you just have to turn around and rebuild again. And that's what we will do in North Leitrim, of course.
What are you picking up from other trends here from across the county so far, Damien?
I think the independents are doing very, very well. And from just listening into snippets from other counties, it seems to be a trend there as well. So that's an interesting one. The James Gilmartin in North Leitrim, to be honest, I'm not all that surprised. He's a very good candidate. He's full of energy, and he's well known throughout North Leitrim. He was a good footballer and had a high profile in that regard as well. So I'm not surprised that he's doing really well.
Mm-hmm. To put the profile of the GA is something that can never be underestimated when it comes here to local elections. Again, we've had 3 Green Party candidates running so far. We've spoken to Leslie O'Hora and Adam O'Kelly. Adam O'Kelly performed reasonably well, you could say, in the Ballinamore Municipal District. I know Leslie was disappointed in Carrick-on-Shannon. Again, as an experienced observer of these, and when we look at maybe the status in the Green Party that Blahin Gallagher would be enjoying, are you disappointed with how the vote that she's returning so far from the tally figures that we have in North Leitrim?
Yes, it is disappointing. There's no doubt about it. Adam O'Kelly is a good young candidate, and I think he has a great future if he stays with it. He got a very respectable vote on his first time out, and it'd be great to see the like of young people like that getting involved.
All right, Damien, thank you so much indeed. We look forward to linking up with you on a regular basis throughout the course of the day. If you've just joined us and you're coming into our coverage, let me tell you, we are at this stage now 24 minutes away from 1 o'clock. 74% of the boxes have been tallied in the Manorhamilton Municipal District at this stage. The share of the vote so far, and it's very concerning news for Fine Gael, Katrina Bergen, 4%. Her running mate for Fine Gael is Kevin Comiskey, and he is coming in at 7% of the vote so far. Mary Bohan, 18%. Brennan Shambo, 6%. As we mentioned, Kevin Comiskey at 7%. 15% for Pádraig Fallon. 2% Blahin Gallagher. James Gilmartin is the big story from here. 20%, 877 votes of the tally so far. 20% of the share of the vote. Elsewhere, Phelim Gurran, 6%. We are looking at Bernie Lennon, 2% of the vote. 1% for McConville, 7% for Eddie Mitchell. Of course, somebody running as an independent, but as we keep mentioning here, there's a very strong Fine Gael link to him. Justin Warnock, 572, 13% of the vote, the outgoing Cathaoirleach of the executive in Leitrim. Pat Feely remains with us. John Ellis remains with us at this stage. Always what we try to do around about the 74, 75% mark is maybe look at a potential way as where seats are going to go. So, John Ellis, let's start making some foolhardy predictions, but some of these can be fairly accurate as well. At this stage, James Gilmartin,
home and hosed, with about 400 of a surplus.
Okay, I'll just be closer to the mic again, John. I'll just bring it in. So.
Home and hosed, I would see, could have a surplus of as high as 400.
Okay, so that's obviously Mary Bohan.
Home and hosed again.
Justin Warnock.
Justin Warnock, yeah, he'll get elected. He has a few big ones to come. He has Tullahan to come, and he has, where else? I think there's another one down for his Kilty Clogher, which will give him some, and he's already on 572, so he will finish up on 700 odd plus. And there
Pádraig
Fallon, home and hosed again.
Okay, that gives us 4.
Now,
here's where it gets interesting.
This is where it gets interesting. I see Phelim Gordon surviving without any great problem, and I'll tell you why. You have Manorhamilton to come, and you have he will have a sizable vote out of Manorhamilton.
Yeah, I would agree. Yeah, that's his main step.
He'll also have a few out of the Manor. He'll have nothing worth talking about at Tullahan, but he'll get himself to the 500 plus, and that'll elect him.
That's good news for you, Pat.
Yeah.
Gilmartin surplus will pull him home, but Gilmartin surplus will also pull Eddie Mitchell on.
He will, yeah.
And Eddie Mitchell, you're going to have the fallers in the fact in. If you look, she's down here has been Fianna Fáil. I knew she wasn't one of ours. She has a couple of hundred votes. Now she'll have a bit more because there'll be a few other Celtic Clogher and that. But her couple of hundred votes are going to help Eddie Mitchell more than they're going to help Comiskey. Because they're votes from out in Rosinberg, Celtic Clogher, Glenfarden.
Yeah.
So I would, at this stage, nearly put my neck on the line that said that it's going to be Eddie Mitchell and Phelim Gordon picking up the last 2 seats.
So that would be 3 independents.
Yeah.
Being returned to the Manorhamilton Municipal District.
There couldn't be a known in it.
Yeah. That's a big story. That is
you see,
based on the percentages at the moment, John. Yeah, I'd agree with you there.
Yeah.
I can't see it changing because I can't squeeze. Like Kevin Comiskey is the only one that's going to become a player for the last seat.
Yes.
And I don't see him being able to pick up what he needs to get by.
In the
Mitchell.
areas that's left.
Yeah, Mitchell is 296 and Comiskey is 286. Now, Mitchell is already ahead of him. Mitchell will get a scattering out of Manorhamilton.
He will surely, yeah.
He'll get a good scattering now, because part of that, I think Glenboy votes in Manorhamilton.
Yeah.
And that's back out towards him.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
I suppose that 74% of the votes gone. You have Mitchell on 7%, you have Gordon on 6%, and you have Comiskey on 7%. So it's fairly tight there.
But Comiskey is the outlier. The only thing that's left for Comiskey, Newtown Manor.
Yeah, Newtown Manor.
Newtown Manor. That's and whatever he picks up.
Yeah.
I think at this stage, it might be no harm maybe to let our listeners and viewers know that the boxes that haven't been tallied as of yet. So we're waiting for figures to come in from Manorhamilton Community Centre Booth 1 and Booth 2 and Booth 3. So all those from Manorhamilton, again, you would expect Phelim Gurran, James Gilmartin to do extremely well, I would be saying, out of those particular
you also
boxes.
have the Manor.
Yeah.
And you have Tullahan and you have Kilty Clogher.
Tullahan and Kilty Clogher.
Now, Tullahan is going to be the big booth. It'll be mainly Warnock.
The Warnock. Justin Warnock will be Tullahan.
Yeah.
And Brennan. That's it.
Okay.
And Brennan is on 278. So Brennan will do exceptionally well to get close to 400 when all is finished.
Yeah.
And then basically
6% of the vote she is currently on at the minute. Even with a Pádraig Fallon transfer, we couldn't.
Well, if you look at it, between the two Fine Gael candidates, they're only on 11%.
And even between the two Sinn Féin, we're looking at 6%, wasn't it? Was it for Michelle?
And
15, they're on 21.
Yeah,
21.
21. Okay, so that again.
And James Gilmartin's on 20 on his own.
Yeah, would back up those. Marion Cowlahan, if we can come back to you, and again, I'll bring you in a little bit closer to our microphones here. There's no doubt about it. Everywhere we look, the name of James Gilmartin is coming up. Is it fair to say at this stage he is the big story out of the Manorhamilton Municipal District?
Without a shadow of a doubt. I mean, I think there was an expectation that he was going to do well. He'd run a good campaign, but I'm sure those close to his campaign saw this, but I would say that probably others didn't see such big lead. Do you know what I mean? So certainly that will be a story, as you say, first time out candidate, independent, and adding to the stable of independents in the LEA. And I suppose it was a good time as well, because as we said earlier on, it's kind of the story across the country is that these are the elections for independents. Independents are doing well, so obviously well positioned. So certainly, I mean, it's a phenomenal vote.
Yeah,
to have drawn.
There's no doubt about it. From a Sinn Féin perspective, again, Pádraig Fallon, as we expected, polling well, and Michelle Brennan-Shambo, her first real, I suppose, taste of what this has been like, an encouraging campaign, but at this stage, very unlikely maybe to be in the mix for the final seat.
Yeah, excuse me, very unlikely. Sitting there at 6% at the moment. So as I say, when you look at the analysis that has been done, we'll say, for example, on the Fine Gael vote and Eddie Mitchell, who's done very well as well, actually. And we did say earlier on that essentially he would pick up the, shall we say, descendancy to some degree. And this is the way things go in peaks and troughs. But yeah, certainly I think perhaps, it's going to be back to general practitioner TDs that can have, a good global interest in a lot of the issues, as opposed to being specialist in a single issue, be that a green issue or, be it a social justice issue or whatever it may well be. I think it's back to the bread and butter stuff, for an all-round general practitioner is what's needed, and they'll do better.
All right. John Ellis, we look at maybe Fianna Fáil, and it's awful difficult to maybe get a balance in an area where you have two very strong candidates like Mary Bohan and Justin Warnock. Would there be any school of thought at all? Would this be completely mad to say, just looking at the current figures, that there could have been a third seat there for Fianna Fáil, and the fact that Fine Gael could be looking at a scenario where they might come back with none?
It could have been, but that candidate would have to be in Manorhamilton.
Yeah.
And the pitch would have been fairly crowded for somebody now to jump into it.
Yeah, because you have either side of Phelim Gurn is sitting TD or Canada at the moment. Is you have
Just bring it a bit closer, Pat, yeah?
either side of Phelim.
You had the two buys.
The two buys, and they're a mile either side of them. And then if you were to drop between a fall candidate in there, but still, in the past, as you would have known, John, there was a very strong.
4 out of 5 one day.
There was a very strong Fianna Fáil base there in Manorhamilton, and which has been eroded by independence in the last time out. But yeah, I would say it would have been fairly crowded if you had dropped in another Fianna Fáil there.
Yeah, it may be too crowded of a field, and geographically, that's where you would have wanted maybe to put a Fianna Fáil candidate would be in the middle of the Bohan-Warnock territory, and as a result of that, it could have been a little bit.
Anyone that would be going into that scenario would need to be an exceptionally strong candidate, because you are facing two exceptionally strong. They would only take X amount of votes off either of them, but they'd need to be able to take that much more off other parties.
Correct, yeah.
to be at the races. But no, I'll tell you where this whole election it signals a big change in the way that people are voting in local elections. They vote local, but they're really voting local this time, because you look at where the councillors are getting their big votes. It's their home base, and it's obvious that if you do your work, you'll survive, no matter who comes or goes.
And I would say there with the two outgoing Fine Gael councillors, Sean McDermott,
good operators.
And they were excellent operators, very loyal, worked hard on the ground, was involved in a lot of community groups on the ground, and particularly with Frank and Sean, with their experience of over 20 years there, and they worked as a unit. And it's like everything, somebody new going in there, you know, in a lot of professions, there's an apprenticeship role to be served, and like you have to try and build on that. And Fine Gael is losing two exceptionally good guys, even individually, that have a personal vote within the community of around Manorhamilton and Drumla here.
Yeah,
very big personal votes, both of them.
Yeah.
Like I know the best of people that canvass for Fianna Fáil in Glenfarden at a general election, canvass for Sean McDermott at a local election.
Correct, yes.
That's the way it goes.
Yeah.
And, you know, you would say maybe from a Fine Gael perspective that it was very bad luck to lose the two of them at the one time. If you had one of them maybe there to guide a first-time candidate.
You have to look back at history.
Yeah.
There was always a councillor in Glenfarden.
Yes.
Charlie Cullen.
Charlie Cullen before Sean McDermott.
Before, and then I don't know. I have to apologise. I don't know who was before Charlie Cullen, because Charlie Cullen was there when I went in 50 years ago.
Was there a Keeney man there?
There was, yeah.
I think that's before my time too, John.
Yeah, he was before. Yeah, he was Keeney. He was before Charlie Cullen.
Yeah.
But that area, see, always made sure that it elected their own.
Okay, we're still waiting, by the way, at this stage, some tally figures to come in from Kilty Clogher, from the National School there. Manorhamilton Community Centres, both 1, 2 and 3. And that's really pretty much...
Newtown Manor and
Newtown Manor.
Newtown Manor, yeah.
Yeah, Newtown Manor.
Tullen is the big one you see
And
to come for Justin Warnock.
And just that would be very much, we'd expect that to go to Justin and Michelle Brennan Shambo, obviously.
Now, if Justin doesn't make the quota, he will absorb a lot of Brennan Shambos.
But I was looking out there on the tally earlier, John, and there was a box from Kinloch, and there was 1, 2, 1, 2, 1.
And it stopped there.
Yeah, it wasn't going down.
That's very interesting. They just seem to go with the two local candidates.
You run into the situation where that area is divided in two. It's the very same as the Ballinamore one. The Ballinamore one, you have the Drumshanbo end of it, and you have the Ballinamore Carrick-on-Shannon end of it. And they don't travel too fast from either place to the other. And it's the same with Manorhamilton. When you go down to Glenaid, there's a different attitude taken than there is when you come this side of it.
Totally, even with Phelim the last time in the Kinloch area, we only got a handful of votes.
Yeah.
Only a handful of votes.
And that was despite an extensive canvass.
Correct, yes. We probably didn't canvass as much down that area this time, just kind of tried to learn from the past.
Yeah.
But as John says, local elections is based on people try and hold on. If we have one in our town, try and hold on to the man we have.
Yeah.
And the voters vote cross-party for local elections and the personalities.
Yeah, it's interesting that on Kinloch we're expecting an awful lot of those votes in Tullahan maybe to very much stay in those particular areas. Now we're just waiting for those figures to come in from Manorhamilton just to conclude.
We got them. We closed the shop.
Our votes on that and our tally figures on it. But at this stage, again, if you're just joining us a little bit late, we are in a position where we can pretty much at this stage call a number of the seats. Carrick-Fallon, who is an outgoing councillor, has joined us here in our studio as well. Carrick, all the indications are, and we'll bring you in nice and close here, the tally men, the number experts, number crunchers, call it what you will. They're expecting that it's going to be fairly good for yourself. Obviously, Phelim, Mary Bohan, Justin Warnock, Mary Bohan, Phelim Gurran probably as well. James Gilmartin very much turning out to be the big story of the Manorhamilton area. Is that the way you see it?
It is, yeah, definitely. James has got a fantastic vote, I'd say. Now, I haven't seen all of the tallies yet, to be honest, and I know there are a number of boxes still which need to go up.
Yeah, I think we have some of those figures that we can display to you as we're going along, even on percentages. From your own performance so far, Pádraig, I know you will be concentrating on that and seeing how you fared out on it. I think it's somewhere, was it 638, 15% of the votes? That was coming in roughly from the tally figures so far. How would your reaction be to that?
Well, I suppose it's similar to 5 and 10 years ago. I think it was 14% of the vote last time out. So, yeah, we'd be happy enough. I think, in the area that I stood and I canvassed, I would be holding me vote. Obviously, Sinn Féin ran a second candidate, Michelle Brennan-Shayabo, an absolutely excellent candidate. We're looking to build. Whether we'll be able to do that on this occasion, we don't or we can't say yet. So, that was really it from our...
according to the figures.
Yeah, unlikely. Yeah. Well, I don't know. I suppose Kilty Clogher has to come in yet. Tullahan has to come in yet. So,
yeah, I think we're actually getting some. Are we getting updates on some of those at the moment? Tullahan, I'm hearing yes, Tullahan, and just on some of those figures in relation to Tullahan as they come into us here. Katrina Bergen 12, Mary Bohan 5. 47 Brennan Shabo, as Pádraig mentioned there, an area which will be expected to do well. 5 for Kevin Comiskey, 7 Carrick-Fallon, 12 Blahin Gallagher, 80 James Gilmartin, 3 Phelim Gurran, 3 Bernie Lennan, 4 McConville, 9 Mitchell, and obviously we're keeping a very close eye on at the very end of the spectrum of Justin Warnock, and what are we looking at there from Justin? 131. So 131 Justin at the very end of it. So going along expected lines, we thought those votes would go in Pádraig, first of all, to Justin Warnock, and of course to the second Sinn Féin candidate, Michelle Shambo. There
local to the area. Local to the area.
That's a trend that we're seeing very much, that an awful lot of the votes seem to be staying local. The point was just made, even on some of the tally figures, that the votes in Kinloch 1, 2 and ending at that, staying very much with the local tally, with the local councillors. Is that something that you've detected inside so far?
It has. Look, I've been running around there, obviously looking at a lot of the tallies. I've been drawing the tally sheets back, I suppose, to the centre where they're being input. So yeah, you would notice that pattern in an awful lot of areas, but then you notice some absolutely strange anomalies in it too.
Yeah. Pat, if we can just come back to you and just on those figures again, and I know taking on board of what we're saying there about the two local candidates, but then we're looking at the independent candidates and maybe to compare the vote that James Gilmartin took. What was it, 80 votes or that maybe, as opposed to the rest of the independents?
Yeah, fantastic performance again by James. Like Shabo, Michelle Brennan Shabo, 47 votes just up the road from where she is. And James is a long way away from it, but he got 80 votes there. Now, having said that, some of his students might be coming from that catchment area again, and I would say definitely that's a massive vote there, 80 votes. And as I said to you earlier, John, Phelim didn't get too many votes in Kinloch the last time.
And you were expecting that.
And we got 3 votes there. I suppose from a positive point of view, Manor Boot 2, we got 123 votes in it. So,
okay, we're at 87% of the votes tallied now in the Manorhamilton Municipal District. John Ellis is taking a look at those. Indeed, I think there's actually more coming in as we speak here. So that could be. Let's see where else we're getting. Yeah,
Kilty is all that's left.
Manor, Okay, at this stage, we're up to 96%. We can get an indication here from Manorhamilton and the community centres, booth 1, booth 2, and booth 3, all available to us now at this stage. Just looking at the numbers are Katrina Bergen 18, 23, and 12. Mary Bohan in that Manorhamilton area 20, 22, and 10. Brennan Shambo 18, 9, and 7. Comiskey, we'll be looking for some vote for Fine Gael to come out from here. 16, 11, 16. Pádraig Fallon in the Manorhamilton area, who we just spoke to, 27, 45, 36. Good return from there. Blahin Gallagher 7, 6, and 3. James Gilmartin, and this again will be a very interesting one to see from the Manorhamilton area. 84, 180. 84, 180, James Gilmartin. Phelim Gurran, this is where we need him to come big. 151, 123, and 165 from those figures in Manorhamilton. 151, 123, 165. We'll be getting some reaction from Pat in just a couple of moments to those. In Bernie Linan's case, 9, 3, and 7. McConville 1, 0, and 0 in Manorhamilton. Eddie Mitchell, of course, to be interested in what Eddie Mitchell would do. That's been mentioned to us a few times here in relation to whether his ability to pull votes out of the Manorhamilton area would be very interesting to see. So let's just double check on those and make sure. 85, 43, 41, I'm looking at the figures, I think, from there, if I'm correct, and 14, 9, and 5 from Justin Warnock. Pat, let's start with you. The big story there, obviously, that we're waiting to see, would Manorhamilton deliver for Justin, not for Justin Warnock, for Phelim Gurran? You're counting the votes, you're crunching the figures.
Yeah, in booth 1, they did deliver, and well done to the people who supported our candidate, Phelim Gurran there. In booth 1, we got 151 votes, 123 in
just bring you a little bit closer to the mic, Pat. Sorry.
123 votes in booth 2 and 165 votes. So fantastic, over 400 votes there, nearly 450. Now, having said that, James Gilmartin, the story of the day, he got 260, very strong as well. And Eddie Mitchell, like 85 in one booth, 43 and 41.
Yeah, Gilmartin's 84, 180 in those 3 boxes.
Yeah.
Again, for a first-time candidate, hugely impressive.
Yeah, if you look at it there, based on the tallies so far, he has 21% of the vote. You have Phelim sitting on 12%. You have Pádraig Fallon sitting on 12%. You have Mary Bohan on 14%. So, and then you have Justin Warnock on 12%. So it's fairly closely bunched there.
96% of the votes have now been tallied in the Manorhamilton area. As we mentioned there, Katrina Bergen 4%, Mary Bohan 14%, 6% Brennan Shambo, 7% Comiskey, 12% Pádraig Fallon, 2% Blahin Gallagher, 21%, as we've heard, James Gilmartin, 21%, 12% Phelim Gurran, 2% Bernie Linan, and 1% McConville. And the Eddie Mitchell figures, as we mentioned, very, very interesting to see. 8% Eddie Mitchell and 12% Justin Warnock. So those are the percentage terms, percentage shares that the candidates have been able to secure here so far. John Ellis is taking a look at it. We're going to bring back in some more of our panelists on this in just a couple of moments' time as well. But John, give me your overall take on it here now. That percentage figure from James Gilmartin tells you everything you really need to know about the Manor area.
Yeah, James Gilmartin is he's 1,300 votes. He'll be close to 1,350 by the time Kelty Claher comes in. He's going to be probably 400 over the quarter, maybe 5. Now his votes will be interesting to see where they go, but I would see them going towards Mitchell and Phelan more so than going to Comiskey, because Comiskey. They started as independents and they stay as independents. Now, the other thing is that as far as Comiskey picking up votes, he'll pick up some, but how far he has to go to catch anybody, he'll only pick up proportionate to what Mitchell will pick up, or maybe pick up less.
Okay.
And then you have Bergen, who, while being a Fine Gael candidate, will give more votes to Mitchell than she'll give to Comiskey. So my opinion is that it's over.
All right. You'll be fairly confident at this stage, John?
Well, definitely once you see James Gilmartin's surplus dealt with, you'll then know exactly where it's going.
That's a good, confident prediction, and maybe the figures are there to back you up.
The figures suggest that Kevin Comiskey on 430 would need to get a massive lift off James Gilmartin. But remember, you still have Fallon still needs votes to get elected. So does Warnock.
Yeah.
And so does Gordon.
It's interesting. And you can nearly second guess where some of those transfers will go. Again, I suppose the Kinloch Sinn Féin vote will make its way back to Carrick-on-Shannon.
No.
None won't leave the area.
Half of it will go back, and half of it will go to Justin Warnock.
It'll evaporate. Okay.
No, she'll elect Justin Warnock. There's no. If we saw Kelty Claher, then we'd know the whole story.
And all right, okay, Miriam, let's hear from you now. We've at this stage got the vast majority of the round. John Ellis has fairly given us a prediction there with a huge degree of conviction.
Yeah, I'd say he's not far off. I'd say he's not far off the mark. To be honest with you, I mean, really. As I said, the story of the day is Gilmartin certainly has been the disruptor. And I think Eddie Mitchell as well, second to that, would be interesting. So, and a lot on the other side of the story, I suppose, has been the collapse of the Fine Gael vote in that regard, to such a degree. I mean, I don't see Comiskey recovering, from that to be able to get in near the end. So, So yeah, I say the independents have been the disruptors, and the transfers will. But I think John's probably analysis is pretty much. I'd put a bet on it maybe if he was taking bets. If he was opening a book.
when I check the calendar, Armstrong Maguire tells me it's the 8th of June. Part of me for a moment was thinking it was July the 4th, Independence Day, and North Leitrim with the way things are working out here. There's no doubt about it. One of the points that I just raised earlier, and everybody is an expert with the advantage of having hindsight, but did Fine Gael make a major foofa here by not having Eddie Mitchell on the ticket?
Well, certainly 10 years ago when I entered the political arena, Jerry Mitchell, or Mitchell Man was the first.
Mitchell, yes.
Eddie Mitchell was one of the first to congratulate me and say he was part of the party. So he was the party at that stage, and it is a pity, yes, because he has enthusiasm and he went out to the people on his own and got a very good vote here today.
That then leads me on to the next inevitable question that's always going to come up in a case like that, where people will say, well, Fine Gael were very much conscious of the gender balance and wanted to make sure that they ran a female candidate, and maybe that's why Katrina Bergen was chosen at the expense of Eddie Mitchell.
Well, I would hope not. We certainly, even from what we're seeing here today, we need more female candidates because you've got to get balance into the rooms, and it's not fair to have meetings and to only have 90% of them from one side of the population. But that is the case, and it's just very, very difficult for people to come forward, maybe who might like to because of the curtailments in their own lives. I'm very disappointed for Fine Gael at this stage in the count as we're at it. I know transfers make a difference, and when you look at the history of other years, the transfers always give the 5th and 6th seats in our municipal areas, and we have to wait for them this evening. But overall, it's disappointing. I know the party were getting a rattle 6 months ago and maybe 4 months ago, but I didn't believe that it would transfer itself into the current situation that we're in today.
Of what we're seeing in North Leitrim. One other question, it leads beyond here with Fine Gael, and I know we're jumping the gun and we're talking about general elections, but sometimes you look at council elections and you'll see maybe where is the next big thing from a party perspective? Who's coming up that you could say, I'm thinking of Sligo Leitrim now and South Donegal in the next election. Frank Feehan has already signalled an intention that he is going to run. He's a Sligo-based candidate. Geographically, you might be looking for somebody to run alongside him here in Leitrim. When you lose two candidates in North Leitrim, you lose two sitting councillors that have retired, and if you don't return a councillor in North Leitrim, that will probably pose a lot of problems in relation to running somebody from the county alongside Frank Feehan.
Yes, but I do believe we do one step at a time, and this is the step that has to be gotten over this weekend. No mention has been made of that in any meetings that we've had. I think we knew we had to get over probably what was going to be a difficult election, even locally, and that's proven itself today.
All right, okay. John Ellis, just to talk to me in relation to that from a Fine Gael perspective. I know you're a little bit on the outside looking in here from Fianna Fáil background, but how damaging would that be for a party now in the lead up to a general election where, there's nothing like having sitting councillors in an area when you go out canvassing to show that what has been done, to show the work, the investment, the infrastructure, everything that goes with that. Is it damaging now? Is it a big blow for Fine Gael even ahead of the general election?
Well, you see, they're two totally different elections. Local election is a local election. A general election is national. But from what I see happening now, I see major changes when it comes to a general election situation. Because I think that you're going to see a situation where people are either going to be voting extreme right, and I say that when I say extreme, the middle ground, which Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael have occupied for generations, even the Labour Party was in the middle ground with them. And okay, Sinn Féin went farther to the left, and they've now discovered that in recent opinion polls, I'm not saying this now to be nasty or anything, but that the centre ground is where people want to be. They want to be able to educate their children, want to be able to go out and buy a house. That's the biggest problem out there at the minute, and that actually is being solved slowly but surely. But what has happened is that we always have to remember that our population has grown to such an extent within the country that you couldn't keep up with building houses. And it's if I was living in Lithuania or somewhere and I decided that I could get into Ireland, which I can, I'd be running to it because you have better standard of living. Despite all the criticism, we are probably one of the best health services there is, because once you're in it, you're properly looked after. We have an education system that's second to none. And the sad end of it is we're producing the brightest and best, but they're now all, and you can't blame them. I suppose if I was 23 or 24 again, they're heading off to see the world before they decide to settle down. And come back. And some of them will never come back. They will pick up good jobs. I had one guy who worked for me as an intern in Leinster House. He's now one of the top executives in a company in New Zealand, and he's not going to come back. He couldn't pick up the same sort of salary back at home. But the next general election, okay, I think it's going to be the back end. I'll be honest. And I do see an awful lot of people heading into the middle ground to try to maintain what they have rather than taking risks on going to the extreme left.
We are at this stage, just gone 13 minutes after 1 o'clock. Where we are is that all the figures have been tallied in the Carrick-on-Shannon and Ballinamore municipal districts, and 96% of the figures have been tallied in Manorhamilton. Without a shadow of a doubt, the big story in the Manorhamilton municipal district that we have been concentrating on lately has been the performance of James Gilmartin, the independent candidate. At the moment, the tally figures are suggesting is coming in with 21% of the vote in that area. 13-13 in relation to first preference votes, according to the tally figures, which we have to admit have always been fairly accurate here in the past. Elsewhere, we're, as I mentioned, still waiting for a handful more of votes to come in here from the Kilty-Clogher area. We're waiting for figures to come in from Kilty-Clogher in order for us to complete the tally figures in the Manorhamilton area. And once they come in, we will bring them to you. We will be reflecting on everything that has been taking place then as a result in this particular municipal district. Fairly earlier on, we were able to predict, I suppose, with a certain degree of accuracy and maybe a certain degree of conviction, the various seats as they were going to be taken. We'll do a recap on all that a little bit later on. But I want very much to concentrate here on Manorhamilton for the time being and on the closing stages of the tally figures coming in. We touched on earlier that maybe the whole Dromahair issue perhaps wasn't as central as we were expecting and probably wasn't going to have as big as impact on it. From what you've heard back from maybe speaking to some of the candidates and maybe looking at it a little bit parochially in North Leitrim, what are the main issues there that would be coming back, say, from the North Leitrim area that people would be looking to get addressed? Obviously, council offices in Manorhamilton, I know, has been a big one. Upgrading the R280 has been a big one as well. There's a lot of parochial issues here as well that maybe people have lost faith with the old establishment and maybe hope to try and see can maybe a new broom sweep clean and maybe address some of these issues.
Yeah, I think a lot of commercial regeneration, certainly in Manorhamilton, and that type of stimulating commerce, for want of a better word. You've the usual bread and butter stuff like housing, planning issues. Rural transport was consistently across the North Leitrim Glens area. The rural transport, the lack of connectivity, we'll say, between Kinloch and Carrick-on-Shannon.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I mean, you can't get using public transport. So, and then if you take any of the other satellite villages, the same would apply. So I think, and certainly because that's constantly been looked at through the prism of a green agenda. So whilst on the one hand we might be seen to have a Dublin imposed green agenda with regard to transportation and regard to carbon emissions, the other side of that then is rural transport in the rural areas. Have we more results coming in there? No?
All right, we have more results coming in. Pádraig McGorty has joined us here as well in our account centre. The man who has been doing a fantastic job in inputting all these tally figures up on our website all morning. Pádraig, we're very much concentrating on Manorhamilton at the moment. I think we're just waiting for maybe 4% of the vote to come back in from there in Kilty-Clogher National School.
Unfortunately, John, and we put a call out, that tally sheet, whoever was tallying it has walked out of the count centre with it, and it wasn't dropped back into us in the data processing area, so we're not likely to have it. There was 154 votes in that box at the last general election. I would calculate based on that the quota will be 904, which will be predicting that James Gilmartin will obviously be elected on the first count. Sinn Féin would traditionally take about a third of the vote in that box, so that some of those will fall to Pádraig Fallon, some will fall to Michelle Brennan Chabo. So how they fall will be we don't obviously know, but that'll put James Gilmartin with about a quota of just over 400 votes to be distributed, which will probably have a major say in the minor seats or the final seats in this, the last seats to be decided.
Just getting a general view, and I know you can base this a lot from having looked at these figures all day. We're very much saying James Gilmartin very much will top the poll.
Very impressive performance, really, in that he took a significant vote in a lot of boxes across the local electoral area. So a very, very significant performance. I suppose the Fine Gael vote has gone from something over 1,300, which Sean McDermott and Frank Dolan would have taken at the last general election, to just over 700 votes here in this election, so almost a drop of in or around 50%. Now, I suppose if you talk to to maybe Sean and Frank that tell you that some of that was a significant personal vote.
Sean McDermott, by the way, will be with us after 2 o'clock today. We'll be talking to him on that. Just on the percentages that Fine Gael have come back with here, and we've been speaking in great detail to Finola about this over the last number of minutes or so. But the percentage figures will be a real disappointment. 7%, Kevin Comiskey, and Katrina Bergen's percentage figure 4%. Eddie Mitchell, along with James Kilmartin, seems to be the other big success story that's emerging.
Absolutely, he's definitely in the fight for one of the last seats there. I suppose Eddie would have came from the Fine Gael gene pool and probably would have done a little bit of damage to them in that regard in terms of the votes there. It will be very interesting to see. Katrina Bergen has 272 there. So it'll be, I suppose, the transfers when we see the distribution of James's surplus, we'll get a better picture on it. But with 272 votes at some stage, probably not enough to keep her in the race in the long term. Where those 272 votes go will be very interesting. Eddie Mitchell, I suppose, will have connections in Ballinamore and Rossinver, Kilty Clogher, where Katrina Bergen would have picked up probably a significant portion of their votes. So whether they transfer as a solid Fine Gael vote or whether they go as a more local, which we know at local elections, we go back to the Ballinamore electoral area the last time round where Sinn Féin ran 3 candidates. Pat Gilhooly, if you remember, and Jerry Dolan were in a significant battle for a seat, and unfortunately for the late Pat, it went the way of Jerry, more so because the Sinn Féin vote didn't transfer party wise. It went more local, and that could be what could happen here, and it will be just interesting to see where that transfer goes at the end later on tonight.
We've spoken about 2 independents. What about the other, I suppose, main independent here, who's the sitting councillor in Phelim Garran?
Yeah, I'd say he's on 728. I would expect him to pick up some votes in Kilty Clogher, so I would expect that to increase as well. So he's well in the shake-up for a seat there. I would suspect that he will pick up, given that James Kilmartin's performance in Manorhamilton and around there, I would suspect he'll pick up a significant portion of those transfers as well.
Both Fianna Fáil councillors to be returned? In Justin Warnock and Mary Bohan.
Looking that way, they're looking fairly strong there as well, yeah.
So we can probably say pretty solidly now at this stage, obviously James Kilmartin, Pádraig Fallon, Justin Warnock, Mary Bohan, perhaps Phelim Garran we're fairly confident on. So if you're looking at maybe that last seat at this stage, if you are a betting man, would you be saying Eddie Mitchell?
I suppose he's ahead at the moment, but it's too early to call that. I think there'll be the transfers will be very significant when we get down to the elimination stage, particularly first of all James Kilmartin's surplus to see where that does actually go. I would say Eddie would be hoping to pick up some of that vote as well, because I suppose both of them would have been involved in the Save Leitrim and the anti-fracking movement, so there would be a bit of a synergy there between the two of them. So he would be expecting to pick up some of that. So he's well in the fight, but I think it'll be a little bit clearer once we have those transfers
completed.
Sorted.
So talk to me, what's going on now at the moment here? The tally figures have been completed. Do the council staff take a break now at this stage before we get into the counting of the votes?
They're currently taking a break, so I presume they're going to resume counting votes at probably around 2 o'clock. And
around about 2 o'clock. Okay, so they'll be probably coming back.
I would suspect, I don't know, a first count maybe sometime this evening at 6 o'clock ish, maybe.
Okay, so then we could expect that from 2 o'clock. Other local elections that local municipal districts, standout stories for you so far.
Obviously Paddy O'Rourke in the Ballinamore electoral area with his 1,435, but that's standard practice nearly for Paddy at this stage, so a phenomenal vote getter. Enda Midlone on 10229. That's I think Enda has increased his vote now. I haven't had a chance because we're just finished and we still have some of the European tallies to input into the system yet, but I would suspect that Enda has increased his vote there. I think probably benefiting from the fact that Jerry Dolan has retired, and he would have picked up some of those votes.
All right, okay. Just going back briefly, just going back briefly on Manorhamilton at this stage, and we mentioned about Mary Bohan, the longevity of her career, absolutely fantastic. First elected 45 years ago, back in 1979 as well. The independents, the big story, nearly taking half of the first preference vote. Fianna Fáil's longest-serving councillor Mary Bohan, as we mentioned there, staying very much as part of the council. And Carrick-on-Shannon, we were trying to harbour a few bets around Carrick-on-Shannon in relation to how everything was going to go. I'm not sure if you've had even the chance to look at some of those figures as of yet.
Carrick-on-Shannon. So we have no one actually. Well, we're predicting anyone to exceed the quota there. No, we're not at the moment. We suspect the quota will be around 821. Sean McGowan is quite close to it, so we expect he'll get over the line at some stage eventually. So will Maeve Reynolds, first time candidate, very impressive, 747 votes there. And Enda Stenson on 758. You'd expect him to be in it. Des Guckin on 743. And then we're probably
Paddy Farrell 689.
Yeah, he's a good gap there.
Cormac Flynn and Stephen King was where we were looking at potential.
And if you remember,
dogfight for
last day we had a dogfight between Fenton Cox and
Paddy Farrell.
Both Carrick-on-Shannon based candidates, and Cormac would be very much involved there, Carrick-on-Shannon as well. That could be where our fight is, and that could be where we're down to one or two votes again later on tonight. But that might dictate whether me and you are back here tomorrow or not.
That could well be the case. Well be the case. All right, at this stage, and so with the break for the council staff, we will take a break here on our broadcasting as well. We'll be back shortly after 2:00, and we'll keep you right updated in relation to counts. Pádraig, anybody's guess what time we're going to be getting counts?
We suspect sometime after 6 o'clock. We'll have a first count maybe somewhere.
Counts may start from there. So we'll come back to you after 2:00. For the moment, thanks indeed for listening, for watching. We'll keep you right updated. The fun really starts now. The first preference on the tally gives us an indication, but really transfers, they could take on a life of their own. It's all to happen between now and God knows whatever time tomorrow morning, or maybe even tomorrow evening. We'll wait and see. For the moment, we'll take a break from Carrick-on-Shannon, come back to us a little bit later.
Ocean FM, local election count coverage, brought to you by Leitrim County Council, promoting the Leitrim Gathering. Connect